Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decade, study how we move. Rap for world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. disrespectful. That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spot was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing lanes. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, We're fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on. Can't try it on, built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference, that's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumman. Asian ally in the building, Michael.
Hey, Jesse. Hi, everybody.
And we got Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, in the chat, who just celebrated his 47th, not the 48th, but his 47th solo return.
Hey, so, Breeze.
Breeze, would you like me to drop the link for you? And Shabaka is probably asleep, so he'll be joining us when he wakes up as well. And on this season 6, episode 34, Trey Foe, part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2. And that is the illusion of help only to protect white supremacists and secure the Black vote. That's from our brother DSB. Then we got new cases inside the global skin cancer surge. Shabaka would love that. Just change this conflict forever, and oil prices could crash. Boosie, otherwise known as Lil Boosie, or once known as Lil Boosie. This is Jay-Z, or Gay-Z, DJ Vlad, as I call him, Agent Vlad. And Caleb Williams in new diss track with your son, or that's your son. And Spencer Pratt, you know, the one that was running against Karen Bass in Los Angeles and pretty much showed that he was a sore loser, declares war on California election fraud after Trump meeting. Ooh. Then we got Victor Marx. Victor Marx is the Republican candidate for Colorado governor. Yeah, the Republicans were done in Colorado. Nolan Wells, can black and white trust each other? No. Hell no. TPS ended. Here's who's actually getting blamed. Officials finally discovered that Meta leaked into Wyoming's water. Ooh. Boycotts are good, but normal is better. The blackout grows. The boycott takes another turn. In our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to the backup channel. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. So make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News 2, as well as Frontline Black News 1. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora and the local community events, Black events in both Denver and Aurora, and Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. And then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Looks like I've been subbing up, so appreciate y'all for doing that. Make sure y'all sub up again to Seduction Doll 5991 so Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel. She needs 4 more subscribers to get there, and we have 4 viewers, so we could make that happen tonight. And then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, which she should be doing sometime this week. And make sure you check out our past episodes of The Revolutionary Agenda. And she's at 87 subscribers. Let's help get her to 90. You can do it with the 4 watchers right now. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub to that as well, Jeanette1. So Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. The link to his channel is also in the description. And he's sitting at 44 subscribers, so he needs 6 more to get to 50 to start going live. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He's sitting at 632 right now, so let's help get him to 640. And yeah. Then we got our brother Kukizi. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Kukizi 5100. He does the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check him out. He played his latest one yesterday on the Frontline Black News. Michael enjoyed it. So make sure y'all check out the FBA culture reports that Kukizi drops every week. And then we got our brother who's with us right now, who just celebrated his 47th, not 48th, but 47th solo return, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He just surpassed 1,100 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. And that's our brother. That's my brother from another mother who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, that is now in Leesburg, Virginia. And then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He is fast approaching 4,000 subscribers. So salute to Church. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who I wanted to chop it up with earlier about the Michael Jackson film exceeding $1 billion at the box office. Make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. He's been around for a decade plus. And he put Lisa Cabrera on. And he also did a series of series such as with the We Fought Back series. So make sure y'all check him out, Torian Rain Reloaded. And then I got honorable mentions. I hate to say it like that, but it's just people that we mess with in the new black media. So make sure y'all sub it to our brother Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all sub it to our brother Afro Elite. Make sure y'all sub it to our sister ZZ. Make sure y'all sub up to our sister Vicky Dillard, our sister Lisa Cabrera, and I'll be naming people here all night. Water God, all kinds of people in the new black media. Make sure y'all sub to their channels. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to our brother's channel is in the description. He just surpassed 1,500 subscribers. So salute to Black Truth United. And the link to his Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the reparations, Freeman Reparations Party merch is also in the description. And yours truly is in the Rolodex for my political work. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. And a link to that petition is also in the description. Then we got Michael Pan's petition to get Congresswoman Nikema Williams to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. And the link to Michael's petition is in the description. Please make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. And then I don't know what happened to the rest of it.
Amen. Thank you, Jesse.
Oh man, the damn intro got cut off.
Gosh.
Shit. Let me improvise real quick. So we got that, and then make sure y'all also. So to our sister Brooks call to action. Brooks on YouTube. Make sure y'all subscribe to our sister Brooks out of Brooklyn, New York. She's blowing up fast. She just got over 3,000 subscribers. So salute to Sister Brooke. And she got her Even Melanin as well. That is usually in the description, but apparently I messed up and didn't put the whole thing in the description. I thought I did, but I guess not. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act, the Change.org petition. And you can also find all these links on our previous episodes. They're all in the description. Support Lady Chase GoFundMe. Support our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that Nabisco chapter Boosie. Support Dr. Randy Short's petition to stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. We got myself, who's a candidate on the ballot for office, as you can see from the background. Vote me, Jesse Parrish, for Colorado House of State Representatives, State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to the website is usually in the description. And in PUKE2, we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by the late, great Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80, and she would have been 90 as of 2 or 3 months ago. I think 3 months ago now, yeah, because her birthday was in April, or would have been in April. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Michael.
I'm here, Jesse.
We're going to start off with our brother DSB. Our brother DSB is going to give us an update on the illusion of help.
Help.
Only
Very similar to what I said. Similar.
Yes.
Yeah, I liked how DSB in that video saw a clip of the young brother in the 60s was very delusional.
Yeah, that was shout out to Great Black Shark. He had showed it on his platform previously.
Yeah. And the police officer said to the brother, "I don't want your prayer. I'm good."
Yeah. Oh, Nabisco was gonna pray for you anyway.
Right. When the Nabisco was not praying for the brother in the first place.
Right. That's just stupid. I don't know what it was worse, that or when Bolton John's brother was hugging the killer of his brother.
Yeah, hugging the oppressor was even worse.
I was like, what?
Like asking for, like saying, "I forgive you." Yeah. Without like any apologies.
Hugged her 3 times.
Crazy, yeah. Do you think that guy has a crush on her?
It looked like they were in a romantic relationship. The way he was hugging her. Oh, thank you for killing my brother. I couldn't stand him anyway.
Yeah.
What?
I think because he was attracted to her due to what, she had like blue eyes, blonde hair.
She killed his brother.
I know, that's insane. Yeah, for him to do that, that's, oh my gosh.
While he was sitting on the couch eating ice cream.
Right. And I guess the brother his his D like went up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he probably like urinated in his pants.
Oh my God, Lord have mercy. The way he was hugging her, yeah, you would think so. Jesus. Okay, where is this video at?
Yeah, but I definitely can imagine her like pressing like assault charges against him, even though he was hugging her tightly.
The judge too. The judge was hugging her too.
Oh my God.
Oh, mammy ass judge. Gonna sit up there and hug the killer up.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
So why do you think the brothers have a crush on the racist blue eyes, blonde hair Karens?
They're tethers.
Tethers, I mean.
They're tethers. That's why they're in love with their pressure.
Oh man, and you know what's even worse? Can you imagine those tethers making babies with them?
Oh my God.
And the blue eyes, blonde hair chick say, "Hey, that's that baby I have. That's not my kid. Can you imagine?
That's when that happened. It was just like, okay, look, we're not putting the cape on for no more of these cases. If the family members gonna do this type of shit,
Right.
we sitting up here stomping for Bolton John, justice for Bolton John. It was FBAs that was doing that.
Exactly.
Justice for John and his brother. I don't know why you gotta keep interrupting stuff. I thought you were asleep. We're talking about it because it's a pattern. That's why we're talking about it. That's why it's called a pattern. Who did it again? Nolan's family did it again. That's why we're talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Wells' family did it again. That's why we're talking about it.
Yep, like forgiving.
Jeez, keep up.
Yeah.
All right, so DSB gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. We back with another one. And we're gonna be discussing how sneaky and weak-minded these bootlickers is out here. Hey, pay attention to Al Sharpton's words. But first, I want to say this. Hey, y'all remember back here when the Democrat was trying to get young athletes to boycott these colleges, and they didn't?
Yeah, shout out to
Hey, don't it seem mighty strange that these last few deaths been young athletes, young black athletes? It seems mighty strange, don't it? Hey, but y'all listen to Al Sharpton's words that he be speaking, though, y'all. Let's get it.
Bobblehead sharp.
You know what my personal opinion? And this is my opinion. Hey, I think the Democrats behind these killings. But let Al Sharpton convict himself.
Good afternoon. To my right are the parents of Nolan Wells, and we'll hear from them, and of course, attorney of Black America, Ben Crump.
First of all, I just want to say, besides the parents, I don't trust not now one of them bastards standing up there.
And attorney Park, you'll hear from.
You think that white lady, that Chinese lady, Asian, whatever the hell she is, and that white dude want to be standing up there? Do you even think Al Sharpton and Ben Crump want to be standing up there?
Hell no.
Now, this bastard can't advocate for reparation for us, but he can advocate for reparation, standing his ass up there. Him and Al Sharpton proudly trying to give reparations to the damn gunners.
I want to let me say at the outset that when I received the word of what happened to Nolan and began hearing what was pieced together.
Bitch, I bet you were clapping doing a Birdman hand rub. Oh, yes, sir. We got us one, boss. We got us one. You know the Democrat been trying to catch a body shit since they fell out of office. When they tried that shit with this Chud bitch.
Yep.
And they been trying before Chud. Hey, watch this though. They're gonna try to run on this shit. The hope they can get some votes. Nah, bitches. We ain't playing your game.
That's right, DSB.
It is clear that this situation must have the most thorough and objective.
Now, this the part I want y'all to listen to this bitch ass motherfucker real carefully. This damn devil. Listen to him real carefully. This Kane right-hand man right there.
Investigation to lead to justice. What we've been told does not make sense. And being that there is lack of confidence.
And your ass, when it comes to us getting reparation and anything else.
In the local authorities who have already, in my
no
opinion, seemed to mishandle where it was going. Because to just immediately, before a week, nothing done wrong, when we hear that this young man was engaged in some kind of argument that was on tape, that his cell phone and keys ended up with one of the people that were there on the island and got away.
Listen to him, y'all. And he choosing his words very carefully.
He was one black with 3 young white men who happened to end up with his phone, happened to end up with his keys. Then there's just too many questions that they should not be closing the investigation. Now, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm a little
Here we go. From Brooklyn.
different than some of y'all.
He said he from Brooklyn, so he a little different than some of y'all. Hey, the Most High Chosen ain't no bunch of weak motherfuckers. The Most High Chosen don't put powder and crack in their veins. The Most High Chosen don't commit treason against his own people.
Right.
If you one of us. And I don't think you are.
Right.
I was built different. My nose is out here, my eyes are here, my brain is here, which means something.
And ain't shit up there. Trying to hit brain here. Nah, nigga, you smelling crack.
I could smell before I could see and before I could figure it out. This does not smell right.
Look at that white man nodding his head.
Y'all bringing in race? Well, we're not bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either.
Yeah, listen to him. He's trying to play both sides of the party. Well, we don't want to say it was racist, but we're not counting out racist either. Bitch, you know it was racist. Stop fucking playing.
Because we don't know what it is. So to tell us don't rush to judgment saying it was racist.
Oh, I'm going to rush the judgment. It was racist.
It's fine. But then I'm telling you, don't rush to judgment saying it was not racism. Because we do not know. We do know what these parents are being told and what the parents have now shared with us.
We know what the parents are teaching their motherfucking kids.
Right.
It ain't no different than them teaching them, hey, you see a black person, you calling them a nigga. It ain't no different than that. They teach their kids how to steal, rape, rob, and murder.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Does not make sense. How do you end up a young, promising football player, not in trouble?
Hey, y'all, listen now. Hey, why would he bring up young, promising football player? That tells me, hey, Democrat behind this shit, y'all. They real mad because we ain't boycotting, doing that boycott of their colleges.
Yep.
Just pay attention to this snake right here.
Mother and daddy at home, everything we tell them to do and be. They go on the 4th of July, on the anniversary of this country.
Man, fuck this anniversary.
All right.
Of this country. Because it built on rape, robbing, stealing, murder of my people.
That's right, DSB.
Instead of talking about some damn celebrate. See, y'all listen to him now. See, this is why I didn't want to do this video, because I know I'm going to get fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Going to an island, we're outing with his friends. And the friends come back, and he's left there with some story about he said leave them behind. But then by some magic, one of the friends has his keys and his phone. Mind you, his mother tracked down the phone. They didn't voluntarily tell her they had his phone. They didn't voluntarily say they had the keys. So if they had not been tracked down, we don't know if they ever would have known.
I agree.
So they shouldn't they be locked up? Man, I bet you my bottom dollar to a bucket of shit. If them teenagers were black and that white peckerwood came up missing, hey, where y'all family, where y'all think brothers and sisters, where y'all think them young black brothers would be? Yeah. They be locked up with no bond.
Where it was. Some of this doesn't make sense. So we are absolutely a National Action Network and other groups going to rally behind this family. I have told them that whatever we can and
they finna try to ride this shit to get them vote. Hey, we ain't voting, motherfucker.
Right.
That time over with.
Right.
You tricked us long enough. So, ain't no more tricks in the bag, buddy.
No more.
We'll vote for the fuck we look like voting for death.
Right.
Because that's what you voting for.
Yeah.
So all you people out here vote, man. Stop voting for death.
Right.
we need to do, we because this.
Hey, you know what? At this point, you ain't got to do a motherfucking thing. The Most High finna got this shit.
Right.
Angels showing out for the Most High, burning and scalding the very people you protect, Al Sharpton.
Right.
Scalding the hell out of them. Oh, don't think he ain't forgot about your judgment either, buddy.
Right.
Smacks
Right.
of some of the worst fears that we've had historically, not only in Mississippi, but in this country. And
And know that they've been trying to come down here too. The other woman, we're gonna, if this what y'all calling pulling up to that wherever the hell that farmer lady said that we're gonna come to the south and we're gonna pull up. And you best pull up on the right person. Cause you pull up on the wrong one and see what your ass get grinding to dog meat.
there until the end with them.
So we gotta pay attention to these folk, man, and they actions. All of a sudden you got this motherfucker out here when he wasn't saying shit for months. Now he out here when they finally got a body to work with.
Asked by the family to be in Mississippi for the funeral.
Hey, don't you get caught in Mississippi, cause I got some words for you.
To officiate, which I'm going to do. We just got off the phone with Tyler Perry, the actor who says he wants to help cover whatever expenses.
There we go. All coons on board. Tyler Perry.
No train is coming in.
Tyler Perry, how come your faggot ass can't come out and just issue money out to us when you see us on the streets and shit? And I always got to be somebody about to lose their property or something. Make your ass look good.
I agree, Uptight.
We have with us Spike Lee is in the house. Many of our people that have always supported families are there. This is not about them trying to raise money. We're going to take care of that. This is about, though, they got to keep going forward. But
Hey, after the end of this, y'all, ain't shit gonna be done. The best, at best, the parents probably get a little cash. But ain't shit gonna be done. They gonna come around 2028, see, look what we tried to do. Yeah. Now, motherfucker.
We want justice and let chips fall where they may. If it ends up being one way that we suspect.
Listen to them. If it end up and they don't go to jail, then, you know what I'm saying, we just won't worry about it, y'all. Y'all just come on out and vote. Man, hell no.
It was wrong, fine. But if it's another way, don't back.
That shit ain't gonna be fine either way.
Right.
You better goddamn make some conviction. And I want to see some jail time, life sentences.
Right.
Ain't shit gonna be fine until them guys are locked up.
Yeah, I agree.
You can get out that fine shit.
And play games with this. They are not activists or lawyers. So they only want.
Neither are you, motherfucker. You's a fucking plant, a bootlicker.
Justice for this.
Get up there, dude.
You ain't shit. You're an actor. Activists and actors are different.
Right.
You're an actor, motherfucker. You ain't no damn activist. Malcolm X was an activist.
Right.
You a clown.
Right.
When we get there and they say we heating things up, that's what we do. Because sometimes you got to make people sweat to get the poison out of their system.
They've been doing a lot of sweating. Cause shit, somehow we just can't seem to get paid, Al Sharpton.
Right.
I'm the sweat man. And
yeah, you're gonna be the running man when the Most High judgment catch your ass.
They are the parents that want to see justice for their son.
Lord.
That's it, family. And that's how. And I want to say this, brothers and sisters, to the parents, to anybody who may not be familiar with Mississippi. Mm-hmm. Hey, these white people here are not your friend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a damn how they smile in your face. Hey, don't you ever be caught with now one of these Bowsers alone without some kind of scrap. And you don't, even if you got a scrap, don't be caught with them alone.
Right.
That's it, fam. Shalom.
Shalom, DSB.
Shalom, DSB.
Yeah. He was going, oh, shout out to my brother DSB. Make sure y'all check him out.
Mm-hmm.
To what are your thoughts on?
Oh man, DSP is funny, man. He makes me laugh. It's like man, DSP makes a point, man. He's for real. He doesn't sugarcoat things. He tells like it is.
Yeah.
And real calling for Al Sharpton being fake and pretending that Al Sharpton pretending he cares about the Nolan family, but he does. He's like, it's tricky. It's so difficult. I wish I had all the facts. I'm sorry, the Nolans. We will get back to you as soon as possible. We're gonna look into. Nah, I want that money from that white supremacist, from the liberal white supremacist corporate media. Yeah, and I said that Al Sharpton definitely needs to move to England to be comfortable with the covert anti-black racism. What do you think, Jesse?
He needs to move to England.
Yeah, because you know how the British people, they're so covert. You know what I mean, like undercover.
That monarchy is racist as hell. You see how they did Meghan Markle.
Right. And
Prince Harry.
yeah, because I just feel like Al Sharpton, he doesn't want to lose that access, doesn't want to lose the financial access to the demon rats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and also a scripted too. I think the corporate media advised Al Sharpton, make a statement, but be careful be careful how he's going to respond to reporters.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely needs to. I mean, look at Al Sharpton. He's so old, man. He doesn't have a lot of energy when he was younger.
Yeah, he got 1 foot in the grave, 1 foot out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even I said like even someone said Malcolm X would go hard, would fight hard, would go hard through the paint. Even like an individual ally would go much harder than Al Sharpton.
Hard in the paint, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He's an actor,
activist.
activist.
Even like you remember the white man was nodding his head.
Yeah.
Asian lady was nodding her head, too. Like I'm not sure they're nodding head because they're agreeing with Al Sharpton, or they're nodding head because justice needs to be served for the Nolan family.
Yeah, they got it all fucked up. They talking about forgive. They basically might as well be saying forgive. Jesus.
Man, do you think Al Sharpton's wife is a Karen?
Do y'all want me to play what they said? I think y'all eager to wait to hear what the parents have to say. Oh my god. I'm like, what in the hell?
If you had to meet the Nolan's family, would you yell at them?
Yes.
Like cuss them out like crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, can't y'all tell we're at war? Why don't you equip your son to know this? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I would think Nolan's father, who's very masculine,
He's not.
He's not?
No.
Because his body size looks like he's masculine to me.
Yeah, his body size, one thing.
Wait
until you hear him talk.
So it's really about the voice, the masculine voice, in other words.
The mannerism, mannerism. He's like not sure of himself.
So like this, for example, right? It's actually like stop it, right? Like a gay Karen, right?
I don't want this to be the case, but it is the case. Like what? Like what? I don't want it to be racism, but it is. Watch this shit. Shout out to Afro Elite for covering this right before we went on. I'm like, what in the hell? Wait until y'all hear the parents.
They tend to let the women have the dominant presence, culture, and influence and authority in the house. Now, I don't know what his dad does. I don't know what her mom does, but I know she's getting accolades. I haven't seen the accolades of the father. If the son has taken the last name of the mother, with the father being in the house and being present, and the father, I guess, okaying that. I'm not sure what that came about, but clearly is coming off as the mother's the one who wears the pants in the family. Okay, the mother's the one who has the dominant culture aspect in the family. All right, so that means her principles and her ideas, her ideals will take precedent over his in these cases. And we see that a lot when you got black folk, black men in particular, gotta call you out, brothers. Black men in particular who get sprung off something you feel is quote unquote exotic.
In the show, racism.
Okay.
Pinky up.
Now, come on now. We got to call it out. When you feel like you got something exotic, when you feel like you got something foreign, all right, next thing you know, you don't want her to leave, so she start running the place, and her ideas become your ideas, and what she thinks you think, it becomes that.
Yeah, I can't.
Come on now. Let's just call a spade tonight. Let's just do that. So that brings me to this interview, and I'm saying all of that based off of what I can ascertain from this interview. Let's pull this up.
That race may be involved in what happened to your.
Look at that.
Do you think that race may be involved in what happened to your son?
I don't want to believe it is, but unfortunately, there's patterns, right?
Okay.
I don't want to believe it is.
She don't want to believe it is, but unfortunately, there's patterns.
What the hell?
Given a very vague implication that maybe race had something to do with this. Then the dad speaks.
It's so many things have happened, and so many things have been swept under the rug.
Now, I want to say something. I've been editing videos for years now, right? And I can tell when a video is chopped. I can tell when the interview is chopped, and I can tell when the interview is edited. I can tell.
It looks decent. I agree. Or mix.
She goes on to say something. She doesn't shut up there. She goes on to say something else. Chop that out. All right.
And then so many things have happened, and so many things have been swept under the rug.
That's not how the dad answered that question. That's not how the dad answered that question. And I know because I've seen another part of this same interview.
Lord.
So I'm telling you right now, when y'all see these interviews and everything like that, look for multiple different interviews. Even if it's the same interview, look through multiple different channels, because when channels try to push an agenda, they'll splice up the interview a little bit, you know. But look at this part.
They say they want their son to be remembered as a sweet soul.
I left my wife.
Now, this was the part that they cut out of the interview.
I don't want to believe that, but it's so many things have happened, and so many things have been swept under the rug. Like I said, Nolan didn't see color. He saw people for who they are, and I used to always tell him, "So you need to go out there close, because everyone is not going to reciprocate that same love that you give." I just want transparency. I just want to know what happened to my son.
Okay.
It was a victim of race.
So he says the mom says she don't want to believe that, and then she says something else, and then here the dad says, I don't want to believe that either. And then they, but you know, some things aren't being transparent. I don't really know what it is. It could be something else. I don't know. Nolan didn't see color.
Lord.
Okay. Nolan didn't see color.
That color.
What did we learn with that? What did we learn with that? Well, no, I don't really know if it's a color. I don't really know if it's a color thing.
Lord.
I mean, sometimes I think it is, and sometimes I don't know, you know, because we were raised to love everybody. Okay. Now, do you think if Nolan was white, He was Caucasian, and he was around a whole bunch of black folk, and he went in the same situation played out the exact same way. Do you think those Caucasian parents would be all like, I don't really see color. I don't see color at all. They wouldn't be doing that. First off, the news wouldn't even be giving them the opportunity to try to make it seem like they don't see color.
Right.
Okay. He gonna turn into what's his name? Jeff Metcalf.
Yeah.
Talking about these watermelon felons and all you black kids who born from baby mamas on Section 8 is gonna be that. If the races were reversed, and we've seen it, so we know it. We've seen it, so we know it. And then you got these parents up there talking about, well, you know, I mean, I don't want to jump to any conclusions about race. Sometimes I think it is, sometimes I don't know. Okay. And based off of this, based off of what we can tell, all right, it seemed like the Filipino mama, I don't know what the daddy is, but we do know what the mama is. I ain't gonna say what the daddy is, but we have confirmation that the mom is Filipino. So it seemed like the Filipino mama, okay, this man has convinced himself that race don't matter. Oh, well, race don't matter. We love everybody. Yeah, he's gonna raise his son like that. His mom is not black. His mom is Filipino.
Oh, she's half black.
Okay. She is a Filipino immigrant. So he would be a hypocrite talking about some black first anything and black pride anything. Of course, he gonna be a we are the world type folk. Of course, he gonna be the people of, it's not even people of color, those are white folk. Of course, he gonna be like that. He gonna be like, it don't matter the color of your skin, the content of your characters, the only thing that's important.
Yeah.
Of course, he's gonna be like that. Okay. And here's the thing. You have a lot of people online talking about this situation, trying to get justice for this young man, because what happened to him was tragic. We're not fully aware of all of the details of what happened, but we do know it's tragic. Okay. 18-year-old, he hasn't caused any problems, hasn't done anything. Life is over with.
Okay, I think what's up there. Well, he's gonna show. I some play one more part because y'all might remember this. It happened exactly 10 years ago. Damn near to the day that the police shot and killed a black man that was running away
from the police. Police pulled his white officer, pulled his firearm, shot him several times in the back. And then he picked up he was moving evidence or whatever. And the cameraman, there was a local camera dude, a dude with a cell phone camera, who caught it. Okay. Caught it on camera. His videotape caused the officer to go to prison. Shout out to that brother.
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, the news is doing an interview with the mama, and the mama sitting up there talking like this.
It's Alton Sterling's mama. Or Walton.
I mean, I'm supposed to be really angry and upset and raging and all that, but I can't, because of the love of God in me. I can't be like that. Bible
You don't feel that in your heart?
No, I don't. I feel forgiveness in my heart, even for the guy that shot and killed my son.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Forgive.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for talking with us again. I'm so, it sounds so hollow, but I'm so sorry for your loss.
Anderson Cooper.
Oh yeah, Anderson Cooper, he's gay.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
So she feels forgiveness in her heart.
Yeah,
she feels forgiveness in her heart. What are we noticing?
Lord.
All right. And we're going to get to the next case. But we're noticing that it seems as if that when there's some type of set, especially when it comes to the police, because more than likely there's always a wrongful death.
We've seen that recently in our neck of the woods with Elijah McClain's mama. Forgive. I'm gonna hold the blacks up, but I don't want no harm to come to them.
Yeah, Hey Jesse, quick question. Does that remind you of Reggie White, a former NFL player who was a minister of his church in Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes.
You remember what would you say to Reggie White if he was still alive today when his church got, burned down in 1995 by white supremacists?
What would I say to him?
Yeah.
We're at war, brother. Lock and load.
Mm-hmm. Right. And what Reggie White says to you, by the way, he's a baby boomer. Jesse, I'm older than you. I know from experience. What would you say to him, Jesse? Your response?
I would say you better link up with the dinkers of the fence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, were you surprised Reggie White made stereotypical comments about A's and Hispanics and FBA? Surprised or not surprised?
No.
In the late 90s.
I think it was a damn tether.
Reggie White? I heard Reggie White was a Republican conservative. When he says, I don't believe gay people should live in society. Here, I'm wearing my Green Bay Packers jersey. Surprised when you saw the clip?
I was 8 years old, so
yeah, that was in 98. And then Reggie White, who signed a 5-year contract with CBS, his contract got canceled.
I was 11 in 98.
98?
That's when I had AK-47s pointed at me by the DPD.
Right, at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also Reggie White's wife, Sarah White, she's actually melanated, light-skinned sister.
Oh, she could be a damn coon too. Exactly.
Yep.
Sambo
Reggie
White.
Sambo White. Oh, and Reggie White, Christian, by the way. He used to believe in the Christian verse.
Lord.
Yeah, but anyways, to digress, yeah, that lady, I knew she was going to say forgive. The Bible tells us we need to forgive, but man, the Bible says you can't forgive unless recompense happens, reparations.
So the straw for me was when Stephante Clark's damn brother got up there talking about, do you love me? Do you love me? And had a brick of money phone talking about, do you love me? To the Sacramento City Council after Sacramento PD killed his brother.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing for the victim's family to ask for forgiveness from the oppressor.
He was talking reckless about black people too. And then he ended up getting unalived by the Sacramento Police Department. And this fool was sitting here talking about, do you love me? His brother, do you love me? You love me, right? You love me. That was it for me. When they started doing that shit, I said, I can't cape for these families no more. Whenever I talk to them, and I seen it with Elisha McLean's family, I'm like, oh my God. And I know the grandmother. The grandma is not like that. I don't know what happened to the rest of the family, but the grandma is a rider. I don't know what happened to the rest of that family though. That is on some major coonery.
Yeah.
The mammy, me, I was out of line because I basically told her what we're talking about with Nolan.
Right.
Son was a soft target. You didn't let him know we're at war. We're in a race war. You didn't let him know that.
Right, in advance. And not to mention that the Nolan's family knew his friends for so many years, never vetted, never asked, never had a conversation about race, you know what I mean? Let alone reparations.
But I'm the asshole. I'm the one that gets banned from Jeff Fart's platform for telling Elijah McClain's mother, we're at war. She's sitting up here talking about, I forgive them. You're so bitter. You have so much hate in your heart. Why do I care more about your son than you?
Right. Exactly. Because you're the real right. Because you care about the son very much for justice.
You got $15 million in nails. Forgive. I'm gonna hold up the black fist with this other performative Asia provocateur,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm in the wrong for telling you, hey, your son was killed because he was black. Oh no, that's not what it was. You're just everything ain't about race. Everything doesn't have to be about race. You just jump into you're just angry,
Conclusions, right?
angry and bitter. You don't know. And I've forgiven them. What?
Mm-hmm.
I was done.
Done.
I was done. That was a wrap for me. And the life was
Yeah.
playing 2019.
Yeah. You know what? Like what Demetra K. Philip Scott says, sometimes you gotta let those coons go because
Mhm.
unfortunately they're gonna have to learn the hard way and then come back and seek forgiveness, meaning from the FBAs, to allow them to come back.
Like a Tatiana Jefferson's father, I want justice and I want it now. I want justice for my daughter. Y'all killed my daughter. You remember Tatiana Jefferson? They had killed her. This was back in what year was that?
19 in Kentucky.
Yeah, when I was Breonna Taylor.
Oh, Brianna. Okay.
Tatiana Jefferson was in Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
2016, right? I think I remember
2016 and 2020.
Yeah, I remember. Yes, and she was pulled over by the police, and she was smoking a cigarette, and the white supremacist police said, "Ma'am," the police officer, "Ma'am, I'm warning you, don't smoke. Put the cigarettes down."
Ben Crump showed up. He already knew the fix was in.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nabi, yeah, it is sad that she said all that instead of thanking me for supporting her son.
Right. Yeah, she should give you credit, Jesse, because you're the ones who's looking out
Yeah,
for
he
the
did
FBA
pass away.
communities.
His death wish was he wanted justice for his damn daughter. He was not talking about no forgive, none of that.
Right.
Tatiana Jefferson's daddy was with the business.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I want justice for my daughter. Y'all killed my daughter unjustifiably. I want justice. I want them to pay. He was not on no forgive. Oh, I'm just going to forgive them. Oh, let by and by. No, he wasn't on none of that.
He was about business, 10 toes down.
Mm-hmm.
Does that remind you of a different word in a different word episode where Ron said to the white police officer, "No, I don't want apology from that white man. I want him make him pay.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Were you surprised in that episode? Ron was like, "No, he needs to pay the white man."
It was a little
What he
kid
did.
episode first aired, but I guess when I got older, no.
Yeah, it was 1992 January before MLK became a national holiday the following year.
5 years old in 92, Michael.
Right. Sorry to bring stuff from the past. That's not. It's a definitely applicable or still relevant.
It's still relevant. It's very much still relevant. It's
Yep.
still to this day. It's just like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
And even I know Sue, like remember Emmett Till's mother, she was like, "No, I'm not about forgiving. I'm gonna post the picture of my son, the beat up face."
She wanted to have an open air casket.
Yeah, because she was not about forgiveness. I want justice. I want to make Emily Bryant pay for what she did to my son.
Or allowed to have done to her son.
Right.
They shot her.
Mm-hmm. Because I understand. Right.
Yeah. When I saw it, yep, they did her like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and her daddy was not playing about it. He said he wanted justice. That was his dying wish.
Mm-hmm.
He died shortly after that too.
Oh man. What did he die of? Not cancer, right?
Probably a broken heart. He lost
broken heart.
Daughter.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Uptight asked me, MW, are you an old head? What does he mean by that?
No, Michael's only a year older than me.
Yeah.
So he's big 4-0. Or you'll be the big 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
No,
yeah,
I think you're the oldest in here right now.
Yeah, Uptight, you're the oldest, yep. So Uptight definitely has a lot of experience. encountering, the anti-black racism from, Becky's, Asian Karens, and Hispanic Karens.
Yeah, Uptight's up there with Shabaka's son.
Yeah.
Shabaka's slightly older.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Of a heart attack.
hmm,
Wow.
he died of a heart attack. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
To do it. Before he had that heart attack, he was, we young bucks.
Well, like Uptight, you look young too. You have a lot of experience and knowledge you pass on to FBAs and some allies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is like in his late 50s, early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely young bucks compared to him.
Yep. And I would not be surprised when Emily Bryan passed away. She was a liberal, a white supremacist Fox liberal.
Who? Carolyn Bryan?
Yeah, who ordered the three white men to unalive Emmett Till.
Yeah, and then her husband and his brother and third one was. But yeah, the hell with them Nabiscos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bro was able to go into our twilight years. They kept moving her from nursing home to nursing home. Oh my god, this shit was ridiculous. They
Ridiculous.
served that warrant, 55-year-old warrant.
Mm-hmm.
The warrant that go all the way back to 1955.
55.
Served the damn warrant after they found it in the basement of the courthouse in Mississippi.
Right, intentional. That was like intentional.
Graduated in 79. Wow.
Wow, so he's a baby boomer.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's definitely more like Gen X, uptight.
Mm-hmm.
And millennial, thinking's more aligned than with the silent generations and the boomers. And just I gotta ask you a question. Why do you think baby boomers are more receptive to white supremacists, where the silent generations who grew up in US chattel slavery and the brutality are like, you know what, I cannot trust Nabiscos? Why do you think that is?
Because they were the first generation to experience integration.
Oh, okay. You mean the silent generations or the boomers?
The boomers.
Boomers. Right, because I'm thinking like the silent generations taught the boomer kids never trust Nabiscos at work, school,
Yeah,
or
that's
community events.
segregation.
Mm-hmm.
The silent generation, the traditionalists and silent generation grew up under segregation.
Right.
And Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the boomers, they started off under segregation, but they ended up in like being the first people to experience integration.
Integration. Right. So like a transitional period.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Get a transitional period because it was forced upon us. We didn't really get time to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
The government said, hey, we're going to put these federal troops at school. We're going to put them here, there. Or you have access. You can sit at the lunch counter, or you can sit at whatever restaurant, or you can go to whatever school. But we have to be present because we got these white mobs outside that don't want you there.
Right.
Like Ruby Ridges, little Ruby Ridges in the Central Park 5, or not Central Park 5, the Little Rock 9, and the like. So, yeah, I think that's why.
That's why. And so you're saying that for most baby boomers, it's hard for them to like rewire their brain. It's hard for them to unlearn the stuff that they were taught before, and to really
They're beyond
reality.
About time our age, you start getting set in your ways. These people are way past their prime.
Their prime. Yeah, because I've seen baby boomers, they get very critical of millennials when millennials had to reveal the harsh reality. Like, I see the baby boomers, they're like, son, you don't know what you're talking about. I have experience. And the FBA millennials like, mom and dad, what you guys don't see is what I see. I'm looking from outside, looking in. And then the baby boomer's then his parents get so upset.
FBA high school, that's what's up.
Yep, Largo, Maryland. Yep, I know Maryland, pretty well. 79. Yeah, I was not even born. Yeah, I was born like a couple years later.
Yeah, I was not even a twinkle in nobody's eye in no
Yeah.
1979.
Yeah, I gotta say 1979 was a great year. Would you agree with or disagree?
From what I've heard from people older than me, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the year. There was a lot of good music that came out that year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was Jimmy Carter was president at that time.
Yeah, that's his first and last term.
Yeah. But do you honestly think Jimmy Carter should have issued reparations long time ago, given the fact that he was going to get ousted in 1980?
Fucking Lyndon Baines Johnson could have issued reparations.
Right.
Boomers, the leaders at the time,
Screwed it up.
Sexual access was more important.
Wow.
Remember,
Especially like
we're talking about the hippie era.
Right.
The love, the freedom love. Oh, Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds era. That's what. So they were on some hippie shit.
Hippie shit. You don't think it was like drugs, right?
It was all that. It was Studio 64. It was all kinds of shit. It was cocaine running rampant. It was do it till you're satisfied.
So in other words, you're saying that they really saw LBJ as very attractive, charismatic. Oh, he's so cute, girl, right? I'm kind of paraphrasing.
LBJ was racist as hell. And the only reason why black people started voting Democrat like we did because we passed civil rights legislation. But the only reason why that legislation even got passed because the Black Panthers and the revolutionaries at the time were burning this ish to the ground.
Right. I remember you told me like when LBJ said, "LMK, why is there so much noise? LMK, can you stop the noise?" And LMK said, "Well, LBJ, I can't unless you put teeth in the civil rights bill." And
Right.
LBJ, okay, I'm okay. I will calm the situation by putting some teeth in the civil rights bill. In other words,
You
some
already
money.
know, like Uptight said LSD was the business.
Would you say, Jesse, that the sisters in the 60s found LBJ very attractive, right?
The bad wenches, maybe.
Like Whitney Houston, right?
She would have been a baby then, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like a Eartha Kitt probably did. I don't know. She was a bad wench.
Mhm.
If you damn rich. There was a whole song called Poor Charlotte that was made by the Miracles, I think. Is it the Miracles? Yeah.
Mhm.
Miracles. And
Yeah.
Lost, Burned Out.
But I have to ask, is it true? I heard that the younger generations admire the silent generations in your community, right?
Yeah, Silent Generation, that was our great grandparents.
Right.
Grandparents.
So you feel like you could relate more to them than you can relate to the boomer parents.
Yeah, because the boomers, like, they were all about partying and bullshitting. Like, there was a small contingent that followed Malcolm, small contingent that followed MLK. But the most majority of them, they was just content with doing what they was already doing. Anybody that rocked the boat or caused good trouble was the problem.
Right. And I feel like sometimes, like Jesse, sometimes you're like the parent to the boomers. Am I right? Like you lay down the hard facts, and you tell them like to get in line with the younger generations and silent generations from the past.
All boomers, but the ones that I've interacted with, they haven't prepared a way for their prodigy. It's just like you fend for yourself. Like my grandfather used to tell me all the time, you sink or swim.
Right. Exactly. Especially like dealing with the racist, Karens, Jose's, Nguyen, meaning it's a Vietnamese last name.
But like, you gotta think this is the World War II generation. So
Right.
they came up when America was starting to boom,
Mm-hmm.
like on a world stage booming.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're called the boomers, because they came out after World War II.
Yep, after World War II, and baby boomers were buying more or were consuming more stuff, like buying electronics, microwaves, cars
Mm-hmm.
under President Eisenhower. Even
Yeah.
though
Yeah. Down from Good Times. Yep.
Yep, found for good times. How about
Cars.
yep? How about Family Matters from 1989 to 1998?
What about 1998?
You know, like you remember one episode, Eddie experienced racial profiling from the
Oh
two
yeah.
white cops, and his father's like, Eddie, what are you talking about, son? I'm a cop.
Mm-hmm.
And then his father, were you surprised?
You talking about Family Matters?
Yes.
Yeah.
And were you surprised? The Eddie's father had to learn the hard way and had to listen to his son later.
That was the reality. That's been our reality with the police. Since the
Police.
rights movement, really.
Right.
Because prior to that, they were a presence in our communities, but mainly they was the Ku Klux Klan and the white militia groups that used to terrorize black neighborhoods, and that's why we started the gangs, the Crips, and the Bloods to protect the neighborhoods from the white mobs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I wasn't surprised.
Not surprised. This was in 1994. I think it was like season 5, episode 14 or 16.
No, my mom had already had to talk with me about how they hate me and they want to kill me, and nothing she can do once they get their hands on me. That all that had already been taught in my household before that episode.
Right. Prior to watching that episode. Right. So you had like an early exposure, especially your mom, giving you game early on.
Yeah. Mom gave me a lot of game early on.
Yeah. I'm sure you expressed gratitude for that. So she prepared you how to navigate, move.
Yep. All
Like
of that.
playing chess, in other words.
Yep. I'm lucky to have the mom I do.
Yeah.
So moving along, we got new cases inside the global skin cancer surge. So I was hoping Shabaka was going to be here for this because he's always talking about how hot it is in Vegas and how he wants the Nabiscos to burn, to come out there and sit out there in the sun with him, and they have to leave their sunscreen at home. So, did you know, Michael? You remember Rachel Dolezal?
Yes, I remember Rachel Dolezal, the one who claimed to be FBA, right?
Yeah, she got skin cancer.
Oh my God! Wow, I'm surprised. I'm learning about this.
They're only giving her like, I think, a year to live, something crazy like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Rachel Dolezal should do more than just rein the police and fight for reparations? In your honest opinion, Jesse?
I mean, on her way out, I guess that's what she could do, especially since she infiltrated the NAACP in Seattle.
Right, how they operate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They let that white woman pass as a black woman all that time. Like, what the hell?
So I have to ask, when Rachel Dolezal tried to change her skin color, did she also change her? Did she like code switch?
I guess.
Guess.
Say that.
Like if you had to meet her today, right, and she talked like Kisa, what would you say to her?
Stop cosplaying. Rachel, stop acting like you're something you're not.
Right.
Rachel Dolezal. That shit was hilarious.
Hilarious. I know. I remember Phyllis Scott gave her credit for reining the police.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
And do you think Phil Scott should like put pressure on her to do more than that? In your honest opinion?
Yes, because it's a white privilege for good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Tyrone Muhammad did not respond to my reparations pledge. So now I understand why Tyrone never supports reparations or never put on his website.
Mm-hmm.
Or why Phil Scott doesn't pressure him. Because Phil Scott is very independent and Phil Scott wants to make it very open-ended, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I see a pattern.
Yeah.
Because Phil Scott, I know, likes to give his guests like the mic
Mm-hmm.
and not really like ask thought-provoking questions.
Yeah. I mean, Afro showed an interview he did like 6-7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty on point though.
Right. Or do you think because maybe Phil Scott is trying to save his energy for his family? What do you think?
It might be that. I know. I think he's trying to save his brand.
Yeah.
His brand is the African Diaspora News
Channel. But I noticed Phil Scott has been cooling down somewhat. Do you think maybe because he was stressed out in the beginning? Because I remember in the past, Phil Scott used to, I don't want to say yell, but he almost wanted to like yell, but he had to keep his composure.
Yeah. Especially when he had the Advice show.
Right. Like, did you honestly think Phil Scott did the right thing by yelling because he cared so much about brothers and sisters?
I mean, you can yell, but are you really going to reach the people yelling?
Right. Or do you think maybe because when he grew up in Port Arthur, Texas, he had to move quickly to avoid sundown town?
Mm-hmm. It could be a combination of all that.
All that? Yeah.
Yeah, I found the video I was looking for. So
Mhm.
Lisa will give us an update on the new cases inside the global skin cancer surge.
Mhm.
Burn Nabisco burn.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Yeah, she got skin cancer now, Nabi.
Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we know the world is heating up, and heat waves are lasting longer. And there's a lot of sunburned people I've seen online especially from Europe, because of all the heat waves. So, ladies and gentlemen, skin cancer is surging globally, all over the world. There are more and more cases of skin cancer, melanoma. So here in the US, we always had a high cancer rate too, out here in the West part of the world. And white people usually lead in this country of having the most skin cancer cases. Well, right behind them are the Native Americans, or what they call the quote unquote Native Americans. They are the second group of having the highest rate of cancer in America. We know they're Siberians, they're Asians, but this country for centuries tried to make us believe they are the original people of the land. They came from somewhere else, which means they can't be original at all. So We're going to get into this, y'all. And I'm telling you, it is heating up in America. And I told y'all about the heat dome. This time is going to be over the Midwest. Now, we do have 4 days in a row in the 90s that's coming up this week. But after that, we drop back to the 80s, and the Midwest will be looking at triple-digit temperatures that will go on until the very end of this month. That's how long the heat dome will be hovering over that spot. So my subscribers that live in the Midwest, stay cool. Do whatever you can. Keep yourself hydrated. If you can be in a cool place, be there. Check on your elderly. Check on, school is out pretty much for most of the country. So, just make sure your kids and your elders are also staying well hydrated and staying in cooler temperatures. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's about to turn into a furnace over the Midwest. So let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah. Yeah, Wania, they were over there at one point in time on TikTok talking about they gonna sue Black Americans because we were trying to claim we were indigenous. And our folks were over there saying, yeah, go ahead, take us to court because we can prove it. We can prove it. And that just kind of fizzled out. Talking about we need to be sued. And everybody was like, hey, go right ahead. We would love to get in court and prove who we are. And they dropped that real fast. Thank you for the ones.
They trying to tell us that bone straight hair ass, light skin ass, thin nose ass Asians came across a motherfucking mile high sheet of ice, got to South America and started growing curly afros and curly long hair and shit. That's what they say science says, when the same science says that is impossible and you cannot get dominant genes from recessive genes. So how the fuck did they come from where they came from, looking how they look, and got down here and looking totally different? But if we know what we know, that the shit that's in South America by the equator is indigenous to everywhere around the planet next to the equator. So, I mean, two and two is 4, bro. Y'all not finna tell me some light-skinned ass motherfuckers came down this bitch and went to growing afros and went to getting melanin and shit. Get the hell out of here with that.
We need all the help we can get. Akin nakain ng ng pagkumulan. Pagsak niya. Nakain.
Next.
Wake up, new crisis caused by Elon just dropped. So everybody knows about the ozone, right? So the ozone is this layer of sunscreen around the Earth that blocks the cancer-causing color of light, UVA and UVB, from reaching the surface and giving everyone cancer. And there are a few chemicals that we've identified historically that are a big problem because they go up into the air and they eat up this layer, and then everyone gets cancer. But luckily, humanity got together and decided we should stop doing that, and we did. And for a while, it was working. You can see the hole getting smaller and smaller and smaller, but then a few years ago, something happened. And now it's just as bad as it's ever been all of a sudden. So why is that? What could be causing a sudden reversal despite the fact that we banned the chemicals that we thought were most responsible? Well, they're saying maybe it's the weather, maybe it's volcanoes for some reason. Suddenly, despite the fact that we banned the chemicals that were causing this, that we knew were causing this, and everything was getting better, suddenly it's getting so much worse than ever before. So what's causing it? It's Starlink. A new study has explained how these enormous number of satellites burning up in the atmosphere releases chemicals that also react with ozone and cause it to be depleted and cause the ozone layer to be destroyed. They identified a number of chemicals that are released when thousands of these satellites burn up all over the world. 17 metric tons, right, of these satellites burning up, right? And it's going to be a lot more because the whole point of Starlink, the whole reason Starlink exists is to create launch demand because there is no market for SpaceX to ever break even. And so investors invest in Starlink. That money goes to SpaceX to pay for launches, and SpaceX can allegedly break even, right? It's allegedly a viable business because they're inventing all of this demand for launches. But that launch demand contains toxic chemicals that are being released into the atmosphere when these burn up every year because they only last for a short time in the sky. And then these chemicals are released and it destroys the ozone all over the world. And one of the things that's really interesting and different about this cause of ozone depletion is it's everywhere because these satellites are everywhere and they're destroying the atmosphere and the ozone everywhere around the world when they burn up everywhere around the world. And if you look at the timeline, they last up to a year before they start burning up. And right here, when things were the best, this is when it started. They started launching them. A year later, this is what it looked like. And this study explains in detail all of the different chemicals and how they react specifically, and they include models and explanations for all of it. I would check this out. It's an interesting study. So if you get skin cancer in the near future, you'll know who's to blame.
I want to see y'all IQ test your way out of this one. The nationalities most susceptible to skin cancer: New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Netherlands, Denmark, Slovenia, the US, Great Britain, Finland, Czech, Germany, Ireland, and Belgium. And the rest is just a bunch of more white countries.
Jews are indigenous to the state of Israel.
They claim they're indigenous to the land, but then they turn around and have the second highest rate of skin cancer in the entire world. The math ain't mathing.
In 1930, skin cancer was almost unheard of. Today, we're heading towards 1 in 45 people have it. That's not just a bump, that's an explosion. Here's what makes zero sense. Over that same century, we went outside less and used more sunscreen than any generation ever has in history. If the sun was really the villain, the rates should be dropping. Instead, they went vertical. Now, before every dermatologist on this app runs to my comment section, yes, some of that is better detection, but better detection does not explain in a 30-fold jump. Be serious now. The sunscreen research is very uncomfortable. A 2018 meta-analysis, 29 studies, over 300,000 people. Its conclusion, word for word, did not confirm the expected protected benefit of sunscreen against skin cancer in the general population. Those are their words, not mine. So what's the driver of skin cancer that nobody wants to fund a study on? Your diet, the oxidative state of your skin, decided by what you eat long before you step into the sun. A body full of seed oils reacts very differently than a body that is nourished. To be very clear, don't toss your sunscreen. Burning is real damage. But the idea that the sun was the only villain was always too convenient. Maybe it was never just about the sun. Follow for the questions that they stopped asking.
That's the problem. Y'all think whatever you don't like, whatever you don't want to hear, I'll make you disappear. I'll unalive you. Yeah, you think that's going to magically make it go away? Is that how you think reality works? Whatever you don't like, whatever you don't want to hear, you just get rid of it and you make it go quiet. And that solves the problem. But I could die today, God forbid. You're still gonna go outside and catch skin cancer. All right, that shit doesn't change anything. So I could pass away right now, God forbid. You would still go outside and catch skin cancer. That's not gonna change anything. The fuck? That's why you guys think you're the superior race, because you're so good at lying to yourself. That's all y'all do.
You
I have a big
freckler. Oh, okay. So this is a basal cell skin cancer.
That is?
So this one probably needs to be cut and stitched.
What?
Oh, cut.
And then stitch me up?
Yeah.
How soon should he do this? Because I've been telling him, Mike, you need to go to the dermatologist.
Yeah, you do. It needs to be removed so it doesn't keep growing and taking over normal skin.
Good Lord.
So he should make an appointment today.
You should.
Did you know that skin cancer is the most common cancer in the United States? Most skin cancers are a result of exposure to UV radiation and can be prevented. So things you can do to protect yourself. First, slip on a shirt. Secondly, slop on sunscreen. SPF 50 or higher, broad spectrum, which means it will protect you from both UVA and UVB. And make sure to check the expiration date. Third, slap on a large wide brim hat that also covers your neck and your ears. And don't forget your eyes. Learn how to correctly apply sunscreen, skin check, and everything you need to know about being safe out in the sun here in this website.
Jews are indigenous to the states of Israel.
They claim they're indigenous to the land, but then they turn around and have the second highest rate of skin cancer in the entire world. The math ain't mathing.
In 1930, skin cancer was almost unheard of. Today, we're heading towards 1 in 45 people have it. That's not just a bump, that's an explosion. Here's what makes zero sense. Over that same century, we went outside less and used more sunscreen than any generation ever.
So y'all, now some of them are trying to say that they burn due to the fact that they eat too much junk. Now that I do believe. I do. You know, they always try to act like they eat so healthy and eat so good. I'm one of those people that's willing to bet they eat a lot of junk when they're at home. I think they do more than, I think they're the biggest consumer of junk. Just based on what I see when I'm around them in the supermarket. They always have the big tub of ice cream, all kinds of candy, sugary cereals. I see that in their cart. That's what I see. I see that in their cart all day and all night. So, I mean, I can see it being more than just the sun in their case. Yeah. So, y'all, this is everywhere. The Most High is busy. He is busy. And that sun is doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to nourish the things that are supposed to be here and destroy the things that are not supposed to be here. Know what I mean? Yeah, you know, Donald Trump. And I believe Donald Trump has had skin cancer too. I'm just saying, I believe he's had it. I know Joe Biden did because when he was in office, they even announced his skin cancer. So he definitely had it. But y'all, the fact that this is one of these things that's growing and skyrocketing all over the world says a lot. You know, I remember back when they were talking about climate change, they were talking about how the world was heating up. And, you know, they still had time to do something about it. I don't know what they thought they were going to do. Well, as we can see with these heat domes coming, you know, they can't do nothing about it. It is way beyond their control. They wouldn't burn up their own people if they had full control over the weather. Yeah. This is the cleanse, Jeremy. Yeah, you're right. It is the cleanse. Oh yeah, the sun is undefeated. The sun is undefeated. Yeah, remember Bill Gates was trying to block out the sun? Y'all remember when people were chattering about that just a few years ago? Now, Bill Gates was trying to come up with ways to block out the sun. And I was like, who wants to block out the sun? What? Well, as you can see, if he did, it's not doing any good. But I remember that. And I remember us talking about it. And I just never could understand how he was going to pull that off. You know, you couldn't block the sun out without it impacting everything on Earth. It would literally impact everything that grows on the Earth. And you're going to do that for one group of people? No. Mm-hmm.
She just answered the question.
Yeah, well, I don't know how do you reverse the sun though? Come on. That's, to me, when I heard it, it sounded very unrealistic. And it must be because now all of these heat domes and all this excessive heat is coming.
Mm.
T-Key 116.
Lord, what are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Hey, Lady Che, how you doing?
What? Tired and tired and loud. What's going on? I had thoughts, but here are my thoughts. My thoughts are this. I kind of feel like the satellite thing sounds more realistic because that shit right there is already up in the atmosphere. Would it burn up? Yeah, probably so. That motherfucker doesn't give a fuck what's colonized space. It would surprise me. However, this is what I think it is. The sun is a little different this year. You can tell it's really, really bad when it's been really bad for the last couple of years. When it was like terrible for Africa, like maybe 3 years back, 4 years back. So this year it's like it's pretty bad. Like France people are dying like 1,000 a day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty bad like right now. Here in the United States, these little pockets or what I guess domes or whatever you're calling it, or she called it. I don't really know. I didn't see the video. All I could do is hear it. There's so much shit right here that you can't watch the video. So I can't watch the video. So it's like it's whatever. But I'm sure there's some visuals to that. There's so much shit right here you can't watch it. What else? So I don't know. But I think that it's really hot, like not really hot. When you go outside, you really can't tell until towards like how many hours you're out. Really can't tell. I don't think you can really tell unless you stay in one spot for like more than 2-3 minutes. You can tell. As long as you're standing in one
Cheesy's in the building.
Who?
Cheesy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Like-
Keezy.
Like for example,
Peace. How you doing?
good. When I got like we went to the Black festival, I got a little bit of a sunburn towards the end of the afternoon. We were out there for 5 hours, but every time we stopped somewhere, that's where I felt like the heat was a little bit more dangerous than usual. But already go outside is not a big deal. I never really got sunburned. This time I did a little bit on my driving arm mostly, and my like a little piece of my face, but that's about it. And it was like I don't know how to explain it. Like it was ugly, the little burn I got. Because the heat, you could still feel like I had a little piece on my chest, like from my t-shirt, and you can feel it. It's still hot. So, and that's been days now. I think it's just a little different. I think that it was different this year. Each year it gets a little bit worse. Back then when they were talking about the climate and what to do about it, it was like during the time of like Al Gore, right? They had a whole plan of things they could do to make the climate better. Nobody wanted to listen, so it never got done. And then now, like with Trump pulling out of the climate thing, which he wanted to do, It only made it worse. So I think that all this drilling, everything that they've been doing, when I say them, I mean them, fucking, they have to colonize, they have to take everything from the earth. There's no polar caps, there's no Antarctica, there's no glaciers, there's no water. You know what I mean? Everything's been drained, siphoned off. So
I've never had a sunscreen. I've never had a
what?
He's saying that.
What?
But
Sunburn?
well, yeah, because the thing is that as black or melanated, you don't really get them, but like you have to get them. Like you do get it. Jesse got one. There's like a little bit on his face.
No, I've never really ever in my whole life had it.
I have, like, look how fair I am though. It is natural for me, but it took fucking all day. It took all day. It took like 5 fucking hours for me to get it, and I only got it. I think I got it at the bus stop. We were waiting for the bus. Like I went all day long. I even made a video. I didn't have it on me until we were sitting at the bus stop. As soon as we got back, and then that's when I got in the house. That's when we noticed that. We didn't notice it any other time until we were at the bus stop. Right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I even made a video. I was like sitting there trying to see how the lives work now on the Facebook thing. I didn't have it then. And it's like the way it's just on my driving arm, and my other arm is a weird ass little pattern. And barely my face. Jesse had it just barely on the tip of his nose.
I don't have nothing on the tip of my nose.
He's lying. He does.
No.
Yes, he is. Lying.
I don't.
He's fucking lying.
I don't.
He's lying. That shit was
Just imagine
deep red.
shit that's not even there. But I did have one time when I went to Las Vegas.
Hey, Jesse.
And when he was guarding, why do you lie? Like,
My face
it's all
did
right.
peel.
It's all right. Like, look, just because you're black, don't
My
think
face
you can't get a little
No,
redder
not like
than
that.
everybody else. Also, you're not red now.
No, my mom used to say that. My mom used to say that black people can get sunburned, but we just never seen it. We haven't seen it. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
I thought so too, until my face peeled.
Yeah, like you're expecting to peel. I'm not expecting to peel. I expect this to blend right into my natural fucking arm, and I would be like peanut butter, like I've been every summer. You know.
The only nigga I've ever seen peeling was the nigga on TikTok that put the cream on his face and thought he was, the moist nigga y'all been seeing the videos and everything. That's the only. I think maybe he might have got a sunburn. He put that cream on his face trying to be slick.
I think
y'all seen that dude?
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
You see, and
that
that's the
is
thing.
hilarious, man.
White people peel like
That is
snakes.
hilarious.
I'm not gonna peel. I'm gonna blend right in. Because if the peel, it would have already started. You know what I mean? It,
Hey,
like,
Paul.
I was
Like
already.
when she was talking, I almost started hearing that sad music. Like how when those videos of that dude be coming on TikTok about when he put that cream on.
Hey, Colisi.
The thing is like this though. I think the sun felt awful. Like towards like that still. Like because we went to the festival, and when we probably were leaving to go home to Jesse's house, we were sitting at the bus stop, and the sun was onto the left of me. All the way
Sounds
through.
like it's real awful out there in France.
Oh yeah, they're dropping like flies out there. So much they don't have nowhere to put them. They don't have nowhere to put them, so the bodies are just melting everywhere. Like after it is so hot that the rate of like the body.
That is beautiful. I mean, that's horrible.
Yeah.
It's that only like a quarter of them got AC.
Yeah.
Shit, that's
I love that. I mean, dang, man, that's messed up.
Yeah. Hey, Colisi. Colisi.
Yeah.
Hey, Burn.
disintegrating in the street. Like, well, like
Cookie. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Kokizi. Is it Kokizi?
Yeah, Kokizi.
Hey,
I'm
Kokizi.
listening.
By the way,
Listening.
I watched your previous clip about when you talk about when asking allies about reparations, right? Initially they say yes, right? But when you ask them specifically,
Yep,
they
they
freeze. And then you emphasize to the individual allies when they're going to be fighting for reparations, they gotta say exclusively. When you say exclusive, like, that's a key word for legislators, right? And I compare it to like when people go to the gym, they pay a membership fee. That means exclusive to those who pay into the program. So I'm definitely going to use that in the next reparations meeting. Thank you, Kolizi, for that.
Kokizi.
Kokizi. Sorry, Kokizi.
Yeah, hey, you know what? And a good way to say it is just lineage-based policy, because you don't have to keep going around yelling the word reparations everywhere. We trying to get away from that, and we use
Right.
different lingo. So just lineage-based policy specific to this lineage. That's all we advocating about.
Right.
Right. And you did a good job breaking it down. And also the difference between
I appreciate it.
welfare and lineage-based policies. Perfect breakdown, right? And yeah, I
Uh,
definitely understand the differences. And unfortunately, the Mazungus, right? Since they claim they have a high IQ, unfortunately, cannot
I'm not lying.
Just accept
I didn't.
understand differences or refuse
No,
to
I didn't.
acknowledge the differences.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. If I had sunburn, my face would still be hurting. My face don't
My
hurt.
perspectives don't hurt either.
She
But
wants you to.
Kokizi, shout
She
out to
wants
you
you
for
to
the
be
good work.
part of the bit. Hey man, thank you, man. Thank you. Man.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
It's like,
Now I'm trying to figure out these birds.
like
Jesse,
nothing
if you out there burning up, man, we can see if we can find you some sunscreen, man. That is cold business.
like, I'm looking at him right now and I can still see it. And he's like a
I
fucking
put
liar.
some
Like nothing
See
happened.
Jesse's
what?
about to start. Jesse's
I'm,
about to start looking like Michael Jackson.
what is she saying? Does it look like my nose is burnt?
Just because you're under the light and you're dark as camera does not mean anybody can see what the fuck I see. I'm sitting right here.
That
looking
nigga is
at
starting to look like Michael Jackson from the Pepsi commercial.
you.
I know Jesse's like strong. It's like, oh, I don't have sunburn. I can make it through, right, Jesse?
Over the line, like
What do I see?
Yeah, we know you trying to be strong, bro. You just gotta put the cream on, man.
What is it? Where is the sun? Where is the sunburn?
I don't
Where?
see any.
chocolate strawberry.
Where? I don't have no two-tone, nothing going on. Like, what is she talking about?
Lady Che, get him some good cream. Get him some of that good sunscreen cream and an avocado wrap, and he's gonna be good.
Time his ass was all light skinned and red. So I don't know what the fuck he talking about.
That's the native in me, goddammit.
Yeah, it's sure did come out now, huh? It was lay dormant.
And get him some ambrosia salad.
So now you know you just red chocolate strawberry prickle looking at.
Yeah,
Huh?
my hair turned
Hot
red
chocolate
too.
chips? Huh?
Yeah. Oh, you thought I'm not two-tone?
No, I'm telling you, Judge, you look like a motherfucking
I'm not 2 and 3
like a fucking
tones.
black Indian, cause
You got to get that sunscreen and that ambrosia salad.
why? Cause oh god,
Of course, I look like I'm
before we went to the
Aboriginal.
motherfucking thing, you was dark as fuck. We get outside, now your skin is like chocolate and bread. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Lady Che make a mean green bean casserole.
That's no damn sunburn.
It is. Okay, so the sun brought out the redness in your skin. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Hey,
So what-
Kokizi, I gotta tell you the good news.
I think that's a sunburn.
What does that mean, though?
What happened? Hey, I heard you on Jason Black a couple times.
Yeah, Kokizi, your colleague Jesse and I got knocked out your Congresswoman Diana DeGette out of office.
Yeah, fuck that bitch.
Hey,
Oh yeah, I was seeing that. They didn't get that bitch out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This,
By follow on reparations, and we found out that your former Congresswoman withdrew support for HR 40.
Lord.
I mean, I don't have support for HR 40 myself, but you know, tack her up anyway. Tack her up anyway. But I don't have no support for HR 40, and if you even mention that, I'm gonna be side eyeing you anyway. Like, hey man, ain't nobody worried about, ain't nobody demanding no studies.
Right.
HR 40 should be shredded. It's not even good enough to fucking wipe nobody's ass.
Yeah.
That's one of them triggers. That's like saying black and brown or people of
I know.
color. If you say
Right.
HR
Right.
40, we instantly gonna be on your helmet.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this shit is trash. I'm already getting upset. I'm like, fuck that. Shred that bitch. Burn it. Don't bring it up every 2 years. And they brought it up, and what happened? They had 2 conferences, and that was that.
That was that. Yep.
And maybe we should go over that. Maybe we should go over what to say when somebody comes up with that. It's like, look, okay, you know, I understand that you're passionate about studying and stuff, but
It's like,
Oh, you breaking up, Keezy.
Yeah,
a
we
long
can hear
time
you.
ago.
Are you at work?
40 years.
No, we ain't doing no more study. We ain't doing
Yeah.
no more study. That's all I'm saying. Look,
Right.
you want to study, if you mention that study, then that lets me know that you don't want nothing on the table, tangible, serious. You want a symbol.
Yep. You want
Yep.
symbolism? Yep.
Yeah, more symbolism, so that way
Kick
they can soften
the
the
can
demand for
down the
reparations.
road.
Yeah, that's all they doing.
That study is gonna kick the can down the road for another 60 years.
Yep.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Pacifier.
Yep.
And they'll
Oh,
be
and by the
celebrating and doing a touchdown celebration dance for another 20 years about that if they pass that.
yep,
Mm-hmm.
and yes, and cool.
For study. It's not even a study. It's a request to study a study.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, Kukizi, I forgot to tell you as well. When Jesse and Lacey asked me to contact Teddy for Phil Weiser, your gubernatorial candidate, guess what happened at the Zoom meeting? Phil Weiser's staffer, Teddy, kicked me out when I kept pressing him about reparations for Colorado, lineage base.
I mean, well, that's the thing. You're gonna have to get used to that. Anytime you say anything about lineage-based anything towards
You talk about black shit.
foundational Black Americans, you're gonna get nothing but pushback, kicked out, hit upside the head, gone to jail, unalived, and everything else. So that's what's gonna happen. Look forward to it.
Yep, and I definitely emailed several of the gubernatorial candidates in your state about reparations, lineage. So far, they have yet to respond.
And they're not gonna respond, like I said.
Well,
They
yeah.
talk about black shit. That's it. It's a wrap. They cut it off.
I said I'm the only candidate that care about black people in this damn state.
Yep. But yeah, another
I
good
mean,
news.
there's not even a lot of residents out here that care as much about that. They don't care. They just, you know, they just here along for the ride, following along whatever the rest of everybody in the country does. And they're usually the last to get on board around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and yeah, as I was telling Jesse and Lacey, yeah, Phil Weiser is about gay team or gay pride.
Oh my god.
When I was at that Zoom meeting, so it told me everything that I need to know and passed the message to Jesse, Lacey, and several FBAs, not to support Phil Weiser in 2026.
But Phil Wise is like the.
I agree.
the
Hey, but we can look forward to more people sounding on code now, since because look, you know the bootleg media, they they're regurgitating our talking points now, a lot of them. So you're gonna hear a lot of more locals in Denver starting to sound like us. But you know, when you press them on the serious stuff, and you hit them with the Dr. Francis Crest and the Claude Andersons, they ain't gonna know what they ain't gonna be on.
Yeah.
They gonna have to be educated.
Mm-hmm.
And many of them ain't gonna want to hear it. They go right back into the Obama talk. Right.
Right. Oh, cool. And Kukizi, I was wondering if Jesse has emailed you the anti-black hate crime petition.
No.
Nah, but
Oh,
but I did have legislation that I thought I shared it with y'all. But
You shared it.
and I did talk to some people about it, and they were talking about that they kind of just tried to discourage me. Basically, they just trying to say that we're
Mm.
gonna need lobbyists and we're gonna need all this money to get this legislation into legislation, and that can't be the final legislation. That's gonna have to be rewritten and all this other stuff, and they just try to discourage me, but I ain't discouraged.
Yep.
You need to find a sponsor.
Yep, they told me that.
That's all. Like that's what he told me too. So if no fuck all that about this money shit. They don't need money, and even so, we shouldn't have to pay it. They owe
It's
us.
it's a policy that the policy. If they believe in that type of policy, then they don't have to be written by me. You can rewrite it as long as those goals are in there,
Yeah.
and you don't add any people of color and everybody gets it type of language. Then we all gonna get on board.
Right. Yeah, but
I
Kokizi.
don't want the credit for writing the bill. I don't want nothing to do with that. I just did it because it ain't been done and ain't nobody doing it, and we need it.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. But Kokizi. Oh, so go ahead, Lady Che.
So like whatever you do, you can only.
And I'm glad we talking about that because that ain't over and nothing happened from that. And I still need to keep beating the door down about that.
Yeah.
That shit. That shit ain't. I don't see nobody else saying nothing lineage based other than Jesse, and Jesse's not in office. So
Right. Not currently.
So what?
not right now.
You know.
Man, I didn't got into it with Theo so hard to the point.
Theo Wilson.
Yeah, but he got the
And I done called him a tether and everything. We cool and all, but I had to tell him like, no, but because he started talking about we can't talk about Africans and we discussed crime in Chicago. I'm like, what? Man, that's the most tethered thing to say that I could think of, man. That is the tetherest thing, man.
Right.
You sitting up here. There ain't no rape fest or grape. I'm sorry, y'all. There ain't no graping going on like that in Chicago.
Right.
Yeah, and by the way, Kokizi, Philip Scott hired your man, Theo Wilson, to be a contributor on African
I
diaspora.
know. And I'm going to tell you how. I bet you that happens. My speculation is that was, I'm just throwing it out there. I think it might have been Vicky D that hooked him up.
To Philip Scott.
Vicky D. Vicky Diller put on
How the fuck does that happen when you? Vicky Diller.
Nah. She's still probably cool with dude.
Even though he literally disrespected her right on live TV.
Oh, Phil?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I'm surprised
Phil did?
Yes.
Wow.
RFK Jr. was on the show, on Jeff's show.
Yeah. I saw that.
Because she was just at Phil's event in Houston, I thought.
No, not Uncle Phil, not Theo's.
Uncle Philip, yeah, Philip Scott. Your uncle Kokizi.
Yeah, but they all on Phil's platform. Theo on that platform, and I don't know. Maybe he reached out to Phil on his own, or maybe Vicky might have said something. They know each other.
Yeah.
Vicky ain't no hater. You can hate on Vicky, and she's still gonna pull the strings and get you to where you need to be.
That's true.
Yep. And by the way, Vicky Dillard, as a matter of fact, Philip Scott, the music, they were at the Ohio Expo.
Yeah.
And guess what happened? The event was very was intense because one of the president from the NAACP said, we need to be about black and brown. And the crowd booed and boo.
I played that. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Man, I crashed out.
Cynthia Haynes was there, by the way. And Philip Scott gave the brother like 12
I like our
months.
sister Demetra. Our sister Demetra gave him that look. Oh, that was hilarious.
Yep. And Cynthia Haynes, who was I'm sorry, Cynthia Haynes in the chat was actually at the event.
She's in the chat right now.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, Kokizi, would you
She's
be
in the
interested?
chat. She's in the chat.
Who? Cynthia Haynes? No, she was in
Yeah.
God's live stream not too long ago.
Oh, I see somebody in the chat. Hey, Goddess, she's on point always, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Goddess Navi.
Yep. Shout out to Goddess Navi as well. Yep. Well, yeah, cool. Yeah, Kokizi, would you be interested in attending a virtual reparations meeting with Jesse, Lady J, and several FBAs if you're interested?
On the 30th.
Where is this at?
Oh, it's virtual.
You know, oh, it's virtual for time.
So one is scheduled for July 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For Jesse, Lady J, and you will be probably 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
11, I possibly could do that. We said that's on a what day?
July 23rd.
It's a Thursday.
Yeah, I think I could do that.
Yep. And then another one's July 30th, still pending with Congresswoman Nakia Williams.
And where is she? Where's this lady from?
Georgia, Atlanta.
Georgia, Atlanta.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I talked to her.
Yes. And so what I learned from Nakia Williams, like I noticed that like to put like forced reparations in her face, I noticed that she is very, how do I say this? Like she doesn't like to take a lot of heat. So I figure we'll just begin with the anti-Black hate crime bill. You know what I mean? Something that she's familiar with, especially when she passed the anti-Asian hate crime bill, COVID-19, in 2021.
Oh, she voted for that, huh?
Yes. So I figured that, to do it, I guess I'm trying to say do it like step by step, legislation by legislation.
Yeah, let's pull up her voting record on that, and then pull up some harms that happen to some Black people around the country, especially in her state, and then ask her about the lineage-based policy aimed at us.
Right.
Yep.
She ain't got it.
Because if you because that leaves you no way out and put you on the hot seat. It'll be recorded. You're out there forever.
Right.
You just said you voted for sure to protect these folks, but when it comes to your own folks, you ain't got nothing. You want to be going on record for that?
Nothing.
That's how you rocking?
Right.
But you got something.
Well, put you on the Summer Jam screen.
You got something for
reasons.
So yeah, I think as long as you put it together like something similar to that, or something like in a nice way to put it out there, and maybe that she might come the other way. We might be wrong. We could be wrong, and hopefully we are. Hopefully she just be like, you know what, this is the lineage-based policy. I'm glad you asked me, and here it is. Boom. And then that might be a thing. Who knows?
Yeah.
I doubt it, but
Yeah, because I looked at Congresswoman Nakia Williams' website. Obviously, she's running for the midterms. Her website mentions very vague. For example, it says closing the wealth gap through capital investment, down payment assistance, business opportunities, and did not mention lineage-based gas payment reparations. So she definitely fall very short on details.
I would consider that when you're doing your line of questioning. I would consider that. Maybe say that. Hey, seems a little vague here. What's going on with the specific?
Right. Yeah. So the goal.
Nobody knows what none of this stuff you're saying. You're just saying words. You saying, oh, the disparity. Those are just words, man. Tell me what that means.
Right.
translate into policy.
Policies.
Right.
Got it. Translate into policies. Key word. Yeah, like I said, Kolkisi, I'm definitely learning from you, Jesse, late say, as I'm advocating for reparations for lineage over time.
Yeah, well, we'll get down to it.
Yeah.
What are you guys playing here on the menu?
What do I have on the menu?
Yes, sir.
Direct lineage based cash payments. They're working on this.
Nah, yeah. As far as the show, I was trying to figure out what we learning tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm stuck on the Black agenda.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Boosie. This is Jay-Z.
Oh Lord, nah.
We got Vlad declares war on California election fraud.
I wonder why do bootlicks think one bootlick think he can diss another bootlick?
I know, it's crazy, huh?
Sambos attacking each other,
huh?
Then we got Victor Marx, the new governor for the Republicans.
Yep, for Colorado, which I reached out to.
Oh no.
About the reparations pledge.
Then we got Nolan Wells, black and white, the hair long. We got TPS ended. Who's actually getting blamed? Officials following that meta into Wyoming. Good, but normal is better. The blackout grows. The boycott takes another turn. And our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver / Aurora news.
All right.
So now we are going on to the Boosie shit. Wait, the gas prices just changed this conflict forever. Oil prices could crash.
Oh, hey, Kokisi.
Keezy, are you still there? He went on mute because he's at work.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. I was going to tell him something a little later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Say
so
it because I can't be holding on to my phone
Okay.
on me.
Yeah, I was just telling Lady J, Jesse Sabaka, Donald Trump's answer to the rising gas prices to Becky's and Karen's who drive pickup trucks. Please don't drive pickup trucks. Please don't drive pickup trucks because they cause gas prices to rise 3 times faster. Please drive energy efficient vehicles. That's President Donald Trump's message to Becky's and Brad's to ditch the pickup trucks and drive something more energy efficient.
Tell Donald Trump I'm getting ready to go put a full tank of gas in my Chevy Avalanche, and I'm gonna rev it up real hard for him.
Oh man. And so the Brad and Becky's, I mean,
Hey, I got the glass pipe. I got the glass pack pipes too, boy. It's gonna blow his hairpiece off.
Yeah. Oh man. Sometimes Donald Trump cracks up people.
Yeah, he's a damn
Hey man, he's a funny guy. I'll give him that. He cracks me the fuck up. I'll be laughing hard in the paint when I hear him disrespecting people all nonchalant. Matter of fact, he disrespects you so matter of factly. He's so matter of fact with his disrespect.
Right.
And he just be telling a dang old lie too.
Yeah.
He just come matter of factly with a whole lie.
Right.
It's gonna be the best thing in the world. Nobody's ever done it. Most man, you're lying the whole time. Your whole gestures.
Right. And by the way, Kokisi, Philip Scott voted for Donald Trump in 2024.
I believe it. Let's move on.
That's Phil Scott's prerogative. What does that matter to me? I don't care who nobody wants.
Right.
Right.
Buy 12 tribes on earth, hair growth oil and hair magic elixir, unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that
All here, hope you're doing well. Oh, not unless you've been living in a closet. The war is back on. I told y'all this peace plan and all that ceasefire talk wasn't going nowhere. I told you this war was never going to be over, and it's not. And I am not surprised. Now, Donald Trump is all in the media talking about the ceasefire is dead. Okay, so the stock market dropped. It completely crashed. And there's already rumblings of higher gas prices again. Yes.
Yeah.
Higher gas prices is coming because the war is in full effect. So last night, the U.S. struck Iran. And today, Iran retaliated and fired on some more U.S. bases over there in the Middle East. I believe it was in Kuwait. So they fired back today. So they're going back and forth. It's a very active war, just like it was before. And y'all, this thing is never going to end. We're going to be at the end of the year, and they're still going to be talking the same crap, and it's never going to go anywhere. We are in those times. Things are really falling apart for the U.S., and it's only getting worse, y'all. It's only going to get worse. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
Right.
Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
I feel sorry for these young people that are in the military. I do. I mean, my heart goes out to them. I don't care what Donald Trump and his minions say. You know, nobody in their families are going to be on the front line. None of them. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Especially the Mzungus going to be on the front line.
We know Jesse won't be out there without no sunscreen.
Yeah, I'm good without sunscreen. This lady Cheddar needs a sunscreen. I'm good.
It's a significant tit for tat moment. This now that you can trace this back to the memorandum of understanding, that rather fragile peace deal between Iran and the US. Then over recent days, the Iranians have attacked what we believe are 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that each of them was using a route going near Omani waters that it did not approve. Now they attacked them with what are called projectiles. I think in effect that is drones. None of these ships sank, but all of them were damaged. And whenever that has happened before, the United States has responded. It's an important time in Iran because it's the funeral of the Ayatollah who was killed on the first day of that joint American-Israeli attack right at the end of February. The Americans had said that they wouldn't attack Iran during this period, but that has gone out of the window because we then had around 80 attacks by US forces. Now, these were on air defense systems in Iran, but also on what they described as anti-ship missiles, and also on small boats used by the Iranians to launch these attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 80 is a high number for this sort of reprisal attacks, and the Americans were clear that this was a punishment attack. This was not supposed to be a sort of 1 for 1. It would have been extraordinary if Iran hadn't responded, and of course they have. They say that they have launched 85 attacks using missiles and drones against sites in Bahrain and Kuwait, and identifying some of these as being American installation, American military bases.
I want to go outside.
The strikes are still ongoing as far as we know. A U.S. official told me that these are going to be much more extensive than some of the more recent retaliatory strikes we've seen by the U.S. military that have been in response to Iran firing missiles or drones at commercial shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we know so far the U.S. military has already struck a number of different sites. They're going after things like surface-to-air missiles, coastal surveillance sites, anti-ship cruise missile sites, drone launching facilities, and other port facilities. But so far as we know, the majority of the strikes have really been concentrated around the coastal area of southern Iran, so down in and around the Strait of Hormuz. The big question right now is how much longer will these last, and will Iran respond as we have seen in the past?
Iran has just claimed it targeted 85 U.S. military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait in retaliation for American strikes on Iran during the Supreme Leader's funeral. Iranian military spokesman announced that a massive barrage of ballistic missiles and drones was launched against U.S. bases and facilities in the two Gulf nations. The attack, they said, was a direct response to U.S. airstrikes that hit Iranian targets during the national mourning period for the Supreme Leader, despite a prior commitment from President Donald Trump to pause military actions during the 7-day mourning period for slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Tehran described the action as necessary self-defense and warned of further strikes if the U.S. continues its aggression. The Trump administration has condemned the attack as unacceptable and placed all U.S. forces in the Middle East on maximum alert. U.S. Central Command stated the strikes targeted over 80 sites, primarily in response to Iranian attacks on commercial vessels, including Qatari and Saudi-flagged tankers in the Strait of Hormuz the previous day. The waterway, a critical choke point for about 20% of global oil shipments, has seen heightened tensions. Oil prices have skyrocketed over 25% in early trading as fears grow of a wider regional conflict and possible closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The situation is extremely volatile, with the risk of rapid escalation increasing by the hour.
بندر عباس یا اول پس دوباره جنگ شد وای وای
That's what you're saying.
Iran has just launched missiles at U.S. bases. 6 missiles reportedly fired at a base in Qatar. That's the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East, and more aimed at a base in Iraq. Explosions were heard over Doha, air raid sirens, interceptors scrambling. The United States Embassy literally told Americans to shelter in place. Airspace is absolutely closed. This isn't a drill. This is a credible escalation. Iran is officially retaliating for Trump's massive airstrike on their nuclear facilities. And while some of those missiles were shot down, this sends one very clear message. We are in it now. It's now U.S. troops, U.S. bases, U.S. citizens directly in the line of fire. And if Iran thinks Trump is going to back down after this, they clearly haven't been paying attention. We're watching history unfold in real time. Buckle up, because the next move Well, it's Trump's, and he's in the Situation Room. Appreciate you.
An explosion in a port city on Iran's southern coastline. Iranian state television also reporting several explosions on two of its islands in the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf. This video, posted by US President Donald Trump, no caption, context, or location.
So we hit them very hard last night. I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum. You want to know the truth? They're scum.
US Central Command releasing this footage saying US.
You know, one consistent thing I always see about people like Donald Trump, they always want to strike first. Now, Donald Trump struck these people first, but when they rise up and fight back, all of a sudden they're scum and dirty people. Why? Because they fought your ass back? You know, you notice that many of them are like that. When they do something to us and we say something or we strike back, all of a sudden we're the one that's wrong and terrible and racist and this and that. I mean, they all do it. You notice that? All of them. But, you know, hey, you started with them. This country was in mourning. They weren't fighting anybody. And you came up and you struck on them. Wow, they're dirty. Okay.
It's going to be like an ongoing conflict.
Hit more than 80 targets in Iran in response to attacks on commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz, saying forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crewed by innocent civilians in an international waterway. At sea, a distress signal sent out. Fears this Qatari tanker loaded with liquefied natural gas could explode its crew on board.
We are an LNG vessel loaded with LNG dangerous cargo. We require your assistance.
The Mayday call revealing it was hit on its port side and a fire in the engine room, leaving the engines and disabled. Separately, a Saudi-flagged crude tanker reportedly suffering damage near the strait. The ships attacked appeared to be using a route close to Oman's shore rather than one ordered by Tehran. Iran did not claim responsibility, instead pointing to ceasefire violations committed by the US, which included it revoking a license that authorized the sale of Iranian oil as part of the interim deal. The Iranian parliamentary speaker saying the era of bullying and extortion is over. It leads nowhere. We don't fold. Sirens sounding in Kuwait, the country's air defences engaged, Iran's Revolutionary Guards saying they had hit dozens of US military facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait. This flare in tensions coming at a time when millions of Iranians have spent the week honouring the late supreme leader who was killed on the first day of this war. Iran's president and top diplomats in Iraq overnight as the multi-day funeral procession moved to the holy city of Najaf.
Tehran, the Iranian capital, as people take in what the President of the United States has just said at the NATO summit in Turkey. He seems to be suggesting that the agreement, the ceasefire that was brought into place just a few weeks ago may indeed be over. Of course, nobody quite knows how to assess his comments, whether it really does mean a return to war or whether this is the president kind of shooting from the hip and that the talks will still continue. I think what will cause deep offense here is the language that he's used in order to make these statements. Let me just read to you exactly what he said. He said that as far as I'm concerned, I think it is over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They are scum. You know what scum is. They're scum. He goes on to say they're sick people.
Well,
They're
she
led by
really make that
people,
green
and they're
bean
vicious,
casserole, huh?
violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They'll want to negotiate. But as far as I'm
And tea and
concerned,
crumpets.
it's just a waste of time dealing with them. There is no diplomacy in that language. And that is something that I think the Iranians will really bristle at. Now, speaking to people here over the course of the last week, during the commemorations for the life and death of the late Ayatollah, who was killed on the first day of the war, the sentiment I've had is that there is a great concern and a kind of expectation that the ceasefire will not last and that it will end up returning to war. However, there is also a feeling that this is
That's
a very
you guys' nature. It's your
across
folks.
this region, and there is a wish for that not to be completely negated. The next few hours will be absolutely crucial in determining where this goes, whether or not Donald Trump's comments are to be taken at face value and this ceasefire is
Their
over and
folks.
therefore we can expect a return to
Ain't no
full-scale war,
ceasefire.
or whether this is
Never.
another emotional statement by the president that does not actually lead to anything significant on the ground.
All hell is breaking loose as the Trump regime renewed military operations against Iran, striking hard on coastal cities in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded by attacking 85 sites linked to the United States military in Bahrain and in Kuwait. Massive Iranian ballistic missile strikes and drone strikes in Bahrain and Kuwait was taking place for many, many hours. Folks, the memorandum of understanding, which already was basically non-existent, has been torn to shreds. And earlier yesterday, as you know, the Trump regime revoked the general license for Iran to sell its crude outside of Iran, which again is a violation of the MOU. And Iran has vowed that they are going to continue to strike back with vengeance. And they have also threatened, although they haven't officially confirmed this, but there are some hardline voices saying fully shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Again, we'll wait to see this morning into this afternoon what is happening there. In the meantime, the funeral processions for Ayatollah Khamenei, it's now taking place in Iraq, and there are massive, massive crowds in Iraq, in the city of Najaf, filled with crowds of mourners. I'll get to that in a moment. Donald Trump is panicking. Donald Trump is posting boom. He's posting cartoon graphics of the word boom. And then someone says, I voted for this. You voted for boom. You voted for destroying the United States economy, causing inflation to surge, making sure people can't afford anything in the United States, can't afford rent, can't afford their mortgage, can't afford groceries. Gas prices are going to be rising again. And also pay very close attention to what's going on right now in China, because China's working with its so-called teapot refineries in order to gobble up a lot of the demand of crude on the market, to also cause the prices to supply by taking the supply off the market, and causing the prices to rise by taking the supply off the market.
Well, duh, it's war, man.
Well, y'all
Not
just
gonna be
get
a
ready
lot of
for the
not
high gas
friendly
prices
stuff.
again, and the high jet fuel prices and oil, and everything's going back up again. Knew this wasn't going to last long, but here we are. This is the world ran by Gentiles, y'all.
Yep.
Can never expect anything decent from them. So it is what it is.
Oh, and
Mhm.
Jesse.
So it may not be ending like many of us said. And remember, in the beginning, Iran said, yeah, bring it. We can do this for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Iran is thinking
And
2 steps ahead.
look like they're going to be able to do it at least for quite some time. Oh, no, the prices didn't go down. No.
Went up.
I'm just saying they're going to accelerate again. Now, oil prices did dip, when he was talking all that peace plan and all that stuff, but it ain't going nowhere. It's going nowhere but up. Mm-hmm. And remember, he said he don't care about Americans' finances. So any financial problems you're having, this man don't give a crap about it.
Yep.
All he cares about if Iran got a nuke. That's all he cares about.
Just like we don't
So
care
it
about
is
nothing
what
but
it
our
is.
policies and our tangibles.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Now, I do have one more live coming up at 7:45. Ben Crump is now representing the family of Nolan Wells. So we'll get into that at 7:45. So I hope to see you then. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
All right, go ahead, Michael. What were we going to
Yep.
ask?
I was going to add, I know Donald Trump is telling the Beckys, Karens, Brad, hey, you got to move back with your parents. Cost is just too expensive. You see, Brad and Becky, when you buy a big mansion, you're hurting the economy more. So, Brad and Becky, it's time to live with your mom, your daddy, uncle, auntie. Oh, not to mention grandkids. And those Trump supporters, the Brads and Beckys, like, Mr. President, are you crazy? Why do you want us to move back with our parents? And President Trump, well, that's not my problem, Becky, Brad. Sorry, I can't help you guys.
All right.
And oh man, the Trump supporters are going to get so upset that now they're being forced to move back with them with their parents, especially those.
This is what they voted for. I don't want to hear none of that shit. That's what they voted for.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I love hearing Lisa because you learn what's going on and stuff like that. But just what she just said about what Trump thinks about our prices going up and all this and that, that's exactly what I think about all that stuff she just said. It's happening. All these warnings and all this scaremongering, fear mongering. Oh, the prices is going up. Oh, they warning. Oh, they shooting over. I don't care. Where's my check?
Right. Exactly.
Where is my check? I don't care what they got going on. I don't care how many bombs they drop. I don't care how many babies is out in the cold.
Right.
I really don't. Sad
Right.
to hear it. Sad to hear it, but you know what? My baby's been in the cold too.
Right.
Yep.
My people been in the cold, and we've been in the cold for centuries.
Right.
Yeah.
Totally
right.
understand where you're coming from, Kokizi.
All right, so one bootleg to another bootleg. Boosie, this is Jay-Z, DJ Vlad, and Caleb Williams in this new song. So UPTV Urban Politicians is going to give us an update on that.
got itself on the timeline, on the headlines, and in the blogs, getting reposted and reshared everywhere once again. And I said this time around, he's doing it intentionally because he jumped out there with a new diss track called Reality Check, where he calls out Jay-Z, Caleb Williams, and DJ Vlad on this one right here.
that child look just like you. I could you live with that shit.
Now, I can't play the song in full and in clear quality because of the fact it is copyright and that is Boosie music and stuff like that. But he jumped out the other day, and this is most definitely what he wanted people to come on here and talk about it. But he's calling out Jay-Z for the Raw-Mir Satterwhite case where he alleged Jay-Z was his pops, Jay-Z was his dad, and he was requesting a DNA test. And this had been going on for years now. But earlier this year, back in January, they officially got it thrown out. Jay-Z and his team actually got it reversed on him, where he has to now pay those legal fees of $120,000 to my understanding. And they got it thrown out with prejudice, as this is a basically claim to attention and being used as a weapon and things of that nature. He claims that he was just looking for closure and things. Now, when you look at them two, he most definitely does resemble Jay-Z. I think even Jay-Z will look at that dude and say, hey, dawg, he do look like me, like no doubt about it. But Boosie jumped out there because he like, hey, let me get some attention on myself. And when I listen to the quality of the song and I think about those classic Boosie records and everything, because I went through that Webby and playlist, Webby and old Boosie playlist recently and stuff, and was just riding to that. And man, they put out some quality work. And Boosie, this right here ain't it. I got to keep it all the way 1,000. Music opinions are subjective. Somebody might listen to it and like it. But for me, when I know what Boosie could do musically, I'm like, nah, you should have probably left that one in the cut. But in my mind, Boosie dropped it. Talk about it. And here we are. He knew it was going to get some traction. So it is what it is in that situation. Now, Caleb Williams, he stood on what he been pressing. And I most definitely 1,000% agree with Boosie in this conversation, the situation where they have been molding and promoting and highlighting and trying to normalize men wearing fingernail polish. If you follow this platform, you know anytime Boosie has spoke out against this emasculating behavior towards black men, I've always stood right there with it. From day one, I've always agreed with it. I always salute him for being willing to sacrifice and jump out there on these conversations like that.
With us, nah, bro. I just feel like, they mad because the truth hurts, I come up under Tecmo Bowl. I never thought in a million years that I would see a Madden cover with one of the best players with his fingernails painted. A game that sold to billions of little boys. When is enough, man? John Madden turning over in his grave.
They just ain't offered Boosie enough money for it.
On the Madden cover, you are the face of the NFL. Caleb Williams, great player, but that market of that, which he did in the draft as well, I most definitely was not rocking with it. I don't think that it's what's up. There's nothing productive or constructive that comes from it with men. I don't care what they got to say. It just is what it is. I'm not even really trying to debate, explain it, or go back and forth about it. But when Boosie called it out, I do respect that. Because it's a lot of dudes that feel that same exact way, but they won't come out and say it because they don't want to alienate their fan base. They don't want to hurt potential offers in the future or anything of that nature. They rather just be quiet about it. Boosie being independent, he don't care. But then he also took it and jumped out there and told Vlad, hey, man, I did $1 million in one night. And then also,
what about you, Mike? What kind of finger paint do you
in my
be
house
using?
4 times a week, $25K a cut. I don't need Vlad TV.
Night made him here, K. I don't need Vlad. I don't need to speak. I
don't gotta talk. I ain't gotta speak. And that's most definitely gonna be taken as a shot at Vlad with everything of that nature. Boosie say these are not shots. This is just a real song.
Mike, you don't use the finger paint?
But when you're dropping people names and you say you don't need people, you're questioning what they've done in the past, that's most definitely a diss. Now, with him and Vlad, we seen their situation.
I said, what color finger paint you be using?
Gonna get money with or without Vlad. Vlad is gonna respond to it. He's gonna use it because he done ran content for like 2 months straight, at least a month. Just asking every guest about it, going and having people interview him about it. And he really got to the point he was disrespecting Boosie, if you ask me, as the way we come up discussing Boosie money, discussing how Boosie hustle, telling them this, talking about investments and stocks. Vlad was most definitely going to the point where, hey, are y'all really friends like that? Because in our situation of friends, yeah, Boosie he was incorrect in my opinion on how he handled the situation in the beginning. He felt the way about things, but and the money got laid out. If he really gave Boosie the real details of all the revenue that earned off that interview and how everything played out with that interview, and he was giving you the larger cut of the interview, you would then have to say, all right, bro, you kept it all the way solid with him. Boosie is asking for something. Vlad has made it clear in the past he ain't on the type of friendship stuff that we own, because we might just throw 1,000 or 1,000. You ask for some extra money, you know what, bro, here you go. Vlad has not been anybody else but himself with that. It's not that with him. It's strictly business to the T, to the top. I'm not about to lose no money. I'm not about to do that. But Boosie, you put yourself in that situation. Just keeping it all the way 100. You stayed quiet over there, kept working with him because you kept getting your money. It was benefiting you. It was plenty of times Vlad did that stuff out of line, out of pocket to others. We've never seen you speak on it. But then he did you wrong in your mind. You felt like he could have gave you more paper and things. You came to the internet about it, volunteered and stuff.
I ain't do Vlad no more. We couldn't come
exactly.
up with an agreement. He
All
ain't
that tapped in.
5,000 more than he wanted to pay me. He didn't want to pay me, so I think I'm gonna make more money doing it this way.
35. I haven't been on there for seven months. How am I asking for too much money? On a year basis, I feel I saved him money. That's how I feel, and I told Vlad that. But for you to say that I'm asking for too much money, you're not looking at the.
So this is where it's at now, but Boosie is a hustler. Boosie gonna grind. Boosie gonna make money. Boosie gonna get booked for shows. He gonna do promos. He does not need Vlad TV at all to survive. Did Vlad TV like keep him in the headlines and the news and people talking about him? Of course it did. Ain't no doubt about that. But at the same time, he's helping Vlad. He's keeping Vlad relevant to stuff. It's some people that's on that platform that were there to click Boosie every time he went there. No doubt about it. But Boosie jumped out there today. It worked in his favor. The song ain't it to me. You know, judge it for yourself. But he jumped out there, got the people talking, got it reposted, reshared, and it's in a hip-hop and black and urban media conversation today. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your people.
All right, y'all. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's hilarious, man. I think Boosie ought to sit down. But you know what?
Right.
I do agree with him on with a lot of times when he be going in against like the agenda and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't deal with him. No.
Yeah, for me, I can't comment, so I'll just remain silent for now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Boosie, like, you only got mad at Blacc because he wasn't paying you what you thought you was worth. You didn't have no problem going on this show. He's been on his show how many times. And I used to say, then I said, Boosie, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're supposed to be boycotting Vlad. Like, why are you on this damn show? Oh, who paying me? Okay. Easy working.
It just goes back to the same thing that he said about Jay-Z. And that people say about Jay-Z. Jay-Z is in it for the money, and he'll tap dance for butter biscuits. So it was all cool as long as Vlad was paying you. Vlad could say and paint black people to look bad, and that's fine with you. But as soon as he ain't paying you enough, then you got a problem with Vlad. Then you want all the black people to ride with you. No, cool. But I bucking funny looking self. All that white stuff in the corner in your mouth. Get out of here, man. Oh, I'm tired of. I don't want to hear that whiny voice nigga no more. I'm tired of that type of whiny voice. Put him in there with flies.
Yeah. She never had my support ever, right? I second that notion.
Kamala Karen Harris.
And I just never was a Boosie fan. I never when I was coming up, the first Boosie song I ever heard was every Boosie Bad or what the fuck is it? It was just some dumb. Wipe me down, get out of here, man.
Oh, wipe it down.
By that time, I was already, off the or way off the porch. Yeah, that was some little kiddie, goofy shit for me, man. I'm like, get that shit out of here.
Hey, so
But I ain't hating. Nah, everybody like whatever they like.
yeah, I think I was in high school when that came out. Yeah, I
Hey, Jesse,
understand.
that reporter looks like Victor Marx.
Oh no, that's Kyle punk ass Clark.
Clark.
Kyle Clark gonna give us an update on this damn
Victor Marx,
the Republican candidate for governor.
Yeah, Jesse, like I said, don't be surprised if Victor Marx wins the gubernatorial election and possibility of issuing reparations. You never know.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. So he gonna give us an update on Victor Marx.
Marx is officially the Republican candidate for Colorado governor. The ministry leader, who performs exorcisms and won't say how many people he's killed in his armed missions abroad, will now be a significant underdog in the general election race against Democratic Attorney General Phil Weiser. The Associated Press called the race this afternoon. It is a narrow win, but outside the automatic recount margin over State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer. State Rep and MAGA pastor Scott Bottoms brought up the rear. Marx needs to unite the badly divided Colorado Republican Party. Kirkmeyer and Bottoms both said they would not support Marx in the general election, calling him a fraud and a con man. Kirkmeyer tonight thanked her supporters and added, quote, "And for the record, I still have not killed anyone." Marx posted this on social media.
Those of you who supported someone else in the primary, I want you to hear me clearly. There's a place for you in this campaign.
Marx spent 4 times his nearest opponent's spending to squeak out the primary win. He now faces Phil Weiser, who has won statewide twice. Colorado has only elected 1 Republican governor in 55 years, and Republicans have not been competitive in a race for governor since 2014.
Now, Phil Weiser, he's a smart fella, but he represents the current system because he is part of it. And that current system has made Colorado more expensive, less safe, and harder for regular families to trust government. In order to change this, we must win.
Victor Marx has not displayed much understanding of state policy or issues during the race. He's campaigned largely on a call for Christian renewal of Colorado. The last Republican candidate for governor, Heidi Ganahl, flirted with claims of election rigging and focused on furries in schools. She lost by nearly 20 points.
Yep. I remember that.
Hey, Jesse, are you surprised Victor Marx is trying to revive the Reagan Christian
The Associated Press has called the Republican
No.
nationalist coalition?
No, I'm not surprised.
I mean, they don't have any new tricks, man. Come on, you gonna see a lot of these old relic type of organizations popping back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I reached out to the other Republican candidates as well, Jesse, the one you sold earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the lady in the glasses. No response from her. And the other libertarian, I think. Yeah, no response either.
And you're not gonna get no response from them?
Yeah, but Jesse, remember you told me to work across the aisle, right? To do
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
request
you gotta do bipartisan. You're doing it right then, but for the most part, you're getting the expected result.
Right.
That's what I'm surprised you're not getting harassed and attacked, because that's usually what follows. You start targeting you.
Yeah, but as a matter of fact, I did. Okizi. As a matter of fact, I did get a response from a Republican candidate in my district. So I initially thought when he responded to my reparations pledge, he was going to either answer yes or no. What he did was he kept engaging, ask a lot of questions about the dollar amount for reparations. Is this feasible fiscally? Is it going to cause inflation? And I pushed back and I told him reparations need to be separate from discretionary spending. And there's no need to give corporations and rich people bailouts. It's time to shift the attention and resources to FBAs. And after like 1 or 2 emails, the
Yeah,
Republican
it's
candidate.
just that basically they're gonna do that stuff anyway. They're gonna do that stuff what he said anyway. He's gonna give all those programs money anyway. But
Right.
that's not what we came to talk about. We came to talk about a specific remedy for a specific injury. So if I
Right.
go break
Right.
my
Exactly.
leg, if I break my leg, right, and
Right.
I go to the doctor and the doctor gives me an X-ray, and he said, "Yep, your leg is broken." So here's the remedy. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put your neighbor's arm in a cast, and we're gonna give the people around the corner some band-aids. We're gonna give some people in your area some antibiotics. How's that?
And then a
Everybody's
bill.
gonna
Oh,
get something, and
right.
you
Oh, and
still have a broken leg.
leg. Right. Oh, and don't forget, the doctor is also going to issue a bill as well.
And you owe the bill, for coming.
Yeah. Yep. And
So
then
what's your credit card number? Put your credit card here.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And anyway, so the Republican candidate gave up after I kept pushing back on him in my district.
I know
And
that sounds outlandish, but that's exactly what you're dealing with.
Yep.
So-
And I definitely CC'd a lot of FBAs in the email, to track where the candidates whom I contacted about the reparations pledge and where they stand, especially there's one Green Party candidate. Don't remember her name. She's running, I think, in my district, and she answered my questions and is skeptical about reparations.
Again, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Well, I'm just passing information to Okizi.
Hey, you remember that analogy? You use that to them.
Yeah.
That makes it so plain. You can't really mistake that. If I come in here and I got a specific injury, I need remedy for that injury. You can't start putting band-aids on my neighbors.
Right.
Right. Yep. And I reached out to Charlotte Bergman, who's running against William Cohen. And when I reached out to Charlotte Bergman, she's a Republican about reparations. Her response to me was, "Let me get back to you. I need to take a look very closely about reparations," even though she's FBA.
Lord.
That's the thing. That's what they'll do. Because she's already getting her little butter biscuits, so she feels like she doesn't need to rock the boat and stop that. And then you got the foreigners. They come out here, and you over here, like you said, you bleed, and your leg is broken or whatever. You bleeding all over the place, and they got band-aids talking about, hey, stop all that bleeding and stuff. You whining about that hurting leg. You need to get yourself together.
Right.
Hey, man, you got my band-aids, bro.
All right. That part, easy. All right, so we got like 2 more videos about punk ass Victor Marx.
Republican primary for governor in favor of Victor Marx. He beat Barbara Kirkmeyer by about 2,500 votes.
The pastor and Marine Corps veteran will face Democratic candidate and current Attorney General Phil Weiser in the November election. You may remember Marx made national headlines after saying he once killed a man when he was 7 years old, then later declined to answer how many people he's killed in his lifetime.
Marx posting this message on social media just moments ago, saying in part, quote, Colorado families are facing real challenges, high costs, unaffordable housing, and healthcare, fears about unsafe neighborhoods and schools.
Yeah.
But there's hope.
Weiser releasing his own statement saying in part, Marx's views and style are far out of step with Coloradans, and his nomination for governor is a threat to our state's values and our future.
The general election is November 3rd.
She almost said first. It's November 3rd.
No signature required, no ID required, no way to ID.
Jumped ahead. I got one more from punk ass Victor Marx. He want the Republicans to sign a loyalty pledge.
Pledge.
Shit funny.
Man, you know what the pledge is about, Jesse? Tax cuts.
Nomination for governor will hurt other Republicans. We've learned that Marx is quietly reaching out to figure out which Republicans.
I'm excited about uniting.
Victor Marx is quietly asking for signed pledges of support from other Republican candidates in Colorado after Marx's rivals in the primary for governor said he was a con man and a fraud, and they couldn't support him in November.
One of the things you have to do is to unite the party, and I did. Both of them against me.
9 News has obtained a so-called Republican General Election Unity Compact being circulated by the Marx team. It's going out to Republican candidates for federal, state, and local office. It asks GOP candidates to indicate if they support Marx and whether they're willing to say so publicly. It says, quote, "We ask participating campaigns to avoid unnecessary public attacks on fellow nominees," with a checkbox on whether candidates agree to Marx's terms.
How much of
And
a
it asks whether
scumbag
fellow
do you got to be
Republicans
to
are
have
willing
to
to
have one of them
strengthen
notes?
the broader ticket through a series of steps. First on the list, public support for Victor Marx.
My prayers are for the Republican Party because it's still very dysfunctional and split, but it's coming together.
We asked the Marx team why it felt the need to solicit signed loyalty pledges.
Only in unity can there be solutions, right?
Marx's advisor, Buddy Jericho, said,
According to
quote, "This is a
candidates
voluntary
I've ever heard."
coordination framework, not a loyalty pledge. It asks candidates both where they may want to work together and what support they need from our campaign." Recently elected Colorado Republican Party Chair Craig Steiner told me today the party was not involved in soliciting these signed pledges to support
He
Victor
must
Marx.
have been a
Steiner said
lawyer.
that he views, quote, "a willingness to cooperate" as a good thing.
No, that boy ain't no lawyer. He's a snake oil salesman.
He's like, well, shit, y'all rocking with me? Okay, sign here.
You know, to be honest, when the guy said a voluntary pledge, no, that sounds more like a mandatory pledge.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
But Jesse, I have to ask, would you say that mandatory pledge sounds
He gonna
similar
sign
to
that, then he gonna have his whole bank account.
Right.
Yeah, Jesse, would you say the Victor Marx mandatory pledge sounds very similar to my reparations pledge or totally different in your honest opinion?
Totally different. He making them
Just
plan.
go ahead and sign this Ponzi scheme. I mean, this pledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know he's going to make the pledge like a litmus test. Like, in other words, everybody got to be pro-life, tax cuts. It's time to pollute the environment.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, and Christian nationalism.
That's the Republican way. So
Yep.
you want to make sure that they're gonna be loyal to him.
Mhm. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen, Jesse? You think
Yeah,
the
that
Republicans?
is corny as hell, man.
That's
Yeah.
what they gonna win.
But you remember I said you never know if Victor Marx can be the underdog and steal the victory from Phil
Phil.
Weiser.
Hey, but think about it. All his constituents is funky flip floppers, though.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they are.
Yeah.
They always rocking with Trump in the beginning, and they turned on him.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
He saw that. He like, no, y'all gonna have to sign here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And would you say Victor Marx is like Donald Trump 2.0?
Yeah, he's basically the same thing. They both snakeskin salesmen.
Yep.
Oh man, can you imagine Victor Marx debating Phil Weiser? And if the moderator asks Victor Marx, are you going to be satisfied with the results? And Victor Marx is like, I am not going to be satisfied. And then he's going to energize the base.
I'm not
And
gonna
then
see Victor Marx be the what type to I'm not gonna concede. He definitely gonna pull a Trump.
do you think it's going to work, Jesse?
Nah,
Really? Why not?
because Victor Marx ain't serious.
Are you sure? Because Victor Marx looks very masculine. Like he's very tough.
Yeah, he might be,
Mm-hmm.
but he ain't got no policy. He ain't got no
And
experience.
he doesn't have the popularity as a Trump. He can't pull a Trump because he's not a Trump. He's a nobody.
Nobody knows.
Everybody's gonna be like, Victor, who? Man, if you don't sit your goofy uptight butt down somewhere.
Somebody has some sign, put some signs up on the east side that said Victor Marx. I was dying.
I seen it. I seen a couple of. I seen a few houses with his signs up. They got the red, white, and blue on it.
Yeah.
I saw
Oh, and
that
by the
shit.
way, I did research Victor Marx's platform. He's about policing 100%.
Yeah,
And,
but y'all know what that means. Y'all know. Whenever y'all hear that nowadays, they talking about them drones and all those attacks on us from that. That's the new police now. They about to come with them robots.
Yep.
Yep.
Nader.
Avoid the machines like a mug.
Right. But at least Victor Marx protects the Second Amendment rights. So I think both of you guys should be happy or agree with him 100% on that.
I don't know if y'all seen through 4th of July, man. They had them drones out there, heavy,
Yeah, they did.
all over the neighborhood. They was flying low and just sitting at the blocks just watching folks.
Oh, and by the way, breaking news! I gotta tell you, Kokizing and Jesse,
Yeah.
Phil Weiser staffers got one of Phil Weiser staffers got fired.
Damn.
It was, I think.
What they do? Some child porn?
No, what happened was I think Oscar Montgomery.
Omar.
Yep.
Omar got fired.
By Phil Weiser, because Phil Weiser and him disagreed on what is the best path forward, for Foundation of Black Americans. And Phil Weiser's like, stop it, Omar, stop it. Like Phil was raising his voice like a volcano.
Wow, so Omar tried to get on code, and Phil Weiser said, "Hell no."
Yep. And unfortunately, Phil Weiser called your Jesse professor the G word. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In other words, Phil Weiser called Oscar Omar gay, grumpy. No, I'm sorry. Called him, what's his name? Gosh, I'm trying to remember the Black Panther Party. Fred Hampton, there we go.
He called him Fred Hampton.
Yes, like 2.0.
That's an insult to Fred Hampton.
Yeah.
Jesus, that's an insult to Fred Hampton.
It is.
Lord. No.
Yep.
Omar is not no damn Fred Hampton.
Right. So what would Phil Weiser think that way? You know what I mean?
God. Was he think all black people the same? I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say the other dude who was like the agent dude.
Which one? Well, O'Neal.
William O'Neal. That's more like it.
Yeah, he's more like William O'Neal. He's not no damn Fred. That nigga's a major coon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Out here acting like Fred Hampton. You William O'Neal.
Right.
Yep.
He sold out Fred Hampton for $300.
$300. Wow. And I heard Fred Hampton. Do you think the biggest mistake Fred Hampton made was having a multiracial class coalition, right, Jesse?
Yeah, that shit.
Like, why did he do that when he knew that the Black Panther was about blacks only, exclusively?
Because he had all these other movements going on at the same time, and he thought, they have more strength in numbers. The same shit the Pan Goofies was thinking. We got more strength in numbers. And these mother's off code. They sit up here loving the oppressor and shit. Like, no.
Yeah. Oh, Keith, you're back. Okay, we lost you by accident.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened.
Oh, punk ass StreamYard probably kicked you out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. But yeah, Umar is definitely not no Fred Hampton.
Right. I think what it is because Phil Weiser and Teddy, they're feeling the pressure from me and then from several FBAs, right? Eventually, Phil Weiser's skeleton's going to come out.
They might not be.
Yeah, but I will not be surprised if Phil Weiser does win the election. I'm pretty sure he's going to continue that racial equity study without giving a firm deadline.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep stalling it out. They got to what 2027, 2028.
Yep. I know Jesse Okeezy and Lady Ch definitely going to be contacting Phil Weiser 24/7 about, hey, move the racial equity study very quickly and cut the check.
Making us fund that shit. They're making us for a bullshit ass study.
Mm-hmm.
Lord.
They got everything out here so co-opted. Everything is like some kind of anything that has to do with black people is like some organization tied to it that's
Yeah.
tied to the Democrats. Every last one.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
You name an organization, I'll let
They
you know
try to
the Democrats.
they try to make it seem like it's some kind of grassroots led something, and then you go right to their website and boom, immediately.
Yeah. And the grassroots made up of Becky's, Karen's, Jose, Miss Win.
That's Afro turf.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what you're gonna find on most black websites. They gonna say something about black and brown, or it's gonna have red, green, and black and yellow and all that shit. You're gonna see all types of musty shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whole website look musty. Haven't y'all noticed that all them Pan African websites and that shit look musty as a mug?
Yes.
Oh man.
I did.
How y'all doing that?
You can smell
I don't never even see none of these niggas walking around with them colored on any other day. They only put that on their stuff during Juneteenth. It's a Black American holiday or something.
Yeah.
And then put that up there. Like you never wore this all year though.
Right.
I ain't never seen no Black American walking around with that musty ass shit on. Stop lying, man. Y'all corny.
Right.
I guess the Africans got brainwashed by Mozungus to say, hey,
They don't wear that shit either, man. Ain't nobody wearing that.
They don't wear it either. They
Yeah.
Nobody wears that.
They trying to dress like us 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're constantly imitating us, and we're not wearing those colors. So I don't even know why that's even a thing. Them colors ought to die out because nobody wears that. Gucci tried to go co-opt that, and Gucci started tipping a lot of stuff. Well, we already canceled Gucci, so what the fuck? We don't care about it.
Right.
But also Kulkizi, also beware of the Asian Hispanics cosplaying FBA's movement, songs, and activism.
The Hispanic,
Yeah, especially the Hispanic Karens and Asian Karens.
well, you know what? They haven't done anything else. That's just like you said, like I said before. Everybody just has the same old tricks. Nobody's doing nothing new, and they're all doing what they always doing. Is leech off us.
Yep.
That's always what they're always done. They ain't did nothing else. They ain't got no claim to fame. They claim to fame. We're the first niggas to bite off. Y'all niggas to start doing hip hop. That's your claim to fame. Okay. Gotcha. You the first copycats.
What was it? Disco King Mario was saying that dumb shit. I'm like, Disco King Mario. Didn't you see you were in microphone check? Like, what the fuck? Oh, Latinos have something to do with hip hop. No, the fuck.
No, it's actually FBAs who are the ones who create hip hops in the first place.
Lord.
Yeah, I know, Jesse, the Latinos, trust me, and the Asians, trust me, they like to parrot white supremacy conservative talking points about pulling themselves up by their bootstraps And of course, they claim that they invented hip hop, but you're right. FBAs were the ones who created hip hop in the first place.
Right.
My biggest issue is not enough of them uh, denounce this mijo raza,
Oh
and as long as that's going on, then we gonna have to hold them all to it. Keep
yeah,
the
Yeah,
raza going. Keep that
yeah,
going on over there.
yep,
yeah. Especially the Hispanic Karens when they say no habla inglés, and you say to Okisi no habla español either.
that La
I mean,
Rosa.
they can't really get me because I could understand and speak a lot of Spanish. So
Oh,
you don't really want to play with me like that.
Right.
right. Oh, I didn't know you. So Okisi, you understand? You speak Spanish fluently.
You can understand.
I said I understand and speak it pretty good.
Oh, pretty good. I see. Yeah, as a way to like keep
Solo
them in
solo
check.
poquito español para el negro. Me llamo el negro. Guapo negro. Me llamo. Sí, guapo negro.
Yeah.
That means a handsome brother. Handsome
Yeah.
brother nailing your old lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you this: Victor Marx will be good for deporting all the Mexicans out of Colorado. At least you guys will be thankful for that if Victor Marx does win.
Yeah, he would do that.
I know it makes Jesse, Okizi, Lady says our FBA is happy. Finally.
Yeah, I can't vote for that fool anyway.
See, and my idea about that is I don't care whether they do or not. My thing
Uh-huh.
is that's not my business.
Right.
Right.
And I'm not involved.
Right.
So go ahead. Whether they do or they don't, you want to fight on the roof, have at it. Knock
Right.
yourself. I don't care. I'm not
Right.
involved. I'm not coming.
Right.
Right. Well,
Exactly.
at least Victor Marx protects the Second Amendment rights for citizens to bear, protection. If you guys know what I mean.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's most Republicans.
Yeah, because I know Phil Weiser. Yeah, he's about. Yeah, we got to be reasonable about bearing protections, meaning the Second Amendment right.
Take people guns away.
Yep.
Mm, mm, mm. All right, so moving along, we got this damn Nolan Wells case. I'm like over it now, especially after hearing the family. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah. Oh Jesse, I was joking about Oscar Omar.
Oh, Omar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, about Phil Weiser calling Omar Fred Hampton. By the way, I was joking.
Oh, okay. I was like,
But
what the hell? No.
yeah, but I'm saying if Phil Weiser does, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he wouldn't say that because Omar don't have no Fat Hampton energy, none of that. Oh, kiss ass, like no.
Right.
So Spencer Pratt declares war on California election fraud after Trump meeting. Wait, are you? Oh yeah, that's the one. So TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
Dreams and things of that nature. I finally remembered my password. So we're back. Oh man. I actually recently I just got back from, for those of you who are wondering, yes, I did take a 7-day hiatus. I just got back last night from Chicago, visiting family over there. My father is 90 years old, believe it or not. So it was good to
I
spend
ain't
some
heard from
time
my
with
guy in
my
a minute.
father after not seeing him for the last 2 years. So the family, we all got together, wife and kids. We went over there. I swear my father loves my wife more than he loves me, which is quite all right. You know what I mean? But this visit was a very special one. Once again, just given the fact that my dad is 90. And the inevitable is inevitable. So this time around, it was special. And I made it a point to not take my laptop or anything with me, to not do any videos. I just wanted to really focus on being with my family back home, and most importantly, being with my father, right? But now here we are. we're back. And let's get back into where we left off with a lot of the shenanigans and fraud and stuff revolving around just what's happening in California. I specifically want to speak on the recent meeting that occurred with Spencer Pratt and Donald Trump. For those of you who don't know, they did have a meetup. I believe it was yesterday, and not too much has come out in terms of what they discussed. Spencer Pratt has, dropped little kind of nuggets here and there, but not saying too much. But what did follow up behind this meeting not too long afterwards is this right here, where Spencer Pratt recently announced this new organization that he has called the War Foundation. And as you can see, it reads here, it might be kind of small, but I'll read it to you. It says, win the war against political corruption with with innovative new media, advocate for transparency, accountability, and integrity in government and culture, restore common sense, and roll back the long march of socialism through our virtual institutions. This is kind of the next logical step for Spencer Pratt, coming off of what I consider the robbery that was the primary election that occurred here in the Los Angeles mayoral race. It makes sense that he would go this route as it pertains to continuing the fight against election fraud here in California as he continues on this path to become mayor, because it's not stopping here. This is really just the beginning for Spencer Pratt. In my opinion, it's kind of very obvious that he is going to run for mayor again in the next election, which he should, because things are going to simply get worse. If we don't get Steve Hilton as the governor of California, and we get, what's my man's name? Or not my man, because I don't like the guy. But if we get Javier Becerra, if he becomes governor, it's going to be more of the same. He's just Gavin Newsom 2.0. Now our choices in Los Angeles is between Karen Bass and the Democratic Socialist Nitya Raman. With Karen Bass, we're going to get more of the same, of which is nothing. God forbid if Nitya Raman wins the mayoral election in November. Listen, California and Los Angeles specifically has already crashed and burned. If Nitya Raman becomes mayor of Los Angeles, the burn is going to turn into an inferno here. Okay, it's going to turn into an inferno here in Los Angeles. So with all that being said, I see kind of the play that Spencer is running here, in which essentially he's going to be continuing on campaigning, right? He's good. This is all a continuation of a long campaign moving into the next mayoral race once either Karen Bass or Nitya Raman fail again, as we can expect them to do, or in Nitya Raman's case, make things 10 times worse than what they already are, right? So this makes all the sense in the world. Now what I want to do next is that I want to play a clip, not a clip, because it's about 9 minutes long, video that Spencer Pratt released concerning election fraud here in California, compiling a lot of evidence together and bringing a lot of things to light that I didn't even know, that as we go through this 9-minute clip, I want to expand on a lot of what he's saying here and a lot of what he's discussing with a little bit more detail. So I want to do that next. Give me a moment to pull this down, and then I'm going to bring up the video next. And we're going to unpack a lot of what's being discussed in this 9-minute video that Spencer Pratt recently released concerning election fraud here in California. But before we do that, thank you so much, Mr. Richard 1385, for your support. It's deeply appreciated. You always show love. He says, thought you forgot about us. No, man, I didn't forget about you guys. I just had to take some time to prioritize family. And most importantly, this is like the 5th time that I brought this up, prioritize my father, once again, who is 90 years old. Okay. So now that that's out the way, and I'm not going to bring that up anymore. If I keep talking about my father, pretty soon you're going to see like me lying, saying, I got something in my eye. I'm not crying. I got something in my eye. And I don't have a lump in my throat. just need some water. Okay, I just need some water, and my bottom lip is quivering because of having an allergic reaction to something that I ate earlier this morning for breakfast. All right, that's what's going to end up happening if I keep bringing up my dad. So let's move on and let's get into this Spencer Pratt clip. But yeah, no, I didn't forget about you guys. Oh no, look, you guys unsubscribed and everything from the channel. 7 days without a live stream, and you all started unsubscribing. You guys already started unsubscribing. Anyways, let's get into it, man. I appreciate you guys for being here, man. Now that I'm back, let's jump into this clip here from Spencer Pratt.
Official ethics, the mere appearance of potential fraud is disqualifying. Same goes here. Whether or not there is widespread fraud occurring, there certainly could be, and it doesn't matter how many times you scream, there's no widespread fraud. A lot of people believe there is, and there's no way to actually validate it. This isn't just about whether or not fraud is swinging the election. The appearance of fraud already is swinging the election. People rightly have zero faith in this janky, inefficient system. They feel like their vote isn't being counted. They feel like illegal ballots are being cast, and they're not wrong to worry about it. There's literally no safeguards in place to prevent that from happening, and way too many openings for it to occur on a massive scale. You all saw how it was neck and neck with Karen Basura on election night, nearly double digits ahead of Nithya, just as the polling predicted.
Rahman fighting tears on election night, trailing Spencer Pratt by roughly 40,000 votes and about 10 percentage points.
I dominated the in-person vote. I smashed Nithya on the mail-in ballots too. She was crying on election night. It was over. Then a few days later, suddenly Nithya started overperforming as they continued to accept ballots 7 days after the election.
But days of counting mail-in ballots have changed the map.
I'm so grateful.
Rahman has now erased a 40,000 vote deficit and moved ahead of Pratt by roughly 3,000 votes, a net swing of more than 43,000 votes.
43,000 votes, which just happens to be the exact number of homeless people on the streets in LA. They assured everyone that this is normal because for some reason that they can't explain, Democrats overwhelmingly vote by mail.
There's a historical phenomenon in national voting called the Red Mirage.
The Red Mirage.
What we were calling a Red Mirage.
The Red Mirage.
Red Mirage.
Yeah.
This term was coined because about some swing states count votes, usually favoring Republicans early. Then it becomes an advantage for Democrats later in the evening and then into the next morning.
You expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead.
Democrats vote in higher numbers by a mail-in ballot. Historically, Democrats vote in higher numbers by mail-in ballots.
But not all Democrats, just the ones who are voting for the third place candidate, the one candidate who really needed the votes. Don't forget, there were 2 Democrats in the race, but for some reason, only the third place Democrat who needed the votes saw a disproportionate spike in votes several days after the election.
Stop right there. Okay, we're going to stop right there because he's going to get into a lot more, and I'm going to kind of jump ahead of what he's talking about here. But this was the largest red flag of them all that made absolutely no sense, logical sense at all whatsoever. If it were true, and it's not true, and we're going to get into this in a moment, but if it were true that mail-in ballots disproportionately benefit Democrats, then what you should have seen here is not Karen Bass plateau and Nithya Rahman skyrocket, but you would have saw Nithya Rahman and Karen Bass both simultaneously going up. The fact that Karen Bass completely plateaued, completely, Spencer Pratt falls off a cliff and Nithya Rahman skyrockets past him after having a 10-point deficit, that says all that needs to be said. Now, there's another key important part to this that I want to highlight, and I was going to jump the gun, but I don't want to. I'm going to let Spencer get to it first, and I'm going to unpack it some more concerning mail-in ballots and how partisan they're actually not, and how a lot of these studies concerning mail-in ballots are turning back around to bite liberals in the behind. Now, before I do that, I got to say my thank yous. Thank you so much, Fat Boo, who said TD for Texas. And I appreciate my man Double C, who said TD for Texas. I appreciate you guys for putting the TD for Texas fund together, all right? Because everybody knows I love Texas, even though I've never been there. But I want to desperately move there and get out of California. So all you guys that put together the TD for Texas fund to get me out of Cali, I appreciate you guys, okay? Help me get to Texas. escape from LA is very, very real. But let's carry on with what Spencer was talking about, because like I said, he's going to bring up something right now that's really important that I want to highlight.
Plus, multiple studies have shown that mail voting doesn't provide an advantage to either party. It's a myth.
That is a myth. It's a myth. Let me pull this up for you guys right now. Look at this here. I'm going to pull this video down for a second, and I want to pull up some of these research papers up concerning mail-in ballots, right? Look at this here. Stanford Business, right? It's from Stanford. Universal vote by mail has no impact on partisan turnout or vote share. Okay, this is very important. We're just going to scroll to this part here, right? Where it states here, we find that universal vote by mail does not appear to affect either party's share of turnout. Universal vote by mail does not appear to increase either party's vote share. And universal vote by mail modestly increase overall average turnout rates in line with previous estimates. All three conclusions support the conventional wisdom of election administration experts and contradict many popular claims in the media. And then, as you can see here from the National Library of Medicine, the NIH, I'm not going to go through this, paragraph here, but you can see the participatory and partisan impacts of mandatory vote by mail. It reiterates the same thing that the Stanford study stated here, is that mail-in ballots, studies show, do not have an effect, right? A partisan effect on who wins an election. So if studies back in 2020 showed that mail-in ballots should not significantly benefit liberals the way that they do, then why are they benefiting liberals to the degree that they are? Beyond disproportionately, right? Because coming back over here and looking at the little data points and things like that, let me remember where I am. I'm going to write this down, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. So I come straight to this point. If the studies are true, and this is what we were told over and over again, that there's no fraud with this stuff and nobody's disproportionately benefited from this. Okay, you're saying that that's true. The research is true from Stanford and the NIH. Well, then why do we have foolishness like this here, which is what we've been discussing ever since the election? If it is true that there is no partisan benefit when it comes to mail-in ballots, then what you saw happen with Nithya Raman and even with Karen Bass plateauing should be impossible. What you should have saw was that this remained exactly how it is, with Bass being in first, Pratt being second, and Raman being third, but with all three of them slowly going up with the votes. All three of them should simultaneously be rising together, in which there would be no drastic position change, really, especially when you're talking about Nithya Raman, who is 10 points behind Spencer Pratt, okay? But when you're cheating, I assume, in my opinion, YouTube, okay? When you're cheating, in my opinion, well, then that's how you get what you get here, despite the research that has been done in the past that states that these mail-in ballots, generally speaking, do not affect the outcome of election. It doesn't swing in any partisan way to benefit anyone. It just kind of enhances turnout a little bit, but the results, generally speaking, are supposed to just be the results that were expected. But as you can see here, there's a whole lot of cheating going on. Once again, in my opinion, I assume. It's just my opinion, YouTube. First Amendment, right? Freedom of speech. Don't be mad at me for sharing my opinion. So now let's fast forward to where we were with Spencer Pratt and where we left off here. And I think this is where we were, right here. So let's take it from the top and action.
Claims of fraud here are without evidence. Keep in mind an anomalous statistical
I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit more.
Party. It's a myth. The media will say that claims of fraud here are without evidence. Keep in mind, an anomalous statistical spike like this is evidence of fraud. Ask any forensic accountant. It may not be necessarily proof of fraud, but it is certainly evidence of fraud. But forget the late ballots. Just because the vote swing coincidentally matched the specific Lhasa count of homeless people on the streets, just because NGOs that Nithya cuts checks to were hoarding ballots, just because hundreds of thousands of dead people and ex-residents who've left California were still on the voter rolls, doesn't mean anyone is taking those loose ballots and filling them out. First off, it's against the law. And we all know if it's against the law, it doesn't happen. Secondly, we have signature verification. Everyone has to sign their ballot, and a computer checks your signature. Well, except some voters can't sign, so they carved out a rule where you can just make a mark on the ballot, and a witness can sign on your behalf. It can be an X or a scribble or even a happy face, as long as a witness signs off on it. And don't.
That is something that a lot of people don't know that is etched in law here in California, is that if you technically cannot sign for yourself, essentially, a witness can sign on your behalf. A lot of people don't know that. And when you take in the fraud overall that happens in California, as what we've been seeing with the Medicare fraud and things of that nature, where there's room for fraud to occur and for things of this nature that we're discussing here to be exploited, they will be exploited here in these liberal states. That's why you see the Gavin Newsom and Karen Basses of the world go so hard against fighting a Trump administration over something as simple as handing over the voter rolls for a basic audit. As we speak, Bill Asales is still in court trying to get California voter rolls to do a proper audit and to purge out all of the dead people on the voter rolls that still have mail-in ballots going to their home, and to purge and remove out all those who should not be on the voter rolls to begin with, meaning non-citizens. If you're not hiding anything and you're not cheating, then what's the issue? Hand over the voter rolls so that they can be audited. Instead, the Trump administration has to go to court and is still in court fighting right now, still in court fighting to get those voter rolls. All right, let's carry on.
Forget, once they separate the ballot from the envelope, there's zero way to trace it back to the ballot to check if a sudden tranche of votes that swung predominantly to one candidate had come from a bunch of ballots with the happy faces in the signature box. The DSA instructs their ballot harvesters to go door to door and tell them to vote for Nithya Raman and even help them fill in the bubble for their preferred socialist candidates. This is explicitly illegal. A ballot harvester can't tell you how to vote, and they certainly can't help you fill out the ballot. The laws don't matter if you have no mechanism in place to prevent the crime from occurring in the first place. There is this misnomer being parroted even by staunch critics of California's rigged voting system, saying there's nothing you can do because this is all legal in California. It's not legal. Even by California's own ridiculous laws, all this stuff is still illegal. They've simply removed all the mechanisms to catch the fraud and prevent it from happening. It's like a bank heist, but California has made a law that you can't lock the bank vault. You're not allowed to have security cameras, and you can't count the money inside the vault. Robbing the bank is still 100% illegal, but there's no way to stop it from happening. Now here's the smoky backroom dealing. 5 days before my election, Gavin Newsom signed a ridiculous law that literally banned federal and independent authorities from investigating vote fraud or overseeing elections to monitor for fraud during the counting process.
That's why I'm moving forward with new legislation that would make it a felony to seize ballots before the vote has been certified by state and county officials. We will be the wall he cannot get past.
That's like banning the bank from having security cameras. Now, the timing of this was deliberate. He knows this won't hold up in court, but he did it so close to the election day, he knew the courts wouldn't be able to overturn it in time for the election. It's truly like going up against the casino. The deck is so stacked against you, you never really stand a chance. You can play if you choose, but the house will never lose. So now,
really think about how utterly and beyond corrupt that is, that Gavin Newsom signed that law 5 days prior to the election. 5 days. That was with urgency, quickly before the election started. We have 5 days to go. Hurry up and put this law in practice, knowing that it can't stand up in court, but do it early enough to do it close enough to the election that it can't be overturned in time. This is corruption at its highest form, ladies and gentlemen. Truly, truly corruption at its highest form. And I appreciate everybody screaming at me, get out of Cali, TD. Get out of Cali. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I saw somebody earlier said you might want to visit Texas first. It's not what you think it is. Things done change. And I've definitely seen a lot of people kind of having those sentiments online. To be honest with you, there's a very good chance. Well, I shouldn't say there's a good chance, but there's a solid chance. There's a very good chance that I'll ultimately end up back in a suburb of Chicago, which to a degree is a lot better than anywhere in California. I'm not going to say where specifically because that's too much information. It's like where my family actually lives. But there's also a good chance to, fingers crossed, that I'll end up in Arizona when it's all said and done. And I have been to Arizona, and I like Arizona a lot, to say the least. And I can't wait to get back over there. I like Arizona a lot. There's a very good chance that it's either going to be Arizona or, a specific suburb in Illinois that I won't mention. But Arizona is on the table. It's definitely on the table. I really, 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 really like Arizona. But I digress. Let's get back to Spencer Pratt.
Now, in California, you can loot $950 of merchandise.
This is important. Let me rewind this back just a little bit. Because this is going to highlight something that I really want to expand on.
Like going up against the casino. The deck is so stacked against you, you never really stand a chance. You can play if you choose, but the house will never lose. So now, in California, you can loot $950 of merchandise. You can knowingly infect someone with HIV, but if you try to prevent vote fraud,
you will be prosecuted.
That right there was mwah. Okay, from Spencer. Okay, you can loot $950 worth of merchandise. You can infect someone, with that illness. Okay, but any election investigation, you want to investigate election fraud, you will be prosecuted. And this right here, because I pulled up the article that he referenced here. Once I watched the video already, this just gives you an idea of California politics in a nutshell. This is California politics in a nutshell. Look at this here. New California law reduces penalty for knowingly exposing someone to HIV. What? Let me read this to you very quickly, just the first paragraph. California politics is the definition of insanity. It's wow. Okay, that's all I can say is wow. Look at this. Under current California law, it is a felony offense punishable by 3 to 8 years in prison, right? To knowingly infect someone with HIV or any other type of STD, right? The new law, which was signed by Governor Brown, on October 6th and takes effect January 1st, changes this to a misdemeanor carrying a 6-month prison term, the same punishment as knowingly exposing someone to other communicable diseases. That is insanity, ladies and gentlemen. It's insanity. This is California in a nutshell. What? Who? I don't even know how to really articulate myself right now, because who's writing these laws? Like, what's happening in your mind as a liberal politician when you sit there and say, you know what? I want to reduce the penalty for someone who knowingly infects someone with HIV. I think that 3 to 8 years in prison and that being a felony is a little bit too steep. Okay? It should only be a misdemeanor, something life-changing, life-threatening, something that could end your life. You knowingly giving this to somebody, something that's already almost borderline impossible to prove, right? It's almost borderline impossible to prove that anyways, as it is. Nonetheless, 3 to 8 years, That's just a bit much for someone to knowingly pass on an illness of that magnitude to somebody else that could literally take your life. 3 to 8 years in jail is too much. Felony is too much. It should just be 6 months in jail, no more than that. You know, most likely we'll just give you probation, and it's just a little misdemeanor. This place is just a cesspool, man. Anyways, let's carry on. Wow. Wow. Man, just wow. Let's keep going. I'm at a loss of words. Fat Boo said, I'm not going near California. You please don't. Please don't. Don't come here. All right. To all of you listening, there's nothing here for you. There's nothing here but death, destruction, poverty, and homeless people. Okay. That's it. Anyways, let's keep going. Take it away, Spencer.
How can you secure the money if you can't lock the vault? How can you catch the robbers if you're not allowed to monitor the vault? And how can you even identify if the vault were even robbed in the first place if you can't even count the money? This is what California has done with elections. Unsolicited ballots going into open mailboxes and NGOs and parking lots. Bank vault is wide open. No signature required, no ID required, no way to ID the robbers. And the beauty of their rigged system is they can have all the pageantry of this public ballot counting center. Hey, come on down. It's open to the public. Anyone can come watch so you can see just how kosher our system is.
We are inside LA County's massive ballot processing center. An assistant United States attorney arrived on scene to observe the process and ask questions.
All the fraud that does occur happens long before the ballots even hit this building. People have been pushing me to demand a recount. Why? You could recount these anonymous ballots 100 times. You'll get the same exact result. I have no doubt that they are doing a flawless job of accurately counting every single ballot in here with robotic precision. The fraud isn't here. It's here on Skid Row, where homeless people are paid a couple bucks for their ballots.
They give you $2 to vote?
Yeah, we do the street. We show something.
Did they come down here and kind of tell you to vote?
Yes.
They told you who to vote for?
Since I'm voting your way, can I get a plate? You know what I mean?
It's here.
There are so many videos like that. We've covered quite a few of them here on this channel, but there are so many videos and independent journalists that have gone out on Skid Row interviewing countless homeless people where they've all said the same thing. They were paid to vote for Karen Bass. They said that they were paid to vote for Nithya Raman. And when we say they were paid, we're not talking about big money here because these people are homeless. They were given like $2. $3. I think this one guy here, him, because we watched him right here. We've watched these videos. He was proud of getting like $4. You know, he was like, I got $4 out of him. It was something like that, $3 or $4, because they're giving everybody else $2, you know, for the vote. And he was like, yeah, I got $3, $4 out of him. You know, you gotta pay me. I was like, man, $4, $4 for you to vote for Karen Bass. $4. That's all it's costing these guys, right? Once again, it's all alleged. I believe, I assume YouTube, freedom of speech. We're just, you know, investigating and going into the possibilities of what could be. So don't be mad at me. We're just engaging in our freedom of speech, First Amendment right. But that's what's going on out here. All right. We've already seen, and I've covered 1,000,001 times, the articles of people being convicted and going to jail for registering homeless people to vote on Skid Row. They're homeless. Where is the ballot going to? If they're homeless, okay? This is a common practice here in California. This is not something new. This is regular. It's been happening for, I want to say, well over a decade now at this point, that I've been able to see for myself in terms of articles and things of that nature. 10 years minimum, but really longer than that if we're being honest. All right? This has been going on. So what Spencer Pratt is saying is so true. When people are saying, yo, there needs to be a recount, the corruption is done way before the election happens. Way before the election happens, that's where the corruption is. On Skid Row, on the streets, ballot harvesting, paying homeless people to register to vote, paying homeless folks, you're filling out the ballot for them. and saying, okay, this is, who you're voting for. All right, this is what we're doing. Okay, Karen Bass, Nitin Raman. All right, okay, here's $3. Put your signature on here. And then they take this stuff and mail it out. You can recount, like Spencer Pratt said, 1,000,001 times all you want. It won't matter. The corruption starts out there in the streets with all of the bogus registration that's going on, not to mention the fact that we don't have any form of voter ID at all whatsoever. And it brings me to this comment here that caught my eye earlier, when this young woman stated, we really need to pass Save America Act, and voter ID will be on the ballot in November. That's here in California, if I'm not mistaken. What's my man's name? Carl DeMaio. Am I saying his name right? Is it Carl DeMaio? I believe they were able to get the voter ID on the ballot here in California, right? She would go on to say, and the post office is working with President Trump, so we will have a lot more fair elections. I've said this before, and I'm going to say this again. If the SAVE Act were to pass, if it passed, and Republicans would actually do their job, Republicans in the Senate, if they would actually do their job, which they clearly don't want to, I stand on this firmly. California would be a swing state. It would be a swing state. If voter ID was required and proof of citizenship was required, and you eliminated mail-in ballots, with the exception for those who are disabled and things of that nature, right? But no more automatic mail-in ballots. You have to show up in person. Voter ID, proof of citizenship to vote. This place turns into a swing state. And this was really showed, and speaking on this right now really kind of brings my memory back to discussing Spencer Pratt's campaign and how impressed I was with his campaign, and particularly his ground game, because Spencer Pratt knew and understand what some of us actually know and understand to be true here in California, especially and particularly when you're talking about Black voters in California. When you're talking about Black voters in general, we all know that for the most part, those who participate, in voting, their vote blue no matter who's. But it's those who don't participate that you have to reach out to. And that's something that Spencer Pratt was masterfully doing. You have someone like a Karen Bass, who they love to play the pro-blackity black game and pretend that they love the Black community and this, that, and the third, Black this, Black that. But you would have never seen Karen Bass go to the communities, quote, the hood, right? And the hoods that Spencer Pratt went to personally, physically, in the flesh, where he's surrounded by a bunch of guys with tattoos on their necks, on their face, with mean looks on their face. And he was in the heart of these communities campaigning for their votes. And once again, not to lose my train of thought, because I can feel it happening, is that those Black Americans who do not participate in politics, generally, when you speak to them, they are conservative leaning. I'm not going to go as far as to say that they're conservatives, but they are conservative leaning. They don't agree with the foolishness that goes on here in California or with liberal politics overall. They do not, but they don't participate because they don't think that there's a real reason to. There's no point. There's no point. Nothing's going to change, right? Nothing new is going to happen. Everything's all going to stay the same. Right. So if you were able to pass the SAVE Act, if we were able to have voter ID in California, if there was something tangible laws put in place that would give more confidence to the people that their vote mattered, then when you're going out to the public, as Spencer Pratt was doing, when you're going to the hood and you're reaching out to those who would normally vote, but you're saying, hey, man, it's a new day. Things have changed and your vote does matter because of X, Y, and Z. You can pull those guys out to vote in the right direction, pun intended, which would make California a swing state. I stand on that. California, if the SAVE Act were to pass and you got rid of nonsense mail-in ballots and we had voter ID, I guarantee you, I promise you, California would be a swing state. Anyways, let's carry on.
In the street, would they come down here and try and tell you to vote?
Yes.
They told you who to vote for?
Since I'm voting your way, can I get a plate? You know what I mean?
It's here where socialist street animals go door to door and violate the ballot harvesting laws. People bring up the old communist adage often attributed to Stalin saying, it's not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes. No, this is the modern era of fraud. They've gotten wise. The modern communist agrees with the old communist, but just the first part. It doesn't matter who votes. It doesn't matter if it's a drug zombie being paid for their ballot. It doesn't matter if it's a DSA socialist street animal filling out your ballot. It doesn't matter if it's a blue-haired intern at a Nithya Raman-funded NGO filling out the ballots. The bank vault is wide open. The cameras have been removed, and there's no way to count the money. Now, for those of you who wanted me to fight the election, for those of you who thought I was quitting or I was bought off to step aside and quietly disappear, I'll remind you, there's a smart way to handle these things and a dumb way. Evidence is not proof. I don't say things without proof. Now, anyone saying that there's no evidence of fraud is lying. There's tons of evidence, and I was the one who got it. All those videos that you saw of homeless people admitting that they were paid for their vote, where do you think they came from? Immediately after the big spike of votes came in for Nithya, I sent my team down to Skid Row to collect evidence. We were warned by some very well-connected people that this was happening, so we acted on it immediately. But if you want to end this fraud, doing protests and bitching about stolen elections won't get you anything. You need the fraudsters to start catching charges. For that to happen, you need proof. That's what investigators do. They turn evidence into proof with a robust investigation. You think it's a coincidence that 20 FBI agents suddenly descended on Skid Row to investigate vote fraud? Why do you think they were there? You don't get evidence by going to rallies or storming the ballot processing center. You get evidence by doing real work. And the first rule of criminal investigation is you do not talk about it. Here's the reality. It's too late for my campaign. A lot of people refuse to accept that, but I can. I told you all to get your ass out and vote. Tell your friends to vote. Vote enough to beat the cheat. We didn't beat it, but that doesn't mean I quit. I don't know how to quit.
He never knew when to quit.
My goal isn't to try and salvage the campaign, just like my advocacy in the wake of the Palisades fire wasn't about my own home. It's too late for me. This is about you. This is about the next one. It's about exposing this corrupt rigged system and changing it for the next election. If I have to be the kamikaze pilot to finally get this fixed, so be it. There's a right way and a wrong way to do this. The right way isn't easy, but it ends with commie animals and handcuffs. I will restore faith in our elections if it's the last thing I do. And to all you fraudsters out there, we've been watching you, and justice is coming.
Fat Boo, I 100% agree with you. She said, I'm happy he's sticking around. He will get his chance. I do believe that he will get his chance in the next coming mayoral election. Karen Bass is going to continue to run the city into the ground. If Nithya Raman wins, once again, the city is already burnt to the ground and is on fire. If Nithya Raman wins, that burning is going to turn into an inferno. And with that being said, nothing's going to change here. People are going to grow more upset, more agitated. And if, fingers crossed, we can actually get the Save Act to pass. In my opinion, Spencer Pratt will be shooing. But even without the Save Act passing, once again, all this that he's doing here and now, he's laying out the groundwork for his next election run. That's what this is. So Spencer Pratt's loss wasn't the end of Spencer. That's what a lot of people hoped it would be. This is actually the beginning, right? This is the beginning of much, much more to come from Spencer Pratt in a very long campaign, because this is what this is here. This is a campaign video. This is not just him, essentially you could say promoting the War Foundation. But this is a long-winded 9-minute campaign video. And he's going to be campaigning for the next 4 years until he gets his next shot in the mayoral race. And I do believe, and I do hold out hope, fingers crossed, that he'll make a lot more noise and a bigger splash than he did this time around in a relatively short period of time. That's the other thing too you got to understand with Spencer Pratt's campaign. He made a huge splash in a very, very, very short period of time. So if he continues on the route that he's going now, with everything that he's doing and that what we've been discussing so far, I do think that he will be in a very good and a very strong position to possibly take the mayor's seat in the next election. He just has to keep on the path that he's doing now, which he's doing a great job doing. Like I said, he never went anywhere. He's still here. He met with President Trump, I believe it was yesterday. From that meeting, once again, we don't know what they talked about. but it's very obvious that it was about election fraud. It's very obvious, obviously. And then this comes out and we see the War Foundation, yada, yada, yada. He's on the right path and he has my support 1,000,000,000%. So with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. All right. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please, 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 please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you very much. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And most importantly, do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. All right. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. That way you will never miss a notification because YouTube will not send them out. And I guarantee you, if you're new to the channel, you just subscribe, you're not going to see my video recommended in your feed. So you got to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Thank you all for your time. Saul, now that I found my password, I will be going live again, back to the normal schedule. Peace, everybody, and have a great afternoon and or evening.
All right, Amos, let's try Amos again. Amos, what's happening, Amos?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Amos. What's happening?
Yeah, man, could you give us a definitive comeback to today? Roland Martin and Dr. Greg Carr went on and on about how dumb we are because we didn't know the true history of Haitian and French contribution to New Orleans. So how can we shut that down once and for all?
Oh, God. What did they say?
He just went on and on about how dumb we are and how ignorant we are about not knowing the contribution that Haiti, and then he went on about the Louisiana Purchase. And, you know, he's the master of straw arguments. It's amazing. But yeah, if you could give us something that we could just come right back with in terms of solid history, it would be appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I done broke that down many times with Haitians who call it with that. We shut them down every time. Every time they come in with that Louisiana Purchase thing, we break that down. Remember, I had one woman, that Haitian woman who was just lying her ass off. Everything out her mouth was a lie because most of the time they're just lying. You understand that? It's just lying. She was like, yeah, we sold y'all the Louisiana Territory. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That was a secondary consequence of the Haitian Revolution. Napoleon was fighting multiple wars. He needed money, so he sold the Louisiana area to the United States. Haiti didn't sell it to us. And also what that did was expand slavery. So it really kind of bit us in the ass, you know? But yeah, that's the thing. These people be lying their ass off, family. They can be shut down very quickly and easily. And a lot of us do. We shut them down. Speaking of Haiti, I saw a post where some woman was talking about, yeah, these foundational Black Americans say that, a lot of us Haitians couldn't get over to the U.S. without them, but we Haitians we've been coming to the U.S. in large numbers since the 1700s. Family, they never come over here in large numbers until the damn 60s. Family, let me talk slow. So these folks talk about all this influence and all this shit that they've done. Family, by 1960, there were less than 5,000 Haitians in the United States. It was like damn near none. It's like nothing. You understand? In the 1700s, when the revolution pretty much got started, you had white people from Haiti coming over, or from Saint-Domingue, because it wasn't even Haiti yet. And some of them brought some of their enslaved people, some of them. Very small numbers. Very, very small numbers. Hold on, wait. Taino, hold on, wait. Taino, hop on. Is that Rohan Taino? Because you trolling in the chat. Is that you, Rohan Taino? Hop on. If you don't hop on, I'm going to block you because you're not going to just be in the chat room trolling. Taino, either hop on. It's either Rohan or Austin. Either get in the comment, get in the chat, or we're going to block you immediately. All right? You're not going to just be like a little biatch trolling in the comment section. All right? You got 10 seconds to get on. All right? You got 10 seconds. Now you got 5 seconds. All right? And now you're going to get blocked. You cannot troll. You're going to have to go to your other Finster account. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I just blocked him. I blocked him. But yeah, all of this stuff about them coming over here to the U.S., you weren't coming over in large numbers. In the first half of the 1800s, you were damn near non-existent coming over here. The U.S. government didn't even recognize Haiti until 1862. This government didn't even recognize Haiti. They formally recognized them by 1862. So before then, there was not a diplomatic environment that would allow you to come over from Haiti. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. And the 1924 national origins quota system blocked all of these non-white immigrants. Yeah. In the early 1900s, U.S. immigration, it was strictly governed by that Immigration Act of 1924, the John Reed Act, to be specific. They established severe quotas designed to preserve the U.S. demographic, ethnicity, and all of that. So they were just really letting over a lot of Europeans, and Northern and Western Europeans like that, just severely restricting and just banning Africans, Asians, Caribbeans. Remember, in order for Garvey to get over here, the black folks down in Tuskegee had to fight for that. So yeah, the little handful of Haitians who would come over in the 1920s and all that was us helping them then. So yeah, y'all don't get to do that. Y'all not going to sit up and say what we didn't do. Every time you were able to bring your ass over here, it was us helping you. Yeah? Let's be very, very real. And they didn't start coming over into massive waves until after 1965. The Immigration and Nationality Act, that was what it was. Yeah? And that was a direct act of us. That was us pushing that line. Yeah? But listen, the handful of Haitians that did come before the 1960s, many of them were coming on I think they were F1 visas. They were coming over on student visas, and they were going to HBCUs. We were still helping them. You understand? Notice that any Africans or any Caribbeans who would come over before the 60s, they would be at the HBCUs. Tuskegee had black foreigners going to there. That's what Garvey was Garvey was really trying to do what Tuskegee was doing. You understand? Which is what Tuskegee is still doing. Tuskegee is still there doing its thing. Shout out to Tuskegee. Garvey was trying to do what Tuskegee was doing. Yeah? It's deep. But yeah, these people were being held by HBCUs. Somebody mentioned the Hart-Celler Act. Right, the Hart-Celler Act. Who mentioned that? Somebody mentioned the Hart-Celler Act. And that was because of us too. The Hart-Celler Act, that was influenced by us. You understand? What was the Hart-Celler Act? That was the Immigration Act that lifted all of those racial quotas and all that. The senators and the politicians, the politician Mr. Hart and Mr. Seller, I forgot what their first names are, but you know, it was Representative Emanuel Seller. He was the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. He was working directly with a brother named Clarence Mitchell. That was an FBA brother who was rocking with the NAACP, FBA. That's the person who was in Emanuel Seller's ear. And Senator Hart, the Hart part, he was clicked in with Philip Randolph, another foundational Black American activist who was very instrumental in the civil rights movement. You see? Yeah, Hart relied entirely on the Leadership Conference of the Civil Rights, the LCCR. The LCCR, that was an FBA-founded and FBA-led coalition by A. Philip Randolph, Roy Wilkins, all these people. They built the infrastructure and organized the boycotts and marches and put the economic pressure on everybody. So they were working directly with Hart-Celler. I'm showing you names that y'all can look up. Look up these names. Y'all look up all these names I'm telling you. That Hart-Celler Act was directly influenced by us. We were the main ones in their ear pushing that line. Dr. King, all of that was there pushing that line. Them FBA lawmakers were right there in the trenches whipping them votes up. Yeah. Adam Clayton Powell Jr. out there showing out there in New York. You know, he was the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor, pushing a lot of anti-discrimination amendments. You understand? Brothers like Charles Digg out there in Michigan, a lot of these FBA brothers, Augustus Hawkins out here in California, were pushing heavy to get those racial quotas off the immigration. You know? And the U.S. government didn't change the immigration laws just to be fair. We forced them to do that because they had to save face on a global scale. See, Foundational Black American spokespersons, we were the ones holding up the mirror. Dr. King and all these people, they were taking our plight to the international stage, to the international press. And they were pointing out the blatant hypocrisy of America. You understand? And we were saying, hey, we want to click in with the African nations and the newly independent Caribbean nations and all that. We were going out there saying that. That's why they kept calling Dr. King a communist, because he was putting all the shit on Front Street. So we got to put everything in context. So yeah, well, I'm not letting nobody say what the fuck we didn't do. We did it all for your ass. Don't ever let nobody try to say what the hell we didn't do. They didn't get nothing going on without us. Nothing. Not a damn thing, nothing. And if anybody can refute that, hop on this stage now and tell me what you got over here without us. Hop your ass in here and just prove me wrong. Because these tethers, they get real slick at the damn mouth. You dig? And that's not going to fly. We sacrifice too much for all these folks to have any inkling of disrespect from them. They didn't have nothing going on over here. Let's just be real with it. Not being mean, but y'all not just going to come over here after we done lifted you up and then just show all types of disrespect. Fuck all that now. Nope. Y'all raise your hands. Let me see. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Yeah, we don't have them riders like that no more. Yeah, the Adam Clayton Powells, and he was a rider, man. You know, back then, man, cats stood on it. They stood on it, man. They were rocking out. Ralph Bunch, man, we had riders out there. Now, you know, we got a bunch of tether politicians now. Yeah. We got Wes Moore, Byron Donalds, Obama, Kamala. What's the common denominator? Yeah. Good grief. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, we got New Orleans own. I saw something where this dude was from Senegal. He was trying to hold on, New Orleans. Let me get you one second. Hold on. This dude from Senegal. Hold on, let me read this, Mike. He was like, yes, if you look at Senegal and France, you know, it's just like New Orleans. The same thing. The food, the architecture is just like New Orleans. And when I leave Senegal and go to New Orleans, I feel like I am in Senegal when I'm in New Orleans. It feels just like Senegal to me. Oh, God. Dude, look, listen. Y'all know I was in Senegal in January. There is absolutely nothing in Senegal that's even remotely similar or close to damn New Orleans. Literally nothing. Where in the hell would you get that from? There's literally nothing. There's nothing about that that reminds you of some damn New Orleans. The food, nothing. The food don't taste like no New Orleans food. The music ain't like New Orleans. They ain't got jazz and no Senegal. The buildings and the architecture ain't like New Orleans. Literally nothing. People be trying to Africanize and Caribbeanize New Orleans all the time. They want to latch on to that culture because New Orleans culture is so unique. It's such a unique, foundational Black American culture. People feel like they got to try to other it and co-opt it. They try to make it like Haiti. And I've been to Haiti, all over Haiti. It ain't nothing like no damn New Orleans either. When Roland and those dudes talk about all this shit Haiti brought to New Orleans, how come it ain't in Haiti? Those buildings don't look like buildings in New Orleans. The music don't sound like the music in New Orleans. The way the people talk is not the same way. The food is not the same at all. Do you understand? I've been to Haiti. A lot of folks have never been. I've been to Haiti. I filmed a movie down there. Cool people, very nice people. The food ain't the same. It's just not the same. If it were the same, people would be big. You don't see people making a big hoopla about Haitian food. No disrespect, but people, where are the Haitian restaurants? No disrespect. New Orleans is FBA. That's an FBA city. Shit. Yeah, they'll try to get into the voodoo. Yeah, okay. Good Lord. So have you seen a Haitian McDonald's? Lord. Yeah, Louisiana is it's its own thing. You understand? Louisiana is its own thing. Good grief. What's up, Money Love? Money Love, what you talking about, Money Love? Hop on in here. Oh, I got my brother New Orleans in here. New Orleans, hop on in, brother.
Yeah, what's going on, Tyreek? What's happening, bro?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
Yeah, you've been dropping gems, bro, for a minute now, bro.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Got my 2 sons watching you. They love watching you. 12 years old and 9 years old.
Oh, love that, young man. Love it. Love it.
But yeah, man, Haitian, bro, we to be honest, bro, the first time I heard of Haiti was I watched a movie in the 90s, and it was about voodoo or something where they was blowing dust in people's faces and turning them into zombies. It was supposedly based on a true story. That's the first time I heard about Haiti. I know a lot of Louisiana history. Nothing about Haiti ever came up. These people are full of cap. They think just because we were enslaved by the French and they were enslaved by the French that we are brothers. That don't have nothing to do with it. It's like the English went to the Philippines. Do that mean that we are brothers and sisters with Filipinos?
Right.
Because we were all enslaved by them? That's crazy, the logic. But you know what? Back to the native thing. For anybody who's wondering what's the possibility that Black people were actually here before any white people showed up, or the so-called Red Indians. All they got to do is study the research by the anthropologist Roland B. Fixon. Have you ever heard of him?
I haven't heard of that guy, no.
Yeah, he was a Harvard professor of anthropology, and he dug up bones from Massachusetts to New York and all the way down through the South. Every skeleton he dug up, he concluded that they were Negroes. He said they were indistinguishable from the Negroes who we call freedmen, in his own words, freedmen, which is our ancestor.
Oh, yeah.
They canceled this guy. They defunded him and canceled him because with the Walter Pleckert scam, all of that was in effect. So that was like in the late 1800s. His book didn't come out into the 1920s, but his research been 30 years before that. This guy found no evidence that these skeletons that he studied were none other than our people, Negroes.
Oh yeah.
So y'all check that out. Just if y'all get a chance, just look that up. His name is Roland L. Dixon, anthropologist, Harvard anthropologist.
Yes, indeed.
And I'll learn right there. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you might be talking about Roland B. Dixon. Might be Roland B. Dixon, because there was another anthropologist. See, a lot of times in the 1800s, you had a couple of white people who would tell the truth. You had a couple of white people who would tell the truth and say, hey, man, if you start looking at the works of Leo Warner, there's a few of them, Constantine Rafines, these early white anthropologists, because anthropology was at the 1800s, it was a relatively new thing. You understand? 1800s, before that, nobody was doing no anthropology. So by the 1800s, they have now, scientific mechanisms to do carbon dating and things like this. They can kind of trace things. So yeah, they start digging up stuff, and if a practice is new, you're going to basically tell the truth at first. You don't know about the cover up and all that. But a lot of these people start digging up all these bones over here in the United States, and they were like, hey, there's a bunch of Negroes over here for a long time. And then early 1900s, they all got on code and had to start lying and covering things up. They had to, they got funding by all of these other nefarious corporations to kind of say, no, we can't tell that truth. Because, we don't want these Negroes to understand that they're from here too now. We got to really push this Africa thing. Let's really push that Africa thing so they ain't hitting us up for no money. We make them feel like they're foreigners. You see? That's why they always try to act like these white professors or whoever who tell the truth. They act like they're crazy and they try to dismiss them. They just found some bones in California. They're trying to put them together. They're doing some studies on them, and they found out these bones are like human remains are like 13,000 years old. Every time they find bone, let me tell you something. Every time they find some bones over here in the U.S. that's ancient, you never hear about them. Notice they are so damn secretive about archaeological digs over here. They're extremely secretive. You know what? Because you're going to dig up some Negroes. That's why they're all secretive about the Grand Canyon. There was an article that came out in a newspaper. A white dude was like, yeah, we found some Negro bones and we found Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. And they start spilling the beans. And all of a sudden, later on, they tried to say that was a hoax. It was in reputable newspapers. Then they had to backtrack on it. They always do that. They'll tell the truth and then backtrack and say, oh, no, he was high when he said that. No, he was hallucinating when he said that. Then they'll try to back it. Why would he lie about that? No, you know how people be just saying shit. He's just saying shit. Who's that? If you can't Google somebody indigenous land, if you can't Google someone indigenous land, man. Yeah, you start digging up people over here, you're going to dig up us. That's why they keep them damn archaeological digs hush hush. You don't ever hear about archaeological digs publicly over here. Now we hear about some of them down there in South America because they, their media is a little more honest down there. That's why Lucia woman, they showed you exactly what she looked like, a black woman. Let me see. Yeah. Y'all raise your hands. A guy entered the Grand Canyon for 21 days. I got to look into that. Let me see. All right. Stealth. Let me see. Let's get Stealth in here. Let's get brother Stealth. Hop on in, Stealth. Let me see. Stealth. What's up, Stealth?
What's up with you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. You're a little muffled, but I can hear you. What's going on with you?
Man, make sure y'all check out that Comic View season. We just dropped the second episode, and I appreciate you having the comics down at your spot, man. So make sure y'all check out that new season of Comic View. FBA back.
There it is, my man. Oh yeah, we last time we did a comedy show, we had some producers from Comic View up there. So yeah, we had a ball. We gotta do another event. I probably have something at the museum, probably in August. Let me see. Let's see who we got. Y'all raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise those hands. Let's get you in here. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Brother Royale, let's get Royale in here. Royale. All right. What's up, Royale?
How you doing tonight, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I just wanted to go off of what dude from New Orleans was saying, and he ain't never told one lie, bro.
Yes, sir.
They mounds and everything in Louisiana, man. So yeah, just keep up the good work, brother.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. All right. Let me see. We'll get a couple of more good ones in here. Y'all got to come through with it. All right, y'all got to come on through with it. Let me see. I want to see them hands up in the chat. Let's see those hands up in there. Thank y'all for the gifts, by the way. Darius, you want to get on? All right, Darius, hop on, Darius. Mr. Darius, hop on, sir.
How I do that?
What's up, brother? Darius. Oh, Lord, this brother don't know how to work his phone. Darius. Darius, what are you in there doing, brother?
How I do it? Okay.
Oh, Lord. Darius.
Oh, my God. How I do it?
Okay, we hear you, Darius. You can just start talking, brother. Can you hear me?
How I do it? How I do it?
You're doing it. You're doing it now, Darius.
Oh, doing it now. How I get on the mic?
We hear you, Darius. We hear you, brother.
Damn, Flex. How I do it? Like,
okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Shit, do it by yourself. Just do it that way. God damn. Tell me how you do it, nigga. You're doing it. God damn. Oh, God. Come on, y'all. Y'all gonna make me go back to Twitter with all this bullshit. Y'all messing with my sinuses. How I do it, Tyreek? What I do? What I'm supposed to do, Tyreek? You're just talking. I don't see nothing. I don't feel nothing. I don't smell nothing. I don't wear the button at. Brother, I hear you. Huh? Is that you, Tyreek? What I'm supposed to do? How I do it? Am I doing what I'm supposed to damn do? I'm confused. I don't even know why he was confused. Why was he confused? Good Lord. I don't even understand why. Okay, the brother, just talk, huh? How I do it, Tyreek? It's a clause. Oh, God. Damn, man. You were doing it, sir. You were doing it. God. Okay, man. Okay, let's try it again. God. Okay, let's try it again. Let me see. Let me get, who is this? Who we got? Okay, let's try C. All right, C, are you in here, C? What's up, C? C, are you in here? Okay, C ain't saying nothing. All right, let's try. We're going to try one more. All right, let's try one more. Raise your hands. Yeah, I'm going on X tomorrow. Shit. Who is Wade? Where's Wade? Wade, where's Wade? Oh, this Wade. Jamaican Wade. That's Jamaican Wade. What's up, Wade? Let's get Wade in. Let's get our brother, our Jamaican brother. What's up, Wade?
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? How you been?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you, Wade?
I do have a question. You know, I first came to find out about you through the Breakfast Club. Yeah, I used to watch your videos all the time. That's how I came on to Hidden Colors. But I do have a question, and you don't have to answer this if you have underlying relationships you got to preserve. But is there a reason you haven't been on the Breakfast Club in a while? Because I was looking, you know, I like them and I like you, so I was wondering, do you guys not collaborate anymore? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just curious.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people ask that. Thank you, brother. I'm cool with those guys. I'm still cool with Charlamagne and those guys. I haven't talked to them in a minute. I think that somebody from the top, because, you know, they're clicked in with the DNC. You know, the Breakfast Club is damn near like a satellite. It's like an auxiliary for the damn DNC, if we're going to be honest. And I think somebody from the DNC and their corporate people say, hey, don't have Tariq on there. I think that's what it is. I think some people from the DNC, you know, kind of gave them a little memo, because the DNC, their top brass, they have memos about me being passed around all the time. I know this firsthand. I've had people who work with the DNC tell me about these little memos they pass around about me. Yeah, ain't that some shit? There's some scandal going on with Rock Nation and all that with them, right? Ain't there some, like, a little scandal going on? When Funk Master Flex was, I don't know the gist of it. Y'all help me out. What's going on with that? Because all the ins and outs of like this little thing with Rock Nation and the Breakfast Club, and I know Funk Master Flex was calling it out. What's the gist of that? Where my New Yorkers, some of my New York people might be abreast to. What's the gist of that? Yeah. Are they saying that some of those guys were on the Rock Nation's payroll? Man, okay. Yeah, listen, these people, a lot of them are controlled by that DNC money. These people who own those stations, these are major, contributors to the DNC. They're clicked in with the DNC for their licenses and all that stuff. So they got these real close relationships to the DNC. So the DNC likes to control, hey, like, if we give you this license and all that, we want to make sure whoever you put on air, they're not going to sway people away from us. You know? So it's one thing for them to have like a conservative on, like a Candace Owens or even a Byron Donalds, because a Democrat voter, you know that you're dealing with, you're watching a person who's a conservative, who's a Republican. So that person is not going to sway a Democrat voter. You know what I'm saying? A Candace Owens, she's not going to recruit a Democrat voter. She's too much of a mammy. So if a Democrat voter sees Candace Owens, oh, that's an op. She's an op mammy. If you hear me talking, because I'm not a Republican, I'm nonpartisan. A person listening to me, they're like, oh shit, he's making sense. I better get something for my damn vote. You see? Or I ain't gonna vote for nobody. They don't want to have that on there. You think these people didn't send down memos? Yeah? Why you think Roland and those guys always taking shots at me? Yeah, they get memos to do that shit. Yeah? So yeah, that's what that is. But again, I'm cool with those guys. But nobody owes me a platform. If people want to have me on, that's fine. But I don't look at it as nobody owing me a platform. That's their platform. Your politics, your rules, and I get it. I get that. But here's the thing. When a lot of these corporate entities have to rely on the white establishment to dictate who you can have on, and people can kind of feel that, it starts to feel inauthentic. You see, if your brand is supposed to be authenticity, that's going to start taking a hit on your brand because people can see that. Yeah. Just like when they had them punks up there. Yeah, that was a bad look. When they had them punks up there talking all that shit, they had Malik Yoba in there. Oh, God, that was a train wreck. Oh, that was a major train wreck. Talking about Step Up and, oh, God. That was a damn disaster. Lord. You know? Man. That thing was a hot mess, man. But hey, everybody got their lane, man. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. Let me see. Do we have tennis up in here? Okay. Y'all raise. Let me get you in here. Y'all raise your hands. What's up, Jess? Listen. What's up, Jess? I see you, love. All right. Let me see who we got. Yeah, man. When your entity starts looking inauthentic, and you ain't talking about something that everybody's talking about, this delineation, everybody's talking about it. You can't ignore the delineation. This delineation is heavy. That's the most popular thing on social media, people talking about delineation. And if your entities are not talking about that, y'all look out of touch, which works out for us. It works out for the grassroots media because people come to us to get the real. Yeah, so that legitimizes us. Yeah. So y'all, we got to be cool on Malik Yoba. Malik Yoba, shout out to Malik Yoba. I was roasting Malik Yoba so bad. Malik Yoba hit me in the DMs like, "Hey man, you light me up, man. You got to chill." So let me chill because I don't want to seem like I'm bullying nobody. Yeah, I was kind of clowning Malik Yoba, and I think Malik is a great actor. I think he's a great actor. I think he is a phenomenal actor, but I was kind of clowning a little bit too hard on him. When Malik was all that Step Up shit, and when he basically came out, quote unquote. Come on now. Yeah, Malik. You look it up. I don't even know what I can say here on TikTok. Y'all have to look up his get down. So he likes the Mr. Sisters. So I put up I put up a meme. It kind of went overboard. It was funny as hell though. It was funny as hell. And where's that? I wish I could show the meme, but I'm not. It was, I said, let me be nice. I don't want to be mean-spirited. It was a little mean-spirited, but it was funny. It was funny. I put up a meme about Malik Yoba. Y'all know, y'all remember those memes where a few years ago where it would be like some cartoon characters, like a man sitting on a bed texting a woman, and on the bottom, the woman is texting the man back. Y'all remember that meme? And there was different versions of that meme a few years ago. Y'all remember that? It would be the man on the top in the top panel, and then the woman on the bottom. What was the name of those memes? Did those have a name to them? What was the name of them? Because there was a lot of people doing different versions of them. Yeah. So it was basically showing kind of ironic interactions, how men talk and how women react. It was kind of that thing. I don't know if there was a name for those memes, but I did one where the dude was on the top panel texting. He was like, "It was good to see you. That pussy was good last night." And on the bottom, it was Malik Yoba in drag texting back, "That wasn't pussy." He said, Malik was like, hey, bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. You can't do me like this. That was kind of messed up, if I think about it. That was kind of messed up. I shouldn't have done that. But that shit was freaking hilarious. That was funny. I'm sorry. I gotta find. No, I'm not gonna post it because I told Malik I'm not gonna do that to you, brother. I said no, I'm not. That's what I want to be a bully. Because if I joke about somebody, I want them to be in on the joke. He got offended. He got very offended. I said, okay, brother, you right. I'm not trying to just be offending people just to be doing it. So, you know. So shout out to Malik. I'm not no bully. Man. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a bully, man. You know. And if that, you know, I don't want the man to be beat up over his preference. You know, that's his preference. So, yeah. Man. Let me see. Sister Bridget, I thought I had, hold on, where you? I keep seeing you, Sister Bridget. Where you at, beloved? Oh, man. But yeah, but a lot of people are looking at the Breakfast Club funny. Like, yeah, they don't, y'all act like this delineation ain't popping off the way it's popping off. So yeah, y'all trying to ignore that. But again, I think their paymasters, the people on top, told them to not even talk about this delineation. Because that messes up votes. You understand? That messes up the votes. And, you know, they have to push DNC agendas. You know? Man. Let me see. Y'all, let's get one more, guys. Let's get one more. All right. Let me get one more in here. Y'all raise those hands. What's up, man? FBA is a clause. Thank you for the gift. Hold on. Let's get, let me see. Hold on. Where we at? Let me see. Let me see. I've not talked to Charlemagne in years. I've not talked to him. And I'm still cool with Charlemagne. I don't have a problem with Charlemagne. All right. Who is that? Come on now. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Come on, man. Let me see. Sister Bridget. Let's get Sister Bridget in here. I ain't talked to Sister Bridget in a minute. What's up, Sister Bridget?
Yes, sir. How are you, Tariq? You doing?
I've been good. How you been doing? Doing, dear?
You know, Tariq, I've been going through a little bit. I might be becoming a new mom. There's a little, a little trauma in my family, a little foster mom, you know, a little trauma in my family. I have to take my two little cousins, and they were missing and runaways, and they were getting beat and slapped around, and things like that. But yeah, it was really horrible.
I love TikTok Shop. Now, are they?
I'm so sorry if I said something wrong.
Now, how old are they?
One is 11. On the 4th of July, she turned 11. And then the other one's 14. And I put a video out there where she was getting attacked and just screaming at the top of her lungs. And you could hear the switch or the smacks or the stick or whatever it was that was going up against her and everything like that. And a lot of people reached out, and we got her out of there, you know, so that was really good. Got both of them out.
Now, who are they staying with?
They're staying right now with friends. DHS did take custody.
No, come on. But who was doing the abuse? Who was beating them?
It was a sister of the mother.
Okay, I'm trying to follow.
She was just using very foul language and talking to them really unruly, calling them all kind of MFs and B words and things like that. It was just horrible.
Okay.
And I've always told them, because I've known them since they were babies, like, if you ever get in trouble and you ever need someone, you make sure you call me. You always have my number and call me. So I rode by and I found them like behind a mall under a staircase. And I just took them to my house and just like, and took them to the police station and everything and had that taken care of. And then they started to try to arrest me a couple of days later, like for KP. I don't even know if I can say that on TikTok, for KP.
Yeah.
And things like that. And so then we had to straighten that out. And so finally a friend stepped in, a friend of the family stepped in and took them, but she can't only do it like temporarily. She doesn't want to like actually like be a foster mom.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but this is what I wanted to tell you, Tariq. Listen, Tariq, if you try to go back over to Twitter, we're going to hunt you down like a runaway slave because you belong to us now. We love you. I don't know why you don't have a blue check by now.
I know. Yeah, I got to holler at TikTok about that. I got to holler.
And another thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Tariq, listen, I'm out here. I'm in Mexico, but I'm out here in California. I was in Ahola Beach today. Okay. And I want to know when you're going to have like a hidden museum event, because I came out here to California because I want to go to the museum that you provided for us to have all that lovely information and everything for FBA.
Yes, indeed. So you come to the museum anytime. We're open every week. But when we have an event there, our own events, because we have, different community events up there, I'll keep you posted. on that. Man. Okay, let's see. All right. Let me see who we got. Raise your hands. Let's raise your hand. Raise your hands. Man. Raise your hands. Let me see. Come on, y'all. Let's see who we got. Man, come on. See, this is what I'm saying. See, we keep the conversation flowing on Twitter. The conversation flows a little bit. Over here, it takes a minute for people to get on, and it just slows the conversations down. So there's pluses and negatives. The conversations on Twitter, people are just ready, People are just ready. Let's see. Yeah, the conversations are heavier. It is when we get the white tea supremacists on there, a lot of them, and that makes it real interesting. Man. But over here, it is more colorful. It's very colorful over here. We get classics like The Fox and Bear. We get It's a Claus. See, we get all of it over here. The classic It's a Claus. Yeah, we got that from here. Where's the Fox and Bear dude, by the way? Do y'all be randomly singing Fox and Bear? Yeah, the Fox and Bear dude was funny. All right. Man. Let's see who we got. Let's see. I'm going to just get random names in here. All right. Let's get random names. I'm looking in the request queue. Let's try James Johnson. Let's try James. Who else we got? Sensei. What's up, James? James? Let's try Sensei. Sensei?
Yeah, what's up, Tyree?
I'm good, man. How you doing, Sensei?
I'm good, man. I'm another caller from New Orleans, you hear me?
Shout out to New Orleans, man. Yes, indeed. What's that?
Let's see. I ain't never come across no Haitian, none of that in New Orleans would come up being from here.
Yeah.
I ain't meet my first Haitian. My daddy in Florida.
Oh, wow.
And then they were just outside with their eyes bucking, looking at you, and then they wait till it rained to go play soccer. So they couldn't be us.
Hilarious.
So,
yeah.
But like that's all I'm saying, you hear me? But the Haitians and Africans got nothing to do with New Orleans. We're a completely different type of Black Americans from there.
Real talk, man. Thank you so much, brother. Let's get quick. Yo, quick. Okay, quick is typing. Let's get quick out of here. Let's get Akron. What's your name?
Hey, what's up, Rick? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How to pronounce your name, brother?
Arsenal.
Arsenal. There you go. What's on your mind?
Oh man, good man. I was just wondering. I know I could go to the site, but I was on here and made me think. What hours is the museum open during the week? I wanted to bring my son up there.
Yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Fridays, and Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So you go up there tomorrow or Saturday.
Okay, you said Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays.
And Saturdays.
And Saturday. Okay.
Yep. Yes, indeed. So go on up there. Go on up. Yes, indeed. Get you some root work, deodorant, and all that stuff. All right. Let me see. Yeah, y'all, if you're in LA, come up there tomorrow. All right. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got. I mean, can we get one more good one? Can we get one more? All right. One more good one. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Who is this? The person got some weird letters. I don't know what that is. This person got some weird letters in their name. What's up, weird letter person? Hold on. Let's get you down. Weird letter person, where you at? Hello? Okay, they got out of here. These weird people. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I hung up on them. I didn't want them to post up something weird. All right, try to get one more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try one more. All right. Let's get, what's your name? El Pugo. Let's get El Pugo in the building. El Pugo. All right. Let's try, because y'all not raising the hands. And again, this slows the game down. All right, we're going to try one more time. Y'all raise your hands. If not, we're going to shut it down. Because nobody's raising their hand, and we got thousands of people up in here. All right. Let me see. Come on, y'all raise those hands. I see. Hold on. Especially some of these new people. Y'all hop on in. Augustus, hop on. Augustus, hop on, sir. All right. Augustus.
What's up, Tracc?
What's up, Augustus? How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, man. It's a blessing to talk to you, man.
Absolutely. Are you from New Orleans?
Nah. I'm from California.
California.
I'm from California. My peoples is from Louisiana.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear that.
Yeah.
I can hear it. What's on your mind?
Not much, man. Just a little bit, which is the main subject of this Godfrey thing going on. I really don't respect him, man. He'll sit there and talk hard for us. And then on the next instance, he'll start talking crazy, or he'll get with his people. And every time I see a clip of him with his people, he start talking funny and shady or being in the room with them. I know that he's cool, and I've heard you speak cool of him too. So I know that you don't, as a real nigga, real person,
yeah,
you're not gonna just talk bad about somebody you know.
Yeah.
But have you gathered that yet?
I really watch whenever they have guests on the show, and the guests are going, and like with that David Oyelowo, whatever his name is, when he's all that subservient slavery shit. Yeah, a lot of their guests, I'm very critical of the stuff that they do on there. So, that's what it is. So, again, me and Godfrey, I'm cool with Godfrey. I disagree with a lot of the stuff Godfrey says, so that's what it is. Yeah, but I'm still cool with Godfrey.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, it seems like the more powerful, so he's getting this podcast, right? And he's getting bigger, so it seems like he's getting more emboldened to be on some other stuff. For real. If you peep in mom, take the time. I know that's your boy, and that's why I respect you, because you don't just go in on somebody because you might hear something about them.
Yeah.
But man, I hope y'all have a conversation or something, because I know y'all know each other.
Yeah.
But dude is for a lot of people, dude is tripping out. And I would never go to the point of calling just every time I see somebody tripping, call them a tether, because that's not what a tether is. And people need to know what a tether is, because they be getting out the way with it sometimes and they get carried away.
Yeah.
So I don't go that far to just because I'm mad at somebody to call them that. You do it in the proper way.
Oh yeah,
but
of course.
but on me, man, he need a conversation, man. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. But people, have the individuals' opinions about them. There's a lot of people going in on them, So a lot of people got their individual opinions. Exercise your freedom of speech. Whatever you feel about, whatever he's saying, express yourself. I ain't the leader of nobody, so I ain't obligated to just go out here and act as the spokesperson, because I'm not. There's some people who are cool with Godfrey. There's some people who ain't fucking with him. I happen to be cool with him. I don't have a personal issue with Godfrey as a person. Some of his views I disagree with. But I'm not, because I don't want people to try to put me in one of those bags like I'm a Charleston White, where I'm supposed to just crash out on. I don't do that sucker shit. Let's get that straight. I'm not a Charleston White. I'm cool with you and then talking shit about you. I don't do that. That's not me. That's not me. I don't do that. I don't do that at all. At all. So that's what it is. Yeah, I'm not the leader of shit. I don't have to be the spokesperson for nobody, because I'm not. Yeah. Alfred, what you say, Alfred? Alfred, what did you say, Alfred? Alfred, get back on here. Don't turn your mic off, Alfred. Alfred? Oh. No, Alfred, don't say some shit and then get quiet, Alfred. Stand on it, Alfred. All right, do that. All right. Let me see. Oh, do we have tethers in here? Marley, what's up, Marley? Mr. Marley, are you a Pan-African, Marley? All right, Marley, hop on in, because you in here talking cash shit. Marley, hop on in with all your Pan-African flags. All right, Marley, hop on in. Marley, say what you got to say and say it with your chest. All right, or you're going to get up out of here. All right. Marley, it's mandatory for you to get on. All right. It is mandatory for you to get on. You ain't going to sit here trolling in the chat room, talking about F you to everybody and all that, and you ain't going to get on here and stand on it. You got 5 seconds to get on, and you're going to get blocked, and you're going to have to use your Finster. All right? You're not going to be in here being musty and sassy in the comments section. All right? Either get on or you're going to get up out of here. All right? And I bet that is probably a Rohan account. All right? Most likely it is a Rohan account. Yo, Nikki, if you can block that person, that would be great. Because I can't find them now, so we're going to block you and get you up out of here. All right. Yeah, somebody said he's stanking up the chat. That's exactly what you're doing. Man. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Let's see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. All right. Let me look at the comments. Let me look at the request queue. All right. Let me look in the request queue. Let's try Elliot. Yo, Mr. Elliot, hop on in, sir. Elliot, hop on in.
Who?
Was it Elliot?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, Elliot. Everything good over there, brother?
Yeah, it's good, man. I wasn't even trying to get on. I didn't mess nothing. It's all good. Boy, I'm really talking to Tariq Nasheed. All right,
Yes.
man. How you doing?
All right, we're good, Ellie. Go ahead, go back to sleep, Ellie. Good. Elliot and them eating some damn sunflower seeds in the middle of the night. Hello? Oh, damn, this Tyreek. Shit. I didn't mean to do that. I was just soaking my feet in some Epsom salt, and I just bunked on the phone here. Elliot was a little confused. Shout out to Elliot. Lord. Elliot in there warming up some leftover soul food and shit. I'm just in here warming up this damn this cabbage and these sweet potatoes, and I made a mistake and pushed the button. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Lord, he's in having a midnight soul food snack. You know, he sounds like he eats some leftover butter beans with some cornbread. Ooh, I'm gonna sleep heavy at night. Ooh, I'm gonna have a deep dream tonight with all this I'm eating. Good Lord. Man. Oh God. Yeah, you know, he got some leftover turkey necks. You know, them leftover turkey necks be busting, don't they? Nigga. Them leftover turkey necks, but you microwave them hoes up, it just be busting. Man. Let me see. All right. I'm trying to get one more good one. Man. Trying to get one more good one, ladies and gentlemen. But shout out to that brother. Elliot was cool. All right. All right. Who is this? The comedic somebody. All right. The comedic. What's up, comedic?
Say the best for last. Oh man, we said soaking feet in Epsom salt. I'm FBA. Look at this. Wait a minute. How do you put this on camera? I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, I don't have the camera set up on this one, on this line. But how you doing, brother?
Oh, pretty good. I'm FBA. Hey, Tariq, I always wanted to ask you, Flex. Have you ever thought about making like movies as far as like horror films, other like, you know, dipping into like another era as far as your documentaries are concerned, like something else, like a generic, like working with Tyler Perry, because you got the skills to do that. I was like, Tariq, I make sci-fi films and horror films.
Yeah, we actually did a horror film like over a decade ago down in Atlanta. The movie got different names because it was all over the place. But it took us like a week. We shot it in a week. So it was all right. It does real good around Halloween. But yeah, I am going to do more narrative films. I am going to definitely do more narrative films. So I'll keep people posted on that. Yeah, it was longer than a decade ago. Right. I got to see the new RZA film because I've been hearing about that. Okay, but anyway, let me go and get up out of here because y'all need to go to sleep. Everybody need to get some damn sleep. All right, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum and go to rootworkstyle.com to get your Rootwork deodorant. All right, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lala moving to the family. Peace.
Electric Rootwork. Electric Rootwork. Electric Rootwork. Electric Rootwork. Electric Rootwork.
I've been off and on homeless for about the past 3 years.
What's happening today?
So I'm moving to my place today, and I'm just ecstatic, man. I mean, praying to God that this is real and that it's gonna happen. At first I jumped and I screamed, and then I started thinking, and then the tears just came out because, you know, it was like just a weight off the shoulder. And, you know, because it's been
There has been a double-digit jump in American homelessness.
It's everywhere.
Highest number ever recorded.
A symptom of what's being called the affordability crisis.
More and more housed neighbors are calling for criminalization.
Says she is fed up with a homeless encampment on her street.
But the only solution to homelessness is housing. So Atlanta decided to build a system around that truth.
This is my last day homeless. Really?
It's called Atlanta Rising.
Atlanta Rising.
Atlanta Rising. Atlanta Rising.
Invisible People went to investigate how Atlanta is reducing homelessness.
To come here gives you
Opportunity to stack some money and get myself together.
you were in a tent and then you went into the gateway shelter.
Yeah.
And 16 days later, 16 days, 16 days.
15 and a half, 16.
You were here.
Yeah. Yes,
And
sir.
if it wasn't for this, you'd still be out in the tent.
Yeah. I'd be still in the tent right now. I don't know what I'll do. I'm proof we can solve homeless in Atlanta. I'm proof. I'm a living witness to that. And I can't get no realer than that.
Atlanta decided to move with radical speed. By cutting red tape and having dedicated units ready to go, Atlanta dropped the average time to house someone from the street to just 48 days. The national average, 166 days. And many people wait years. That's the difference between hope and despair.
When homeless people are moved into housing, streets get safer, encampments disappear, and public resources become more efficient. This isn't just a theory, it's happening right here in Atlanta.
We wanted to address head-on the concerns that we knew would be coming related to the World Cup in our community. And we wanted to have a different approach. And that is building on the muscle we have been building for the last 10 years, that rehousing muscle.
Atlanta made a choice to abandon the fragmented Band-Aid approach of isolated charities and costly sweeps and invested $235 million in a complete restructuring, one coordinated system that would transform how an entire city responds to homelessness.
Boom. We set a goal of rehousing 400 unsheltered folks just in the downtown area, and we have hit and exceeded that milestone. One of our other key goals within Atlanta Rising was to develop 500 new units of supportive housing in 24 months. And we currently have 387 units online, and we have another 112 that are under construction and due to come online next month.
So the Shrine was actually our first area that we surveyed as a part of the Downtown Rising. From this light all the way down to the beige building, we had tents, we had people sleeping on sidewalks. And this was the first area that we worked to just build rapport with folks and get those people rapidly housed. I like to think that that effort was a big push to getting to that 400 number, but we built a lot of great relationships, housed a lot of people. I want to say we housed from 60 to 80 people just from this specific area of folks who were camping out in the street.
I'm going to show you guys another area. There was previously a homeless encampment in this area. Yesterday we came by and we offered anyone that was interested shelter placement, and then this homeless encampment was actually closed yesterday. So previously, a lot of tents, a lot of debris, a lot of garbage, rats, just a very unsustainable living situation back here.
So this whole thing was lined.
Yeah, this right here, straight tents, like rubbish, garbage over here. Yeah.
You have outreach, you have gateway, you have Partners for Home. How does it all work together?
It's all a collaborative approach. There are several outreach teams that are doing great work. There's several teams that are providing the rapid rehousing and the permanent supported housing supports once you actually move into your unit. Partners for Home has been great because they lead it all. They are the supporting body that helps us do all this great work. And the process works, housing works, meeting them where they are and getting them into housing, it works. But there is still work to be done. As you can see behind me, 430, we have to make it 530, you know? We just have to keep going and working and getting people off the streets. Housing supports works at the end of the day.
It all starts here on the streets. Outreach teams like Men Culture are building trust, connecting people to services, to housing-focused shelters, and to housing.
Where were you sleeping last night?
I was sleeping in the field in my tent.
How long were you sleeping outside?
Came out of foster care at 18. I'm 40 now.
So you came out of foster care with no support?
With no support. Learn the world, learn the whole world.
That's
Yes,
a
sir.
long time.
Yes.
Even in the wintertime?
Even, yeah, in the wintertime too.
Wow.
I slept under bridges and stuff with a blanket, you know, and smoked my little cocaine and weed. Helped me get through the homelessness.
It's not easy to stay homeless sober.
No. I'm a prostitute, so that's how I make my money.
That's how you survive outside?
Yeah, that's how I survive.
Now you don't have to.
Yep, I don't have to. And this my last day homeless. Mwah. That's right. Yep, now today my first apartment. I've been a long time. I'm so happy. I'm happy. Oh, I'm so happy my life is getting to change. I don't get my own place to live. I haven't had life. I haven't had love like this for a long time. I go into my apartment and I got my key card. Setting apartment. Come here, family love.
This is what I looked like when I was on the streets.
Oh,
We are proof
yes.
that homelessness isn't a last stop.
Yes, not.
That through housing and support, with wonderful people like Stacy
Yes.
and Waterworks, no longer homeless.
No longer homeless. Hallelujah.
Heartbreaking, but so heartwarming. Tammy has been outside far too long. She's got lots of challenges from living outside far too long. But now she's inside with her own apartment and with supportive services so she can start a path to healing. I'm gonna get emotional. Gosh, when she started crying, when you see the worst of the worst homeless person out there, that was me. I was that person. And it's through housing and support that we can solve homelessness.
We are at Waterworks Village, where we house the unhoused. So this property has 100 units, 40 ADA units, and 60 smaller units. 70% of the community will be for Hope Atlanta, and 30% of the community will be for Project Heal.
I had developed a problem with drugs or whatever. In the process of me becoming homeless, I became real depressed, went into a real down spiral, living on the streets, living in abandoned apartments.
How long were you outside?
I was outside for like 2 years. Safe House helped me with food stamps, helped me with, my, like I say, ID, Social Security card, and birth certificate. Ended up having this housing program thing come up.
Tell me about the first day walking in.
First day of walking in, it was like, I took a hot shower for like, I stayed in the shower for like 2 hours. Like, you know what I mean? That was like the best feel. Like, nobody really want to live on the streets, you know what I mean?
You know, I gotta go to the penthouse. How far back? I was homeless in 2014 to 2018. Parents passed away, came down here and stayed with my auntie. That didn't work out. A couple of tents for about a year and a half under the bridge. In the wintertime, it get harsh, oh my God.
So what were you thinking when you're homeless? How did it feel?
I felt alone, scared, terrifying shit. Like when I make it through the night, the next day I'll get robbed or get shot. That's how I felt. My mom passed in 2010. And after that, and about 3 years later, in 2012, my dad blew his brains out.
Are you on disability?
Yeah. I just started getting out like a year and a half ago. Yeah, I like it out here. I'm so grateful. I cry to God. I cry to God so much that he blessed me here, that God got me on block. Like, he don't take my email no more. I'm just straight on block. You know, I cry too much to him. In other words, I'm making it sound funny, but I can't handle depressed. If I be unhappy, I'd be on suicide thoughts. I can't handle depression. So I have to be happy in my mood all day. That's what keeps me going and motivated. But and it's like serenity here. I'm so glad I'm so happy here. Yeah, it's like serenity. Not for a bachelor. This called a man pad. See that?
What made me hopeful is like I can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. Because like I said, I was in a dark place where I actually like even thought about killing myself several times. You feel me? Because I felt hopeless. But when I started seeing like other people seeing the better in me, like how can I not see the better in myself?
Outreach is so important because our people out here, they need to see you. They need to begin to trust you. They need to build a rapport with you. And if they don't see you and see you consistently and daily, you're not going to be able to build that rapport with them. And they have to know that you're actually going to stand on your promises. If you say you're going to help them with a birth certificate or an ID or even an appointment at the Social Security office, that you're actually going to pull through and push through. And that only comes with consistency of daily outreach. You sleeping out here, sir? So you worked with Mercy Care already?
Yeah, I'm working on housing with Mercy Care.
Okay. Yeah, but we want you to definitely get that first, and then we can talk about next steps, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Been to the Safe House?
You've been to Safe House? We work in collaboration with each other. So if you're already talking to Safe House, then you're already good. You're already working with someone, okay? Go to the Gateway Center and get a housing assessment completed. That will let you know kind of what your best next steps are. Okay, that sounds good. We'll see you on Monday, okay?
All right.
All right, take care of yourself. All right.
Homeless people want housing. The barrier is not having enough of it. That's why communities need initiatives like Atlanta Rising.
I've been homeless for 5 years. We survive here with a lot of blankets. You see my blankets right here. A lot of shoes.
And how many times have you been in rehab?
Twice, graduated both times, but I haven't been able to find housing. I got clean, but I still suffer from mental health disability, suffer from schizophrenia, which doesn't help with a job. With all that going, it's led me to be homeless.
And once you get out of rehab, you're still homeless.
You're still homeless. Rehab, like I said, it's just a place to get yourself together, not your financial stability.
Because they often say people don't want housing, they want to live like this.
No, sir. Nobody should live like this. Just being given the opportunity to get into an apartment or a housing situation will be vital and key. I would take advantage of it, full advantage of it. Thank you. Y'all have a blessed day.
Was in the Army for 6 years, went in straight out of high school, 1969, and did 2 3-year tours and got out in 75. Went to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, Fort Benning, Vietnam. I was there from 70 to spring of 72. That's about it. So I'm 74 years old. I've been homeless about 2 weeks before I came here, and I've been here about 2 months now. I'm fairly confident that I'm about to get me another apartment. Things are happening fairly quickly there, just waiting on an inspection to be done. And hopefully I'll be back in my own place soon.
Yeah, just kind of packing up and got the job lined up. I have another job interview today, and I'm hoping that go well because I want that job. Yeah, I'm a chef by trade. And since I've been out here in the street, I went and got all my ServSafe certifications. Without my paperwork, I don't get a good job, so I got my paperwork and everything. So now, the paperwork is what speaks, so,
I told him, you got a plan. You got, if he's going to start saving up, start working more hours, and you're going to be able to pay for that apartment by yourself.
Yeah, definitely, very much so.
Oh, your birth certificate, I got noticed it got mailed.
Cool.
So that's another thing we do, try to help them get their documents and stuff like that. And now you got somewhere to keep them.
Right.
How about that?
I mean, you told me that day when I came in your office and you said, and I was telling you that I was skeptical, but she looked at me and she said, you sat down in front of the right person. And I mean, it's just been she's been great.
All right, we ready to go?
It feels good to be walking out of here for the last time, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I just hope everybody else up there gets some help. And like I said, nobody deserves this. Nobody. You know.
Our previous initiatives started during COVID, and it really helped us to begin to say, who are all the partners we need at the table? How do we leverage all of the public and private dollars and be able to execute on a plan to house a large amount of households in a short amount of time? Those efforts, though, were not as coordinated or sophisticated as Downtown Rising is. We really learned from what we did in those initiatives and built upon it. So we've streamlined all of our housing resources so that an individual on the street can be identified, enrolled into services, and then moved into housing within 48 days.
We have now built a system that knows how to rehouse people who are homeless. We've built different types of housing interventions that knows how to successfully support people along that spectrum, but we need to fund it properly to sustain the work.
You can start to streamline it into this strategy that we know is effective. And you work on the scale that you're able to, but you can build these relationships in any city, in any county that you're in. You can do this anywhere. It truly is a matter of relationships.
Housing everyone isn't just the right thing to do. It's also one of the smartest financial decisions a city or country can make.
When we look at the data per person that's experiencing homelessness, whether it's emergency services, whether it's incarceration, we're already allocating resources to an individual that would actually be cheaper if they were housed.
We're getting $1,100 a unit. One medical room visit to our public hospital, that's $12,000. So if we just keep them out of emergency room one time, we paid for that housing.
But it's not enough to provide housing plus support. There's one vital missing piece to solving homelessness.
We're launching a prevention effort that we've never done before in Atlanta. We don't want anyone going through what can be the trauma of the homelessness response system. And so prevention will allow us to do that and ideally stop the inflow. That's what would be best for everyone. That would be best for the community if we could keep individuals in their stable housing that they're already in.
One of the most successful models that communities need to embrace is taking older hotels and turning them into supportive housing. And we're going to meet the developer who made it happen.
We are at Ralph David House. This is an old roadside motel. It was built in the 50s, and we've basically torn it down to the studs, rebuilt it, and it's now on the National Register, and it's 56 units of permanent supportive housing.
Just to stand there, Miss Bridget, without them, you know, a lot of us wouldn't be doing as well as we're doing. So I'm very appreciative to them for the opportunity to get on my feet. And I know I'm somebody, but become a greater somebody. A few years ago, my mom passed from cancer. She died 13 days after I found out that she had it. Since then, it was kind of rough. One thing led to another, and I found an agency to help me out. Started getting counseling. I'm still in counseling. Found out that I was kind of going through a psychosis from lack of sleep. And I came here, and the first person I ran into was Stan. And he was so pleasant. He told me there was a couple of things I needed in order to be accepted here. And I went and did everything I had to do, and I've been here ever since, trying to work on getting back on my feet. I'm currently in school right now. You know what I mean? I'm doing a thing. Hold on. You know, I ain't no slouch, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm pretty proud of this. This one's for OSHA, and this is for forklift.
How does that make you feel?
Great. Great. It makes me feel really good, you know. So I got a graduation coming up next week, you know, and I'm really happy, you know, as far as I've come, you know. And sometimes when I feel myself, you know what I mean, getting sad or slipping back into like depression, Miss Bridget is here to talk to. And then there's another lady named Miss Chamika. You know, they're the best. You know what I mean? And they really help. They make your hard times seem not hard. You know, they got a good way to do that. A year from now, I see myself walking into the entry level of my new career. There is no stopping me. I am on a roll.
Supportive housing works to solve homelessness, and some people, because of disability or their age, will never be able to go find a job, and others, they just need some help so that they can go back to school and eventually get a job where they move out of supportive housing.
I have not done one of these projects without seeing opposition. And it's really sad. I don't understand it because I share with my neighbors because I live near here. And if we give them housing, we're the solution. If we don't give them housing, if we don't embrace our neighbor, we're going to see this get worse. They're not transient. That's one of the fears is, oh, they're not tied to the community. Most of them have a tie to this local area. That's why they're here. You know, we're in Reynoldstown, Atlanta right now. This is a historically Black community. And most of these people have ties to Reynoldstown. We get a tremendous amount of visitors here because their family's nearby.
It's the best thing ever happened. I cried like a baby when I got this place 10 months ago.
Oh my gosh, what it feel like unlocking the door for the first time?
Felt real good, real good. Yes, sir. Yeah. And the staff, they're awesome.
How long were you outside?
About 2 years. And I ain't have nowhere to go, nowhere. So, boy, it was crazy. I got robbed one time. Then a guy tried to stab me one morning. I was getting up to go try to go make me some money at the car wash I was working at. It was really hectic. You know, my god brother used to come and get me on like a Friday or Saturday. I go to his house up in Duluth, wash my clothes and stuff like that. If I really needed something, he would look out for me. I slept in a tent. And I slept under the bridge. It felt bad because I wasn't raised like that, you know. I took showers. We had certain days we take showers at Gateway.
So this is Gateway Center. We are a homeless service provider in the South Downtown of Atlanta, Georgia. If homeless service providers or short-term residential programs or shelters are not housing focused, then we're not doing anything about homelessness. People want housing. They deserve housing. Housing is a right. And so if we're not housing focused, then we're just putting a Band-Aid on homelessness and we're not treating it and coming up with solutions for it. You do not have to have a negative drug test or alcohol test at Gateway Center to come in the program. You don't have to have your mental health managed by a provider or have your medication on you. Gateway Center is going to work with the guests to help them overcome all of those challenges and those barriers so they can be more successful in permanent housing.
I lost my job 9 months ago. I found myself under the bridge under Gateway. They were offering housing to the people that are living under the bridge, but they gave me the opportunity to get with Safe House, and Safe House got me this apartment here. And the upside is I'm working again, but I'm just taking one day at a time.
Because when you're outside, it's hard to maintain a job.
It's hard to shower, it's hard to eat, it's hard to wake up on time to get to the job, and it's just hard out there. Housing is the forefront of me working and me being more stable to where I can physically go out and look for work and be available when the staffing agency called me.
Yeah, have a good day. I was in Desert Storm search and rescue type, so I was a paratrooper and a heavy wheel vehicle mechanic.
For Army?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Wow.
My mind is free now, you know what I'm saying? It's like most of the weight that I had on me is gone, you know, with me being able to get in this apartment, get housing.
People care about you. Okay?
Yeah. And I appreciate you so much. I'm eternally
Look,
grateful.
if you need anything, okay?
Thank you.
Relax.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
Yes.
Yeah, we're proud of you.
Yeah.
It's a big, big step. You got it.
Yeah.
And they'll be with you the entire way. Okay?
Okay.
Anything you need, just let us know. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's the first thing you got to do? Go lay down?
I'm finna go ahead and take me a shower. I got some other things I need to do. I got a job interview today, so yeah. Get ready to do that.
Okay. Enjoy your week.
I will. Trust me. Yeah.
Let us know if you need anything. Proud of you.
Thank you.
You got this. Got it.
Mr. Bean is one out of hundreds that we've been able to connect. But I think in all, it was roughly about 25 tents. Wow. Just looks so different. That's so crazy. Being able to hand them off to, of course, the housing provider that continues that same trust, that same foundation of, I am going to be with you the entire way. And you're going to have that support. You're not doing this alone.
Well, it's the support part that's...
The support is huge.
Because we just can't put people in apartments and leave them there.
No,
and
no. Wraparound services with housing is essential.
It's just amazing to see the before and after effects, because now it's not a tent inside, and it's beautiful to know that all those people were successfully housed.
When people are in safe and affordable and permanent housing, the entire community benefits. Our parks, our city streets, our sidewalks are vibrant.
So this form of housing is a critical piece of the chain of getting somebody off the street and putting them into a place where we can really work with them to get them back in the workforce, get them the medical help, treatment they need, the mental health services, the social services, and really stabilize our housing. There's a huge, tremendous cost to America from a loss of productivity, cost to public services, police, jail, hospital, cleaning up all the things that go with homelessness, and we're solving that. And it's really simple. There's no like secret sauce to this. It is just compassion and stubbornness to build housing.
We took you along with us as we met people who are still outside, some that went from their tent to their home, some that have been living in supportive housing for a while. All miracles, all wonderful people. Downtown Rising here in Atlanta, part of a bigger initiative called Atlanta Rising, had the goal of housing 400 homeless people, and they blew past it. But here's the thing, until we fix the affordable housing crisis, homelessness is going to continue to grow. We need your support wherever you live. If you live in Atlanta, you're going to find information in the description about Atlanta Rising. If you live anywhere in the country, community.solutions. There will also be a link in the description. Wherever you live, support housing. It is the only solution to permanently get people off the streets and the help they need.
Shout out to Atlanta for that. Atlanta Rising. Yeah, all them people off the street, that's what's up. So now I'm going to go to Denver and see if Denver actually enforcing its laws.
And
friends. I initially had the idea to dive into this topic after reading a YouTube comment, actually, on a recent video I did. I did a video about a BRT project that's coming to Colorado Boulevard and how it may or may not mimic the really in-depth project going on Colfax right now. Colfax in general brings up tons of emotions and responses, and the Colfax BRT project, of course, did too. But one comment in particular stuck out, and I'm going to read it to you right now. It struck me as a very honest comment, and it is a bit extreme in the language, so apologies in advance, but here we are. Commenter says, I drive Colfax every day, and every single day I see homeless people passed out using drugs at the bus stops in the open. Yesterday, I saw a guy smoking a crack pipe on the bus step bench, while actual normal people had to stand 20 yards away. No way I will subject myself being in close proximity to that. Public transportation will never work in Denver until it fixes its policing of open air drug use. So this was in response to the idea of whether people will actually use this updated public transportation, given some of the challenges on corridors like Colfax and some others. And I think it was the same day that I read this comment, I was leaving a meeting in Rhino, and I was somewhere in between Rhino and Uptown. I don't know exactly where I was, but in that part of town, on the periphery of downtown, but not downtown and moving east. And just driving, but it was not good. Even in the car moving, I saw several instances of open air drug use. I saw people using public sidewalks as toilets. Again, sorry to be blunt with the language, but it's the reality. Now, overall, narratives can run away, and I think they do that online a lot of the time. Denver is this, Denver is that. It's awful, it's in decline, it's overrun, it's being run by roving gangs, right? We've seen it all. And as a whole, those things are not true. Plenty of parts of the city are not affected by these things at all, but some parts are. And there's been a lot of focus on downtown, especially with homelessness and street encampments there. Not as much focus on the areas that aren't downtown, even the areas around downtown. And when I was driving through that area, and I've seen lots of improvements in downtown, but when I was driving through that particular area, this comment popped in my head and I said, it's a legitimate question. These are things that are going on. Maybe they're not going on at a certain scale. Maybe they're blown out of proportion, but it is happening. And if people are sleeping on the streets in widespread numbers, and people are using drugs out in the open, and people are causing other residents of Denver to feel unsafe by doing these things, why isn't the city putting a stop to it? Obviously, that's a complicated question. You can't just wave a wand and make everything go away. But the reason I'm making this video is I wanted to look into what the actual laws are around these things, not just this. Shoplifting, violent crime, property crime, all these things, what the laws are and how those laws are being enforced or not being enforced. Even with a ton of research, I'm not under the illusion that we could completely get to the bottom of anything totally today, but I do have some conclusions based on all this that I will share with you at the end. We're going to go through the tabs and try to cobble together a story here. I do videos like this really just because I'm interested in it. I'm interested to learn more about what actually is going on, and I share them in the event that it may be helpful to you. Obviously, this is a hot button issue, and it does flare up some emotions, especially if you're someone who is ideologically driven. I try to approach it from a standpoint of what are the facts, what's actually happening, what's true and what's not. And if that's something you're interested in, let's dive in and try to figure it out together. So the first question I really wanted to ask is, what are the laws in Denver and broader in Colorado around some of these hot button topics that have been in the news in the recent years? What are police supposed to be doing, and are they doing it or not? One thing that comes up all the time is sanctuary city. You see this a lot. Denver is a sanctuary city. Colorado is a sanctuary state. What does that mean, and is it true? Well, first of all, we're going to go to a CPR news article here from last year that talks about a war of letters between the DOJ, so the federal government, and Colorado. It mentions Denver too, so we're going to get into it. Basically, you may remember this because it was fairly high profile, but last year there was this war of words where the DOJ was saying, yes, it is a sanctuary state, Colorado, and Denver is a sanctuary city, and the state and the city were saying, no, we're not. The letter was from Attorney General Pam Bondi, who has since been fired or removed or whatever. Don't know how much that matters. Essentially, sanctuary city or state comes down to harboring illegal immigrants that aren't here lawfully, and whether the city and state cooperate in enforcing those immigration laws. Governor Polis responded, Colorado's not a sanctuary state, fully cooperates with federal authorities in identifying, apprehending, and prosecuting criminals regardless of immigration status. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston basically said the same thing. But the article notes here, Colorado limits when the state and local governments and law enforcement can communicate with ICE, Immigration Control, and bars county jails from holding people beyond their time in order to let ICE come pick them up. Well, that second part certainly makes sense. Why would you hold somebody longer than their sentencing period? But moving over to a 9 News article here, Denver in particular does have a history of not complying or cooperating, let's say, with immigration raids, for lack of a better term, ICE activity, which highly publicized here in America the last few years. Again, whatever your thoughts on it are, I'm here to try to figure out what's going on. Here's an article: Denver City Council unanimously passes anti-masking ordinance despite concerns over enforceability. This is as of March 2026. Denver City Council passed a masking ordinance on Monday, banning all law enforcement officers, including federal agents, from wearing masks. ICE has been somewhat famous for doing this in recent years. So this is one break from the federal policy of the way they're trying to do things. Denver saying, no, you're not allowed to do that here. And then there are questions about whether or not the ban is actually enforceable. You know, who knows? And sorry about all the ads on these articles too. It's the cost of doing business here on some of these sites. Here's another 9 News article about a Denver executive order banning ICE agents from city property. This is also from this year. Mayor Mike Johnson signed an executive order banning federal immigration agents from city property and directing local police to protect peaceful protests near customs enforcement operations. We will not allow ICE to access any city-owned or city-controlled building. So this is just a few instances, but you are seeing Denver and Colorado, but really Denver in particular. Polis is a little squishier on it, choosing to break and, let's say, butt heads with the federal enforcement program. Does that make it a sanctuary city? I don't know, but it is a fight, however big, against federal immigration enforcement. So that's one area where the city of Denver has decided how it's going to approach things when it comes to immigration. What about homelessness? What about encampments? And you can call it people experiencing homelessness. You can call it people sleeping on the street. What are the actual laws around that? Well, there are actually several. Here's the main one. In the Denver Municipal Code, this is an unauthorized camping ban. Unauthorized camping on public or private property is prohibited. Former Denver Mayor Michael Hancock put this into law in 2012, so it's been around for a long time. And it says it's unlawful for a person to camp on any private property without the consent of the property owner, or it's unlawful for any person to camp on public property, except in any location where camping has been expressly allowed by the officer or agency having the control of the property in question. So it leaves some room for wiggle there. But nonetheless, it is a ban on public camping in the city. Now you'll notice too, no law enforcement officer shall issue a citation, make an arrest, or otherwise enforce this section unless the officer first orally requests the person to refrain, essentially move, and the person fails to comply after receiving the oral request. And then there has to be a written request. And then once that's not complied with, then you can institute a fine or an arrest. This goes in line with most of what happens when it comes to urban camping enforcement in Denver and nationwide. These are sweeps where police are going and saying, hey, you can't sleep here, you can't be set up here, you got to move. That's the oral, or when it comes to sometimes written request. Now, this law has gone through a lot of challenge and turmoil to the point where it's hard to know what's still even law and what's enforceable. In 2020, here's a 5280 article, they talked about at the end of December, so this was 2019, a judge declared that law unconstitutional. There was gray area about whether that could be enforced or whether it had to be removed from the law. When a judge declares it unconstitutional, it's probably headed that way. However, that, like so many other things, was tied up on appeal for years. And just in May of 2026, I have an article from Colorado Politics here saying the municipal camping bans do not violate the Colorado Constitution and can stay in effect. And so as of present time, they are still in effect. Somewhat interestingly, there's a new bill moving forward in Denver very, very recently, this as of June 2026, that talks about municipal sentencing. This isn't so much about what the laws are, this is about what the sentencing, what the penalties are able to be for those laws. And it talks about a disconnect between Denver law and state law, because Colorado state law has much lighter sentencing allowance for a lot of these municipal offenses. For example, the article states, stealing a loaf of bread has been punishable in municipal court by up to 300 days in jail. Whether or not they're actually levying that punishment is doubtful. Under state law, the same conduct is capped at just 10 days. For illegal camping, an off-leash dog, or minor property damage, Denver residents can face 60 to 300 days behind bars. And here's why this is coming up. This Colorado Supreme Court recently ruled that municipalities may not impose sentences harsher than those under state law for identical offenses. offenses. So this is in process, and as of current time, it is moving forward in Denver. Not that these things will no longer be crimes, but that the punishment will be less, or the possible punishment will be less, because in most cases, it's still up to a judge what punishment they want to levy. They quote the sponsor of the bill here saying, "One of the provisions I fought hardest for was the 10-day cap on jail sentences for municipal-only offenses, because many of those offenses, camping, loitering, trespassing, are offenses of poverty, and using lengthy jail sentences to punish poverty still does not solve anything." Hard to argue with the idea that throwing people who are sleeping on the street in jail solves the problem. Yet still, large number of people sleeping on the street, not the sign of a healthy society. Most everyone agrees we need to do something about it. And the truth is, the city of Denver is doing something about it and has been for several years. We've looked at this a ton on the channel. It's not done, it's not complete, but there has been an improvement, at least over the worst levels of homelessness in and around the city centers here in Denver. This was Mayor Mike Johnston's big campaign promise. He's going to fix homelessness. And going over to a Denverite article from 2024, a couple years ago, but still recent enough to look at trends, it does tell us something about enforcement when it comes to homelessness. And it says city data attained by the House Keys Action Network Denver and civil rights attorney Andy McNulty shows that warnings and enforcements of laws regarding trespassing, urban camping, and solicitation near roadways were up significantly in January through March of 2024. From that same period in 23, there were 694 enforcement actions. And in that same period in 2024, it showed over 1,000 enforcement actions. So the trend is that there is more enforcement than there has been in the past around this urban camping ban, around homeless encampments, which does line up with the numbers. Jumping over to another article here, this one from May of 2026. And this is something that the mayor's office has touted at length, that they've essentially cut unsheltered homelessness, so that's people sleeping outside, in half since he took office. We can scroll down to a couple graphs here that show the trend. Now, this first one, it looks like a drop here in 2026, but not a very big one. And in the previous 5 years before that, it had gone up. This is a graph charting total homelessness, so both sheltered and unsheltered in Denver. You may be asking yourself, if it's sheltered, how is it still homelessness? That's how the city tracks it. The big push from Mayor Mike Johnston has been to move people off the street and into homeless shelters. And you can see total homelessness, like I said, has risen a lot, but then it did come down in 2026, albeit by a somewhat slim margin. If we scroll down to another graph on unsheltered homelessness, so the actual urban camping, sleeping on the streets homelessness, it shows a major drop from 23 to 2026, and a drop every year, 23, 24, 25, 26. It shows 2026 being at the lowest level since 2016, at least. Now, this is point in time data, which is essentially they go out one random day of the year and survey what's going on. So it's imperfect. It's a data point. I'm sure it's not telling the whole story. Nothing is. But this shows the mayor's initiative and the methods they're using to help start to try to solve this homelessness issue, which is, it's phase one. It's getting people off the street into shelters. Obviously, there's a phase two, probably a phase three, and a phase four after that, because we still have the underlying problems. We're not going to solve or even get to the root of those underlying problems in this video. Much, much bigger thing to tackle, but you have to start somewhere. And based on all this information, we do see the city of Denver actually doing something to tackle street homelessness and enforce it. They say all the right things about how we still have to do this in a compassionate way. And there was an interesting write-up from this website, Invisible People, which is a homelessness advocacy group. And it says, this is in 2026 here in April, what Denver got right about homelessness. It's actually a fairly charitable read on what's going on in Denver from the standpoint of an advocate for unsheltered people. If you're trying to get people off the street, you have to have somewhere for them to go. So the mayor made it a priority to build or convert those actual structures. Most of it is converted hotels to get people off the street in a safe and dignified environment. And really, this article applauds the mayor for doing that. It says none of the newly built temporary housing options were the type of open plan congregate shelter that had failed to meet the needs of homeless people in Denver and beyond for so long. The new projects were focused on privacy and dignity, offering hotel rooms to singles and creating tiny communities of tiny homes. And here at the end, they point to the other side of it, transition out of transitional housing. They say the mayor has done a good job getting people into this, what they call transitional housing, but now there has to be a plan for what they do next. What's that next transition? Again, if you're in the mayor's office, you're probably going, yeah, one thing at a time. It's a big, big problem to attack. Nonetheless, it's something that will have to be attacked. This talks about requires solving the problem of not enough affordable housing. I don't have it pulled up here, but recently it was reported that currently the occupancy rate for affordable rental units in Denver is lower than the occupancy rate for market rate, so not affordable housing rental units, i.e. there's more vacancy in the affordable rental units right now than there is in every other rental unit based on vacancy rate. That may be neither here nor there, though when I hear people talk about homelessness just being a home affordability issue, it's pretty evident to me that that's an incomplete thought. The other thing we talked about before, the open air drug use that oftentimes goes along with the urban camping, is certainly illegal. Here's the Colorado state statute right there. You can't use drugs in public. This is one that's tougher to find data on, but obviously it is a major problem, maybe bigger than any of the problems we've talked about so far. The open air drug use is one of the things that makes people feel unsafe. There's plenty of articles, business owners, local residents talking about how big a problem, at one point at least, it had become in and around downtown. And Mayor Johnston is addressing this, at least verbally as well, after he touted his success with halving, cutting homelessness on the street in half. He moved on to different, what he calls quality of life crimes. This is from 2025. He says, now that encampments are gone and violent crime is among the lowest this century, we are turning our focus to the quality of life crimes like theft or public drug use that impact many of us on a daily basis. He says, for those who are willing to accept treatment, we will keep them out of the criminal justice system entirely. But for those who refuse services and continue to commit crimes, we will hold them accountable and work with our partners in the criminal justice system to direct them towards service and treatment as part of their sentence. So he's calling it out as an issue that needs to be fixed. And how do you do that? Well, probably with more policing and more patrols, which in recent years the Denver Police Department has committed to. There's a 9 News report from 2024 that says Denver police say increased patrols in crime hotspots for limited periods are making areas safer. They go through the program that was rolled out then, really aimed at reducing violent crime, and says they have reduced it in hotspot areas by 40%. And here this Westward article from 2026 talks about how homicides in Denver dropped sharply in 2025, and the Denver Police Department credited its targeted enforcement, downtown patrols, and investigative tech for the decline. The point being, more patrols are happening. Oftentimes, when it comes to crime of any sort, yes, the actual enforcement of the crime is the deterrent, but there is a deterrent also just due to increased police presence. If police are around, you're less likely to commit a crime. And here in May of 2026, RTD, Transit Police, launch a bus and rail impact team to patrol hotspots. They're putting more patrols in the areas, the RTD, the bus stops, the rail stops and stations that have experienced similar crime. Theft, number 1, vehicle property crimes, number 2, and public drug use. It goes back to that initial comment about Colfax and the bus stop. RTD is saying we are going to increase our presence here, not of police, but of the RTD Transit Police. So I guess police in a way. We're going to increase our presence to deter these things. We could keep going. There's so many types of crime we could look into. Denver's violent crime has dropped, as this Colorado Politics article says, but not everywhere in the city. Violent crime is still concentrated in certain areas. That's one of those things that those DPD increased patrols are supposedly going to. What about theft? Well, there's a Common Sense Institute report talking about how theft is a significant problem to the tune of $1.3 billion in the state. This data stops in 2024, but you look at shoplifting crime by year, and it spiked higher than any other year in the previous decade in 2024. You could go on, and the easy answer is, well, it's still a work in progress. Of course it is. And everyone can draw their own conclusions. But looking through all this information and a number of other things that I didn't want to bore you with throughout the research for doing this video, here's the conclusions I am coming to as humbly as I can. Number 1, the enforcement of Denver's laws, especially for these more hot button, more visible issues, is improving. It seems pretty clear that there's still some more work that needs to be done, but it's a reactive process, unfortunately. So the mayor and the police department and the city are working together to try to tackle these issues. And it's impossible to say, while looking at this data and these reports, that they have not made some significant progress. My second conclusion is a question, actually, but is the focus on Denver, or is it just on downtown? So much of what we hear about when it comes to these things is concentrated around downtown. Makes sense. Downtown's the heartbeat of Denver. It's our city center. It's the area that's been hit hardest since COVID. And so there are hundreds of millions of dollars being dumped into downtown through the Vibrant Denver Bond, through the Downtown Development Authority, all these other partnerships. It makes sense that it is a focal point. But is it a disproportionate focal point? I spoke to somebody who works with businesses in the River North neighborhood recently who said, we're doing okay, but it does seem a little lopsided how much investment downtown is getting compared to those adjacent neighborhoods. Maybe it's a situation where we need to start here and we're going to triage the thing that needs it most first, and then we'll move on. Who knows? And my third conclusion is that when it comes to the homelessness issue and open air drug use, some progress has been made. A lot more needs to be made, and another set of hard decisions need to be made. When it comes to what's the phase 2 of tackling the homelessness issue, how do we transition out of the transitionary housing? And then with drug use, when are we going to actually start on cracking down on this? Because the lip service has been paid to those things. And granted, this is all developing in real time. But boots on the ground, eyes in the front of the head, observational data shows this is probably still the biggest problem when it comes to crime that's affecting regular everyday people in and around downtown. The mayor says more enforcement is going to be happening around public drug use. Now we need to see it happen. If he can cut that in half, the same way he allegedly did with unsheltered homelessness, that's going to go a long way in improving the general safety or impression of safety for Denver residents. There's way more we could talk about with this. This is nowhere near exhaustive. It's one of those situations, the more you read, the less you feel like you're actually getting anywhere. But as always, we do our best to get to the truth, as incomplete as that might be. Like I always say, if there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to reach out. Otherwise, love you. Talk soon.
All right, y'all. So that's going to wrap up this edition of the Frontline Black News.
Reporting live from Hypers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Abba. Following the latest surrounding the mysterious...
Join us after Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later on today for continuation part 2.
Oh, it is.
So we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and black empowerment. Shan Quimmer and Lady Chase signing up from the Mile High Income and Legal Migrant Flooded City. Shout out to Kukizi for coming through. Shout out to Naiko for coming through. Shout out to Goddess Nabi for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. That was it. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? Oh, Brother Damien, appreciate you coming through. Brother Breeze Omega. That's it. And Twin. So peace, love, light, and beginning. This is separations of black empowerment. Chain coming, Lady Chase on up from the Mile High Income and the Leo Migrant Flooded City. We'll see y'all later after Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.